I got transmigrated. My eyes snapped open, and a flood of unfamiliar memories poured straight into my head. It was the 1970s, a place called Red Flag Village, and I had become an orphan who happened to share my exact name. Before my mind could even catch up, a shrill voice came crashing down on me. Chin Feng, don't play dead. Today, in front of the whole village, you're going to say it plain and clear. I looked up. Under the big locust tree at the village entrance, a crowd had gathered in a circle, and I was standing in the middle like I was on trial. The one jabbing her finger at my nose was the prettiest girl in the village, and also my fiancée, Li Tsuwa. Right now her face was full of disgust, and she was clinging tightly to the arm of the man beside her, the village chief's nephew, Li Jianjun. That guy had his chest puffed out and his chin tilted so high it was practically pointing at the sky. I'm breaking off our engagement today, Li Tsuehua said, her voice even sharper. Your parents are dead. All you've got left is 2 crumbling mudrooms, and you're dirt poor. You can't even scrape together 36 yuan for the bride price. What are you going to marry me with? You think you're good enough? Then she leaned against Li Jianjun, looking impossibly smug. I'm with Jianjun now. His uncle is the village chief, and one day he can take me to the commune to eat proper grain rations. What can you give me? Dried sweet potato scraps? The crowd burst out laughing. Suewa's right. Chin Feng should take a good look in the mirror. Poor as a beggar and still dreaming of marrying a good girl. Poor thing, lost his parents so young. Mockery, sneers, and fake pity all came pressing down on me at once. The original owner's pent-up resentment and helplessness, mixed with the fresh fury I'd brought with me, made my chest feel like it exploded with a bang. My fist clenched so hard the knuckles cracked, and I almost lost control. Right then, a ding rang out in my head. A blue interface floated up in my consciousness. Divine Hunter System successfully bound. Just 3 tabs. Missions. Skills. Shop. I froze for a second, and a rush of heat surged through my heart. The system had arrived, and with it, so had my confidence. Before I could take a closer look, Li Jianjun spoke up lazily. Suehua, why waste your breath on a piece of trash like him? With his family's situation, if he could even pull out 3 yuan 60, his ancestors' graves would be smoking with good fortune. Another wave of laughter went around. I didn't respond, because the edge of the crowd had suddenly turned chaotic. Oh no, what happened? The Chun family's girl fainted. Move aside, don't catch the bad luck. The crowd scattered like they were fleeing a plague, leaving an open patch of ground in the middle. Lying there was a girl with a frighteningly sallow face, so thin she was nothing but bones, completely still. Chinwan. I recognized her at a glance. She was the only child of a bad-class family in the village. Once she'd been a young lady from the county town, and her family had been very well off. Then her father was branded a capitalist roader, and all 3 of them were sent down to Red Flag Village. Her father was too sick to get out of bed, her mother was frail, and the whole family lived worse than livestock. In the village, anyone could stomp on them. Li Tsuehua spat viciously in that direction. Bad luck. She couldn't faint any other time. She had to pick now to lie there blocking the way. Her voice was shrill and grating. Serves her right. Just like her capitalist roader parents, better off starved dead. Nobody spoke up for Chinwan. Instead, they all joined in. Bad class background, best to stay far away. Who knows what disease she's got, don't catch it. Those looks, those words, they were like knives, all stabbing into Chinwan. I looked down at her. There wasn't a trace of color in her little face, just an ashen gray. She was worn down to nothing, lying in the dirt, looking like she could stop breathing at any moment. Something clenched in my chest. Maybe it was fellow sufferer sympathy. Maybe it was just that I couldn't stand the faces of these people. Either way, I couldn't take it anymore. While everyone else was backing away, I pushed through the crowd and walked toward her. Chin Feng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't touch her. Shouts rose up behind me, but I acted like I couldn't hear a thing and walked step by step to Chinwan's side. The chatter around me cut off instantly. Everyone stared at me like I was an idiot. Li Tsuehua's face went white with rage. She thought I was deliberately defying her, slapping her in the face in front of everyone. Chin Feng, a piece of trash like you is playing the hero saving a damsel? Take a look at what she even is. If you dare touch her today, don't ever expect to hold your head up in this village again. I didn't even turn around. I crouched down and looked closely. Cracked lips, lashes coated in dust, thin as a bundle of kindling. This was no ordinary faint. This girl had passed out from real, honest hunger. I reached into the pocket of my patched-over patches old jacket, felt around for a while, and pulled out a white rabbit milk candy. The wrapper had gone soft and sticky from my body heat. The original owner had scrimped and saved for months and asked someone to bring it back from the county supply co-op. He'd planned to give it to Li Tsuehua today as an apology, to beg her to reconsider. It was the only thing of any value I had on me. The moment Li Tsuehua saw that candy, her eyes went red. Qin Feng, don't you dare. That was supposed to be for her. I paid her no mind. Holding the candy, I slowly peeled off the wrapper, careful as if I were cradling a treasure. The next second, a rich milky sweetness spread through the air. In a time when no one ever ate their fill, that sweet smell was almost unbearable. The sound of people swallowing hard rose up all around. And there, under the wide eyes of the whole village, I gently slipped that precious milk candy into Chun Wan's cracked lips. The instant the sweetness touched her tongue, it was like something yanked the unconscious girl back. Her throat moved faintly, and without even knowing it, she began to suck on it. Under the locust tree, it went dead silent. Everyone was stunned. A poor boy who'd just been dumped had fed the most valuable thing he owned to the most unlucky bad-class girl in the whole village. Had he lost his mind? Li Tsuehua's face went green, then white, and finally flushed bright red. This was more humiliating for her than being slapped in public. Qin Feng, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "You traitor, you spineless thing. You'd rather give the candy to this jinx than to me, you." Only then did I turn my head. I slowly stood up, planted myself in front of Chen Wan, and calmly looked at her jealousy-twisted face. I looked at her like she was a joke. My candy. I'll give it to whoever I want. You. Li Tsuehua trembled with fury, pointing at me, unable to force out a single complete sentence. The people around lowered their voices too. Qin Feng's really lost it. Offending Li Tsuehua over a bad-class girl. Does he even want to survive in this village anymore? Just then, Chun Wan's lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was my unfamiliar face. I was tall and broad, blocking the blinding sun for her, and blocking those ill-meaning eyes all around too. I could tell she was dazed for a moment before the memories came rushing back. The engagement-breaking gathering, the villagers' laughter, Li Tsuehua's insults, and the hunger that had nearly driven her mad. She remembered it all. In front of the entire village, she'd collapsed from starvation on the ground like a dog. Her body shook uncontrollably. A trace of melted sweetness still lingered in her mouth. She looked up and saw the faces behind me, full of contempt, wariness, and gloating. I watched the dead ash in her eyes sink lower and lower. But beneath that ash, I could still see one dying spark. She stared at me hard, as if she'd gathered up all the courage of her entire life into one place. You, she paused, would you dare marry me? The moment those words came out, the crowd under the locust tree erupted. Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. This bad-class girl, the most unlucky jinx in the whole village, had just asked me in public whether I dared to marry her. After a brief dead silence, the laughter came louder than before. Did I hear that right? She's asking Qin Feng to marry her. A jinx and a pauper, a match made in heaven. She's completely given up and smashing the broken pot. Li Tsuehua laughed so hard tears nearly came out. She clutched her stomach and pointed at Chen Wan. Insane. Truly insane. Chen Wan, take a look at what you are, still trying to latch onto Qin Feng. You two together, just wait to starve to death side by side. I understood clearly. This wasn't a test. This was a cry for help she was sending out with the last shred of her dignity. She was betting on whether anyone in this moment would catch her. If even I, her fellow sufferer, wouldn't take her, she truly wouldn't be able to go on living. I barely hesitated. I'll marry you. 3 words, clean and decisive. My voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a thunderclap, shattering the whole scene of mockery. Silence fell again. The laugh froze on Li Tsuehua's face like she'd seen a ghost. The villagers stared with wide eyes. Had Qin Feng gone mad? Was he really going to marry this bad-class girl? But in the very instant I said I'll marry you, that cold mechanical voice sounded again in my head. Ding. Detected that the host possesses a strong will to protect and a spirit of responsibility, meeting the binding conditions. Divine Hunter System activation successful. My heart jolted. My cheat power had arrived. Beginner mission. Cherish your wife, starting with the first meal. Mission objective. Provide 1 egg to your newlywed wife Chun Wan to supplement her nutrition. Mission reward. Beginner hunting skill, never miss. My breath caught. Get an egg. Eggs were precious in these times. All saved to nourish pregnant women and the elderly. Where was a poor boy like me supposed to get one? But the moment I thought about the reward being never miss, my heart caught fire. With that ability, forget eggs, even meat wouldn't be hard to come by from now on. I pressed down my excitement and kept my face calm. The most important thing right now wasn't celebrating, it was first making this girl my rightful wife, then completing the mission. I helped the weak Qin Wan up, let her lean against me, and turned to the still-dazed village chief, Wang Jiangwo. Village chief, I said steadily, Please bear witness. I, Qin Feng, am willing to marry Chen-Wan. From today on, she's my wife." Wang Zhengwo's mouth hung open, and he didn't come back to himself for a long while. He looked at me, then at the Chen-Wan in my arms who could barely stand. "Qin Feng, you better think this through," he said with difficulty. "Marriage is no joke. You know full well what Chen-Wan's situation is." Everyone understood what he meant. Marry her, and from then on, model worker awards, factory recruitment, grain distribution, all of it would suffer along with him. "I've thought it through," I answered plainly. "I'll support my own wife. I won't be any trouble to the village." With that, I gave them no chance to react. I looked down at Chen-Wan, and my voice softened at once. "Wait for me here. Don't move." She stared at me blankly and nodded on instinct. The next second, I let go, turned, and dashed toward the woods at the edge of the village. Hey, where's he running off to? Don't tell me he regrets it and is bolting. I'd bet on it. Marry a bad-class girl, and your whole life is ruined. Of course he'd run. The villagers erupted again. Li Tsuehua folded her arms and sneered, waiting to watch the show. But running was the last thing on my mind. My goal was simple: complete the mission first and get one egg. Every household guarded their chickens like their lives, so a hen's egg was out of the question. But if hen's eggs were hard to get, bird eggs weren't that hard to find. Relying on my past life's experience roughing it in the wild, I plunged into the trees, my eyes sweeping rapidly over branch after branch. This was exactly the season for birds to build nests and lay eggs. Within a few minutes, my gaze locked onto a low locust tree. The leaves were as dense as a net, and hidden inside was a little nest made of dry grass and mud. That was the one. Using both hands and feet, I climbed up in a few moves, pushed aside the leaves, and peered in. 3 blue-shelled bird eggs lay quietly in the nest, a little smaller than pigeon eggs, their shells speckled. I reached in and touched them. Still warm. Freshly laid, safe to eat. Relief washed over me. I scooped all 3 into my hands and slid down the trunk. The moment my feet hit the ground, that voice sounded in my head again. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained bird eggs, which can substitute for hen's eggs to complete the mission. Beginner mission complete. Reward: beginner hunting skill, never miss, passive, has been granted. The next second, a strange power surged through my entire body in an instant. My eyes felt sharper, my ears keener, and I could hear even the faint rustle of wind through the leaves with perfect clarity. So this was never miss. I forced down my excitement, cupping the 3 precious bird eggs, and hurried back to the big locust tree. The instant I reappeared, all the mockery and chatter from before stopped. Every pair of eyes fixed on the 3 eggs in my palm. He really wanted to dig up bird eggs? Say what you want, those things count as a rare treat now. They fill the belly. I ignored them all and walked straight up to Chen-Wan, gently placing the still warm bird eggs in her hands. "For you," I said, the motion soft but unusually solemn. "From now on, I won't ever let you go hungry again." Those words carried more weight than any sweet talk. Chen-Wan looked down at the eggs, then up at me. There was no dismissiveness in those eyes, only sincerity. Her eyes reddened at once. Ever since disaster struck her family, she'd endured nothing but cold stares and bitter suffering. This was the first time anyone had placed something warm and real into her hands at her lowest moment. Tears welled up, but this time it wasn't from grievance. It was because she'd finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. She clutched the 3 bird eggs tightly, as if holding on to the days ahead. "Village chief," I said, turning to Wang Zhengwo, my voice rising. "I've laid down the bride gift. Now, will you bear witness for us and make it official? 3 bird eggs as a bride gift." The villagers stirred again, but this time, no one dared to mock openly. My eyes were too hard, and the force in me made it clear no one could stop me. Wang Zhengwo looked at me, then at the weeping Chen-Wan, and let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. One truly willing to give, one truly willing to receive. What was there for a village chief to stop? "Fine," he said, pulling the village committee's official seal out of his pocket, then having someone fetch paper and an ink pad. Under the disbelieving eyes of the entire village, Chen-Wan and I pressed our red thumbprints down, right there beneath the big locust tree at the village entrance. No banquet, no firecrackers, not even a single word of blessing. It was a pitifully shabby wedding. But when I took her hand and shielded her behind me, I could feel her whole body settle at once. "Let's go home." I led her by the hand toward the most remote, most run-down mud brick house in the village. The place was in terrible shape, cracks all over the walls, dust sifting down whenever the wind blew. I pushed open the nearly falling apart wooden door, and it let out a piercing creak. Under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, the poverty inside was plain at a glance. A bed of joined-together planks, a square table with a broken leg propped up on a stone. This was our marriage home. Chunwan stood in the doorway, so nervous she didn't know where to put her hands. I could tell this was far worse than her room in the county town. Yet for the first time, her eyes held the meaning of a home. I pulled her inside and pressed on her shoulders to sit her down on the edge of the bed. From now on, this is our home. Then I picked up the chipped clay pot on the table, about to boil some hot water. But that little bit of peace was shattered in an instant. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open from outside, the panel slamming hard against the mud wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Several men blocked the doorway. Leading them was the village thug, Li Dazhuang, with a few hoodlums behind him, every one of them grinning with bad intentions. Well, Qin Feng, quick work, huh? Li Dazhuang tilted his head and swaggered in, his eyes hooking on Chun Wan and roaming over her shamelessly. Chun Wan was too striking. Even in patched clothes with a sallow face, nothing could hide her delicate beauty. The sight of her had Li Dazhuang's eyes glazing over. Marry such a pretty wife and don't even invite your brothers for a wedding drink? Hiding in here enjoying yourself all alone, that's not right. The hoodlums beside him joined in, their laughter filthy and grating. Chinwan's face went white. Terrified, she shrank behind me, her body trembling. I slowly set down the clay pot, turned, and shielded her completely behind me. I didn't say a word. I just stood there. Under my stare, Li Dazhuang felt a flicker of unease, but remembering how many of them there were, his nerve came back. He'd disliked Chinwan for a while. A bad-class daughter, why should she be so good-looking and go to a poor boy like me? Today he'd used the pretext of the wedding night ruckus to pick a fight, to put me in my place and show me who ran Red Flag Village. What? You got a problem? He charged forward and jabbed his finger right in my face. A pauper like you actually thinks he's somebody? Us brothers coming to celebrate is doing you a favor. Hand your wife over quick and let everyone get a good look. Get out. I finally spoke. Just 2 words, cold without a trace of warmth. Li Dazhuang froze for a moment. Then his temper exploded. You're asking to die? He swung his fist straight at my face. The punch was fast and vicious. If it landed, it would break my nose. The villagers outside had already crowded around, craning their necks to watch, no one daring to make a sound. Chinwan squeezed her eyes shut in fear. But I stood my ground, not even rushing to dodge. Only when the fist was nearly at my face did I tilt slightly to the side, the wind of the punch grazing past my cheek. The next second, my right hand shot up and chopped down on his wrist like a blade. Crack! The crisp snap of bone. Li Dazhuang screamed on the spot, his whole arm dropping limp, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His wrist was broken. I didn't stop. While he was still screaming, my left foot swept out sideways and slammed into the side of another hoodlum's knee. Before that one could even cry out, he dropped to his knees clutching his leg, his face purple. The remaining 2 hadn't come to their senses yet before I was already on them. A kick each. One took it in the gut, doubled over, and flew back into the wall, out cold. The other caught a heavy kick to the jaw, his eyes rolled white, and he passed out on the spot. In less than half a minute, all 4 were down on the ground moaning, unable to even crawl back up. Inside and outside the mud brick house, it was frighteningly quiet. The villagers watching by the door were all dumbstruck, their mouths hanging wide open. Nobody had expected that the usually meek and honest Qin Feng could strike so ruthlessly. I didn't look at anyone. I walked slowly over to Li Dazhuang, who was rolling on the ground clutching his broken hand. I lifted my foot and stepped straight onto his chest. The pain nearly knocked the breath out of him. I bent down and picked up the wooden club they'd brought to beat people with, and tapped it lightly against his face twice, my voice cold enough to send chills. Listen up. Anyone who dares lay a finger on my woman. I paused, dragging the club slowly across his eyelid. I'll make sure they crawl out of this village on their back. Li Dazhuang shuddered from head to toe. Looking at my face, a wave of cold surged from the soles of his feet straight up to his skull, and he wet himself right there. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please spare me. Only then did I pull back my foot. Get out. Like he'd been given his life back, he scrambled up, crawling and stumbling, not even sparing a thought for his companions, and dragged his leg as he bolted outside, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. The others were scared out of their wits too, and helped each other flee in a sorry mess. The villagers who'd gathered outside to watch scattered as well. Looking at me now, the sneers from before were gone, leaving only fear and awe. The room finally went quiet. I shut the broken door again and braced it with the club. When I turned around, Chenwan was still standing in the same spot, her face pale, still not recovered. That ruthless edge drained out of me all at once. I walked over and pulled her into my arms. It's over now. She was still trembling. But once I held her, that bit of fear slowly faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of security. She reached out and gripped the front of my shirt tightly, burying her face against me. Holding this woman so painfully thin in my arms, I silently swore an oath. From this day forward, I would give her a good life, no matter what. The turmoil of our wedding night was, more or less, over. But this little bit of peace looked especially fragile against the backdrop of a home this bone poor. The next day, when the sky had barely started to lighten, I woke up to find my arms empty. Chunwan was already up, holding that old balding broom, quietly sweeping the dust off the floor, afraid of waking me. This home was poor enough to make anyone despair. The rice jar was empty, and in the corner were just a few bundles of dry firewood I'd chopped a few days back. The most valuable thing was still those 3 bird eggs she'd guarded like treasure last night. This little bit couldn't support 2 people. It wouldn't even get us through 1 meal. I sat up. Hearing the movement, she quickly turned around, looking uneasy. Did I wake you? No. I shook my head and moved the club, bracing the door aside. As the door creaked, morning light poured in, lighting up her pale little face. She hadn't slept all night, and there were dark circles under her eyes. My heart clenched. I walked over, picked up the 3 bird eggs, and pressed them firmly back into her hands. Go boil them and eat. I don't want to, she said, hurriedly pushing them back. These are for you. You need the strength for work. In her eyes, these 3 eggs were the most valuable thing in the house, a bit of hope. She couldn't bear to eat them. I didn't let her have her way. I picked up the chipped clay pot, scooped water onto the stove, and lit the fire. I told you to eat, so eat. No more arguing. She looked at my back, her nose stinging, and in the end she listened. She cracked 2 into the pot, secretly keeping 1 back. Before long, the smell of boiled eggs drifted out. She ate in small bites, like she was eating some rare delicacy. I gnawed on half a dry, hard cornbread bun with cold water. The moment that shabby breakfast was done, the village bell rang. Time for work. According to the village assignments, Chunwan and I were sent to open up the worst patch of hillside land on the west side of the village. Rocks everywhere, thin soil, and even after working ourselves to death for a whole day, we'd barely earn any work points. Anyone could see this was village chief Wang Jiangwo deliberately tripping us up. I understood it in my heart, but I said nothing. I shouldered the hoe and headed out with Chunwan. The moment we stepped outside, the gossip came crashing down. Look, that's Qin Feng and his bad class wife. His brain's really broken. A fine young man, and he just had to catch this bad luck. Didn't you hear Li Tsuehua say it? Chunwan's a fox spirit, born to doom her husband. Whoever touches her has rotten luck. These words were like knives, stabbing into Chunwan's heart one after another. She lowered her head further, and her hand unconsciously clenched the corner of my shirt. Just then, of all times, Li Tsuehua came walking toward us arm in arm with Li Jianjun. She was wearing brand new polyester, her face full of smugness, and the instant she saw us, she pitched her voice high. Well now, if it isn't Qin Feng, bringing his new wife to work. This wife of yours is skinny as a chick, 1 gust of wind, and she'd topple over. What work can she do? Careful you don't fail to earn any points and drag yourself down with her. Li Jianjun sneered sideways. Some people are just born low. They've got a good life within reach, but insist on picking up the trash others threw out. Serves them right to dig in the mud their whole lives. Those few lines cut deeper than Li Dazhuang's fists last night. Chunwan's face went completely white, her body trembling faintly. All she could feel was that she'd ruined me. I stopped in my tracks, shielded her behind me, and looked at this shameless pair, my face darkening. Watch your mouths. What? Did I say something wrong? Li Tsuehua folded her arms, utterly arrogant. You marry a jinx and won't even let people talk about it? Qin Feng, I'll say it right here. You can spend the rest of your life eating dirt. I couldn't be bothered with her. I lowered my head and said to Chunwan, let's go. Left hanging there, Li Tsuehua turned green with rage. That day, Chunwan said very little. She just kept her head down and worked, desperately trying to prove she wasn't a burden. That night, she boiled the last bird egg on her own initiative and forced it on me. Dinner was still that pot of watery gruel, thin as water. I saw it clearly. She only drank a small half bowl and left the rest for me. In the night, I pretended to be asleep. I saw her quietly get up, and by the moonlight, she diluted the last bit of gruel water left in the clay pot, made another bowl, and drank it down in small sips, cupping it in her hands. Something in my heart wrenched hard, like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. We couldn't keep scraping by like this. Counting on the village's meager work points, we'd starve to death sooner or later. To survive, the only way was into the deep mountains behind the village, the place no one dared to go. The next day, I didn't go to work. Wait for me at home, I told Xinhuan. I'm going up the mountain to chop wood, and I'll see if I can catch some game while I'm at it. The moment she heard it, she panicked, quickly grabbing my hand, her voice trembling. The mountains are too dangerous. There are wild boars and wolves. Don't go. We can get by on gruel. She was truly afraid. Afraid that the only person in this world who was good to her would come to harm. I turned my hand and gripped her cold one, staring into her eyes, saying each word clearly. Trust me. I said I'd never let you go hungry again. With that, I picked up the wood-cutting knife from the corner and a wooden pole I'd sharpened to a point, turned, and walked out. She stood in the doorway, watching my back slowly disappear into the mouth of the forest, her heart clenched tight. But the moment I entered the mountains, my whole bearing changed. Like a fish returned to water, I moved with total ease. Divine Hunter System, at your service. A slightly playful electronic voice sounded in my head, completely different from the mechanical one yesterday. Host, which function would you like to activate? Something stirred in me, and I silently recited, scan and lock on. Scan and lock activated. Range, 500 meters in every direction. The next second, everything around me surfaced instantly in my mind like a three-dimensional map. Countless streams of information came flooding in. Pheasant detected, distance 37 meters. In the bushes to the front left, no threat, worth 2 hunting points. Gray rabbit detected, distance 82 meters. Under the rocks to the rear right, worth 1 hunting point. Squirrel detected, distance 12 meters. In the tree. I couldn't help the corners of my mouth lifting. This wasn't hunting. This was harvesting the mountain with a radar. I didn't rush to chase the rabbit. First, I locked onto that pheasant, crouched low, and used the cover of the trees and brush to close in without a sound. The never-miss passive gave me a frightening degree of control over my body. Every step landed where the fewest dry leaves lay, almost noiseless. 30 meters. 20. 10. In the grass, a pheasant with beautiful feathers was pecking at the ground, head down. I steadied myself, leaned back slightly, and tensed my arm. The wooden pole in my hand was a deadly javelin. Whoosh. The pole shot out dead straight, cutting through the air. Thunk. A muffled sound. The pheasant didn't even get a chance to cry out before it was skewered through the neck, pinned to the ground. A one-hit kill. I walked over, pulled out the pole, bled it cleanly, tied it up with a vine, and hung it at my waist. The rest was even easier. Using the same method, I caught a plump rabbit with almost no effort. I didn't keep going. No need to be greedy. This much meat was enough for Xinhuan and me for several days. The most important thing right now wasn't catching more, it was setting her mind at ease first. Once I cleaned up, I turned and hurried back. When I appeared at the door of the rundown mud brick house carrying the pheasant and the rabbit, Xinhuan, who'd been anxiously craning her neck to watch for me, was completely stunned. Her mouth fell open, and she stared at the things in my hands, unable to say a word for a long while. That was meat. Real meat. Seeing her dazed, I couldn't help but laugh. What are you standing there for? Come give me a hand. That evening, the rich fragrance of chicken soup wafted out for the first time from the poorest, most rundown corner of the village, so fragrant that the children in the neighboring houses swallowed hard and cried out for meat. Under the dim kerosene lamp, I watched Xinhuan sip the soup in small mouthfuls and eat the meat bite by bite, until at last a bit of color returned to her once pale face. My heart felt suddenly full. This one bowl of chicken soup warmed more than just her stomach. It planted hope, firmly, into her heart. Looking at me, for the first time she felt that maybe the days ahead wouldn't be so terrifying after all. Over the next few days, I kept using woodcutting as a cover, secretly bringing home game. Pheasant one day, rabbit the next, our meals getting better by the day. The sickly, malnourished pallor slowly faded from Xinhuan's face, and color returned to her cheeks. The timidity and unease that had clung to her dissolved bit by bit, replaced by a groundedness, a sense of security, and a growing, unmistakable happiness. She was no longer afraid of the village gossip, because she knew that no matter how ugly the words outside were, as long as she came back to this shabby mud brick house, there was someone here to protect her. Watching her grow more vivid and alive by the day, I felt an indescribable satisfaction. So it turned out that caring for a wife was such an addictive thing. That evening, I just finished dressing a rabbit and was about to stew some soup when that familiar electronic voice suddenly sounded in my head. Detected that the host has preliminarily passed the survival crisis and that the family core is stabilizing. Now issuing an advanced mission. My eyes shifted. Here it came. Mission name: rid the people of a menace, hunt the Boar King. Mission description: there is a 300-pound Boar King in the back mountains of Red Flag Village. Recently, it has frequently come down to ravage the crops, destroying many villagers' fields, and the hunters can do nothing about it. The host is requested to go and slay it, ridding the village of this menace and establishing prestige along the way. Mission reward: advanced butchery and a dried meat preparation recipe. A 300-pound boar king. My eyes lit up at once. This thing was in a whole different league from rabbits and pheasants. Its body was all meat, enough to feed the two of us for the better part of a year. Not to mention the rewards. Advanced butchery would let me process game more cleanly, with nothing wasted, and the dried meat recipe was a real treasure. In these times there were no refrigerators, so meat didn't keep long. If I could turn it into dried meat, I could store whatever we couldn't finish. This mission, I had to take it. I was still mulling it over when the loudspeaker at the village entrance suddenly crackled to life. Village Chief Wang Jiangwo, frantic, his voice carried across the whole village. Hello, hello, all commune members, attention. Report to the threshing ground at the village entrance for a meeting immediately, urgent notice. I'll say it again, everyone to the threshing ground. From that tone alone, you could tell something big had happened. Chen Wan and I exchanged a glance and immediately set down what we were doing. What is it? She asked softly. Let's go take a look. I took her hand and headed out. By the time we reached the threshing ground, it was already packed with people. The villagers all wore grim faces, huddled together talking in low voices, the whole ground thick with an air of panic. Wang Jiangwo stood on a mound of earth, holding up a tin loudspeaker, his face dark as thunder. Folks, I've called everyone here today because something big has happened, he shouted through gritted teeth. That damned boar king in the back mountains came down again. Just this one afternoon, it rooted through old Wang's place, the Zhao four families, and 3 mu of Carpenter Lee's cornfield. The autumn harvest is nearly here. If we let it keep wreaking havoc, over half a year's harvest is finished. The moment the words fell, the crowd erupted. That beast, it's going to be the death of us. That's a whole year's food. Village chief, what do we do? That boar king's like it's turned into a spirit. There's just no dealing with it. A few old hunters crouched off to the side, sighing heavily. There's no way. That beast is too cunning. Snares, pit traps, it dodges all of them. Last time it nearly gored old Sun's leg clean off. Its hide's thick as anything. Shoot it with a bow, and it's like scratching an itch. Unless we've got a gun, there's no killing it. Those words dropped everyone's hearts even lower. Then Li Jianjun spoke up. With his arm around Li Tsuehua, he said in a snide tone, our village definitely can't handle this on its own. I say we go to the commune and find the militia. They've got guns. Shoot it with a gun, and I don't believe we can't kill it. Someone immediately shot back. Easy for you to say. By the time someone runs to the commune, waits for approval, and waits for the militia to get here, it'll be way too late. The crops in the fields will already be rooted up by that beast. Exactly. Distant water won't put out a fire close by. Li Jianjun gave a cold snort and said nothing more, but the contemptuous look on his face was plain for all to see. The more the villagers talked, the more afraid they got. One woman started wiping away tears on the spot. I stood at the edge of the crowd, saying nothing the whole time. My chance had come. I pushed through the crowd, walked to the front, and spoke up to Wang Jiangwo on the mound. Village chief, let me give it a try. The instant the words left my mouth, everything around went silent. Everyone stared at me, their eyes full of disbelief. Wang Jiangwo's mouth hung open for a long while before he found his voice. Qinfeng you. Before he could finish, Li Jianjun burst out laughing. Qinfeng, have you lost your mind? A few meals of rabbit meat, and you really think you're somebody? He pointed at me, his face full of mockery. That's a 300-pound boar king, not some pheasant or hare. One charge, and it'll fling you into the air and root your guts right out. Li Tsuehua chimed in shrilly too. That's right, don't go running off to your death. If you really die up in the mountains, the whole village will have to collect your corpse. Talk about bad luck. Only then did the villagers come to their senses, and they started chiming in from all sides. Qinfeng, this is no joke. That beast is vicious, don't be a fool. Chen Wan's face had gone even whiter. She rushed forward and grabbed my arm, her hands trembling. Qinfeng, don't go. It's too dangerous. Amid a whole field of doubt and mockery, my expression didn't change. I didn't argue, didn't explain. I just looked at Wang Jiangwo and said it again. Village chief, let me try. My voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. That air of certainty actually left Wang Jiangwo unable to get a refusal out for a moment. I said no more. I took Chen Wan's hand, turned, and headed home. I wasn't about to charge up the mountain and throw my life away. The moment I got home, I picked up the wood-cutting knife, selected the thickest, longest hardwood pole from the corner, crouched down, and slowly sharpened one end to a point. Chen Wan stood beside me, her eyes rimmed red, her lips moving, But in the end, she didn't try to talk me out of it again. She understood that once I'd made up my mind, no one could stop me. All she could do was go to the stove, take out all the white flour left in the house, and mix it with water to fry flatbread. The next day, before the sky had lightened, I loaded up the flatbread and water, took the wood-cutting knife and the sharpened pole, and went into the mountains alone. Once in the mountains, I didn't search blindly like others would. The moment I entered the forest, I silently recited, "System, scan for the Boar King's trail." Scan activated. Target locked, Boar King. The next second, a crystal-clear map appeared in my mind. A red line traced out the entire route the Boar King had taken coming down the mountain last night and returning. Looking at that line, the corner of my mouth curved up, just as I thought. However cunning this Boar King was, it was still just a beast. And any beast follows patterns. I didn't rush to give chase. I followed the map and surveyed the terrain in person, relying on my past life's wilderness experience. Just from the churned-up earth on the ground and the scrape marks on tree trunks, I worked out its size and its habits. It took the whole morning, but I mapped out every route it regularly traveled. Finally, I stopped before a narrow valley passage. Sheer rock walls rose on both sides, with only a single dirt path less than 3 meters wide running through the middle. Based on the system's scan and my own judgment, this was the route it had to take coming down the mountain, its only way out. This is the spot. My eyes went cold, and I began to set things up. I didn't dig an ordinary pit trap. That sort of thing was next to useless against a 300-pound Boar King. What I was going to lay down was a chain of kill traps. First, at the entrance of the passage, I used sturdy vines and a few living branches to make a trip line that was extremely hard to spot, positioned precisely to catch the boar right around the bend of its legs. Next, I climbed up the rock wall above the passage and found a pile of massive boulders that had long since weathered loose. Using leverage and vines, I resecured them, then connected the other end of the vines to the trip line on the ground. The moment it hit the trip line, the rockfall overhead would come crashing down instantly. That still wasn't the end. Behind the rockfall zone, I took the wood-cutting knife and sharpened the poles I'd brought and the thick tree trunks nearby into pointed stakes, driving them at an angle into both sides of the dirt path. The moment the boar was startled by the falling rocks, no matter which way it tried to dodge, it would run straight into the stakes. Tripline, rockfall, wooden stakes. 3 layers of traps, each linked to the next. By the time everything was set, the sky had already grown dark. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked over my kill trap, my eyes full of cold intent. Then I climbed a well-hidden large tree and concealed myself. Now, all that was left was to wait for the prey to deliver itself. The night grew deeper, and the mountain wind picked up. I lay flat against the tree, not moving a muscle, my whole body seeming to melt into the darkness. Time crept by bit. Just as I was about to lose my patience, the ground suddenly trembled faintly. Here it came. From deep in the forest, a massive creature came out, breathing heavily. Its size was staggering, its tusks curved outward. It was the 300-pound Boar King. It reached the mouth of the valley and suddenly stopped, warily lifting its snout and sniffing the air over and over. My heart leapt into my throat. During the day, I'd deliberately sprinkled wolf urine around the traps, just to cover the human scent. Sure enough, after sniffing for a long while, it detected nothing unusual, and its wariness slowly eased. The next second, it lifted a hoof and stepped into the passage. Now, I gave a sharp yank on the camouflaged vine. Snap! The tripline buried underground went taut in an instant. The Boar King was charging forward when its front legs were suddenly snared. Its 300-pound bulk lost its balance, and it pitched forward with a crash. Rumble! Before it could get up, the pile of boulders overhead, held in place by the lever, lost its support in an instant and came crashing down with brutal force. Bang! 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 The stones rained down on its back and head. Squeal! A piercing, agonized scream shook the whole forest. It struggled desperately to push itself up, but the rocks pinned it so it couldn't move at all, and its back was already a bloody, mangled mess. I didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Gripping the sharpened hardwood spear, I leapt down like a leopard from the rock over 3 meters high. In midair, every ounce of strength in my body was drawn to its limit. Under the boost of never miss, the spear was as steady as if it had grown out of my hand. What I aimed at was exactly the side of its neck, exposed as it howled in pain with its mouth wide open. That was its most fatal weak point. Thunk! The spear flew from my hand, tore through the air, and plunged fiercely into the side of its neck. Blood spurted out instantly. The Boar King's enormous body convulsed a few times, then went completely still. I landed and looked at the prey before me, big as a small hill, and let out a heavy breath. Done. Early the next morning, just as the sky was lightening, the people of Red Flag Village were still fretting over their ravaged crops. Just then, a figure came, dragging a crude wooden cart, making its way step by laborious step back into the village from the back mountain. On the cart lay an enormous wild boar. Look, isn't that Sheen Feng? What's he dragging? My God, it's the Boar King. A villager out early collecting manure got a clear look and was so startled the manure ladle fell from his hand. He hollered at the top of his lungs. That one shout set the whole village off. Villagers rushed out from all directions and packed and tied around me. It really is the Boar King. Sheen Feng actually killed it. That's got to be over 300 pounds. He dragged it back alone. Is he even human? It's like a mountain god come to life. Shock, awe, worship. Every face was written over with disbelief. They looked at me, then at the thoroughly dead Boar King, and couldn't string together a single coherent sentence for the longest time. Li Jianjun and Li Tsuhua were squeezed into the crowd too. When they got a clear look at the Boar King on the ground, both their faces went white, like they'd seen a ghost. Li Jianjun's mouth hung open, his throat seeming plugged, unable to force out a single word. Yesterday he'd been pointing at me and cursing, saying I was going to my death, that I'd surely be gutted. And now the Boar King lay dead on the ground while I stood there, perfectly fine, not so much as a scratch on me. This slap in the face left his cheeks burning. Li Tsuehua dared even less to make a sound. She shrank behind him, not even daring to look at me. She just felt like all those gazes around her were laughing at how blind she'd been. I couldn't be bothered with all this chatter. I went straight to Wang Zhengwo and, by the rules, handed over the boar's head, its innards, and most of the meat to the village. The remaining meat I didn't keep for myself either. I cut off a big piece of the fattiest pork belly and sent it first to the village chief's home. Then I picked out several of the best tenderloin cuts and distributed them house by house to the neighbors who'd helped me before. The whole village went into an uproar. That Sheen Feng, what a generous fellow. He's got skill, and he knows how to repay a kindness too. Who dares call Chun one a jinx now? I say she's got a husband blessing fate. Wave after wave of praise. Wang Zhengwo was grinning ear to ear too, finding me more agreeable the more he looked. After this one move, my reputation in the village shot straight to the top. But the more glory I had, the more it made certain people green with envy. Li Jianjun stared at me surrounded by the crowd, then looked at how even his own father, the village chief, was singing my praises, and panic set in. If this kept up, there'd be no room left for him to have any say in the village. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he got. Gritting his teeth, he slipped out of the village unnoticed and hurried all the way to the commune. He was going to report me. Report me for hoarding game privately, for reselling pork, for cultivating the tale of capitalism. Any one of these labels, slapped on, would be enough to land me in serious trouble. That afternoon, a jeep drove into Red Flag Village. Several commune cadres in uniform got out, each with a stern face. The atmosphere in the village went taut at once. Who is Sheen Feng? The lead cadre asked loudly. Li Jianjun trailed behind, his face full of smug anticipation for the show. The villagers were all bewildered, none of them knowing what had happened. The investigation team quickly found me, and, in front of the whole village, asked point blank. Someone has reported that you hunted privately, resold pork, and engaged in profiteering. Is there any truth to this? Hearing that, Chun Wan's face went white, and she gripped the corner of my shirt for dear life. But I wasn't the least bit flustered. Unhurried, I pulled a sheet of paper from inside my shirt. Comrade Cadre, this is a joint statement certifying the elimination of a public menace, signed by several of the village's old hunters, all with their fingerprints. That Boar King ravaged several mu of the village's crops. I killed it to rid the village of a menace. The cadre took it and looked. Everything was written out plainly on the paper, with several bright red fingerprints. At that moment, the villagers who'd taken my pork all stepped forward too. Comrade Cadre, you mustn't wrong a good man. That Boar King was a scourge. Sheen Feng stood up for all of us. He handed over the bulk of it to the collective and shared the rest with the folks here. Where's the reselling in that? That's right, we can all bear witness. In a flash, the villagers were chiming in from all sides, every one of them speaking up for me. Hearing this, the investigation team's expressions changed. This was nothing at all like what the report had said. Not only had I done nothing wrong, I protected the collective's crops and rendered a service. Seeing this, Wang Zhengwo immediately stepped forward and, in front of everyone, praised me lavishly, saying I was the pride of Red Flag Village, a model that all commune members should learn from. The cadres exchanged glances and reached a conclusion on the spot. The lead one cleared his throat and announced in a loud voice. Upon investigation and verification, Comrade Qin Feng's killing of the Boar King constitutes ridding the people of a menace. It is heroic conduct. Qin Feng not only did nothing wrong, he rendered a meritorious service. The commune has decided to publicly commend Comrade Qin Feng and confer upon him the title of Advanced Commune Member, 1 certificate of merit, and 10 gene of grain coupons. The moment the words fell, a bright red certificate of merit and 10 gene of grain coupons were handed to me right there. The whole field went silent for an instant, and then applause and cheers exploded all at once. Li Jianjun was dumbstruck on the spot. He shrank back behind the crowd, feeling as though the gazes coming from every direction were pricking him like needles. He'd meant to trap me, and instead he'd sunk himself, becoming in an instant the biggest laughingstock in the whole village. That night, when I got home, I solemnly pasted that bright red certificate of merit on the most conspicuous wall of the mud brick house. Under the dim lamplight, the large characters on the certificate stood out especially bright. Shenwan stood behind me, gazing at my back, her eyes full of pride and love she couldn't hide. This certificate and those 10 gene of grain coupons completely turned around our situation in the village. Those who used to wag their tongues behind our backs all shut their mouths. When the villagers saw me now, every one of them was courteous, calling out Qin Feng with a note of awe in their tone. The women who used to bully Chunwan now went out of their way to avoid her when they saw her, afraid of displeasing her. This crisis, for now, was past. But standing there in the house, looking at the certificate on the wall, I felt very calm inside. Getting rid of the menace, earning the advanced commune member title, these were only the first step. What I wanted had never been merely to keep others from daring to bully us. I wanted to take Chunwan and truly shake off this poverty, to live a good life. What are you thinking about? Chunwan wrapped her arms around me gently from behind, her voice soft and light. I'm thinking about how to get our family meat to eat every single day. I turned around and reached out to pinch her still thin cheek. She broke into a smile. Things are already good now. At least no one dares bully us anymore. In her heart, she was already content. But I wasn't satisfied. I pulled her to sit on the edge of the Kong and lowered my voice. Wanner, would you like to taste a kind of meat 100 times more delicious than rabbit? Huh. Shenwan was stunned. A thought stirred in my mind. Dried meat preparation recipe issued. The next second, a huge stream of frighteningly detailed information poured straight into my head. From what meat to choose and how to cut it, to how to blend the spices, the temperature and humidity for air drying, and finally the heat for roasting. Every step was astonishingly precise. This was no ordinary recipe. It was clearly a method beyond this era. My spirits lifted at once. There were still a few dozen gene of boar meat left at home, which would come in perfectly handy. I picked out the leanest, best part, and with the woodcutting knife I carefully trimmed away the sinews and membranes bit by bit, then cut it, following the recipe, into strips of roughly equal length, width, and thickness. The most crucial part was the curing. The recipe called for over a dozen kinds of spices, which there was no way to gather in these times. Fortunately, the system provided substitutes, all of them things that could be found in the mountains. Using gathering herbs as an excuse, I went up and, after one round, had them all. I ground and mixed all those roots, stems, and fruits together, and a complex, enticing fragrance immediately wafted out. Finally, I packed the meat strips together with the secret blend spices into a clay jar and sealed it up tight. Over the next few days, I guarded it like a treasure. By day, I acted like nothing was going on, and by night, I secretly set up an earthen stove in the yard and, using charcoal fire, roasted those cured meat strips over and over. Chunwan watched me acting all mysterious, and though she was clearly curious, she didn't ask a single question. She just quietly kept me company, tending the fire and helping me out. I kept at it until the night of the 5th day. A fierce meaty aroma suddenly wafted out of the clay jar, wrapped in a distinctive hint of spice, and in the blink of an eye it filled the entire yard. Done. I flung off the lid. The dried meat inside was a dark, glossy red, its surface coated with a thin layer of oil. Just the sight of it made your mouth water. I picked up one piece and handed it to Chunwan. She took it and carefully bit off a piece. The next second, she froze completely. The dried meat was a little tough at first, but the more she chewed, the more flavorful it got. That savory taste seemed to burst all at once, the fragrance of the pork drawn out completely by the spices, layer upon layer, richly chewy. Is this really made from pork? Her face was full of shock, her voice even trembling. It's so delicious. She'd grown up in silks and fine food, having tasted every good thing there was, yet a flavor like this she'd never known. Watching her reaction, I smiled. The first pot of gold was secure. The Boar King hadn't been killed for nothing. This trip had brought not just reputation in the dried meat recipe, but a good jump in system points as well. Late that night, once Chunwan was fast asleep, I opened the system again. Ding! Host's points have reached the upgrade threshold. New function unlocked, the blueprint store. Something stirred in me, and a dazzling store immediately appeared in my mind. Blueprint for a simple distillation apparatus. Manual soap production line. Improved curved shaft plow design. Blueprint after blueprint, all beyond this era, seemed to be beckoning to me. I didn't hesitate. I redeemed the blueprint for a simple distillation apparatus straight away. Dried meat could only fill bellies and earn a bit of small money. But if I wanted to gain a firm footing or even climb higher, relying on that alone was nowhere near enough. I had to bring out something more solid. Meanwhile, Scan and Lock had also upgraded into the plant compendium. The next day, I went into the mountains again. The moment I activated the function, the world before my eyes instantly transformed. The once unremarkable wild grasses and flowers all took on names and value in my eyes. Fleeceflower root. The tuber can be used medicinally, tonifying the liver and kidneys and nourishing the essence and blood. Solomon's seal. The rhizome can be used medicinally, replenishing qi and nourishing yin. Lingji mushroom. Faint spiritual energy detected. Long-term consumption can extend life. My heartbeat quickened at once. These medicinal herbs, which in later generations would cost a fortune and still be hard to obtain, now grew all over the mountains like weeds. I suppressed my excitement and carefully dug up several of the finest fleeceflower roots and Solomon's seal. In the end, I even found a wild lingji as big as my palm. Back home, following the blueprint, I quickly assembled a simple yet effective distillation apparatus from a clay jar and copper tubing. Ferment coarse grain, then distill. When the first drop of clear, strong liquor fell from the mouth of the copper tube, I knew in my heart that the second trump card was ready too. I then soaked those precious medicinal herbs, in the right proportions, in the purified high-proof liquor. The dried meat was for testing the waters and earning some money. These few bottles of medicinal liquor were the real knocking brick to pry open the upper circles. Everything was prepared. Now all I lacked was a partner who could help me turn the goods into money and bring me connections as well. Go to the black market? I dismissed that idea at once. Too risky. That place was a chaotic mix of all sorts. For a farmer like me with no backing to walk in carrying goods this enviable was no different from hugging gold and diving into a wolf's den. Once I showed my hand, forget about making money, I might not even keep my life. Whom I needed to find had to be reliable, safe, and ideally with some connections. Soon, I set my sights on the county town dozens of li away. I didn't rush to bring the goods to anyone's door. Over the next few days, I set out before dawn every day, walking into the county town, and didn't hurry back until after dark. I didn't go to the black market, nor did I enter any factory. I just posted myself near the busiest supply and marketing cooperative in the county town, quietly watching, quietly listening. Watching people, and listening to them talk. A few days later, a man named Zhao Xingbang caught my eye. Zhao Xingbang was a veteran purchaser at the county supply and marketing cooperative, around 40, wearing a set of blue work clothes washed pale, his hair combed neat and tidy. While the other purchasers ran themselves ragged, only he had been dumped in the most idle receiving and dispatching post, spending all day staring blankly at a newspaper, his face full of gloom. The sales clerks around him instinctively gave him a wide berth when they spoke. Clearly, he'd been pushed out. Over the following 2 days, using idle chats with the old man who sold tea at the cooperative's entrance, I probed around and pieced together more. Zhao Xingbang was highly capable, the best judge of goods in the whole cooperative. But his temperament was too blunt. He wouldn't bow his head, and he'd offended the newly arrived director, which was why he'd been shoved off to guard the receiving post. More crucially, I learned that his former superior, an old leader who had already retired but still carried weight, had recently fallen ill and been admitted to the hospital. Zhao Xingbang had been fretting these past days precisely because he had nothing decent on hand to visit the sick with, and had no way to give a gift even if he wanted to. That afternoon, I again saw Zhao Xingbang come out of the cooperative, his spirits low, crouching in a corner and smoking in silence. Hidden at the street corner, I looked at that man who, though down on his luck, still stood with his backbone straight, and slowly the corners of my mouth lifted. Dried meat, I had. Medicinal liquor, I had too. And now, the person to open up the situation for me, I had found as well. Target locked. In the county town at dusk, the knocking off bell dragged on and on. Zhao Xingbang, mixed in with the flow of people, walked slowly out of the cooperative's main gate, still clutching that newspaper he'd stared at all day, his steps heavy. As usual, he turned into the little lane home, meaning to go crouch in a corner and smoke a cigarette to tamp down the day's irritation. But the moment he reached the mouth of the alley, a fierce meaty aroma suddenly rushed into his nose. That smell was rich and heavy, carrying an indescribable hint of spice, so enticing his stomach began to stir. He stopped dead in his tracks and looked toward the source of the aroma. By the corner of the wall, a plainly dressed young man was sitting on a bamboo basket, resting. The man's frame was straight, his skin tanned dark, looking every bit like a fellow just come from the countryside. The aroma was drifting from the half-open oil paper packet by his feet. Inside, a few strips of dark, glossy red dried meat were visible, the grain of the meat clear, the surface wrapped in a sheen of oil, especially enticing under the setting sun. That was me. Zhao Xingbang had been a purchaser his whole life. What rare thing hadn't he seen? But from the look of this alone, and the smell of it, he knew this was absolutely no ordinary product. He came straight over and stopped in front of me. Young man. I looked up, an honest, simple smile on my face. Uncle, what is it? This dried meat of yours, where's it from? He stared at the oil paper packet, unable to hold back. I smiled a little bashfully. Made it myself. Caught some game up in the mountains, and what we couldn't finish I dried into jerky. It's not worth much. As I spoke, I picked up the fattest, most fragrant strip and held it out. Uncle, you look like someone who knows his goods. Have a taste for me, and give me some pointers. The words were open and generous, my manner courteous. He'd meant to refuse. He had his principles, and disliked taking advantage of others. But that aroma was simply too overpowering, hooking at him, dragging his resolve down bit by bit. He hesitated only a moment, then reached out and took it. Then I'll have just one bite. The moment the dried meat entered his mouth, the outer skin was slightly firm, giving way at a single bite. The next second, the salty savoriness and the meaty fragrance exploded fiercely in his mouth. His movements even stiffened for a beat. This flavor was ferocious. The meat was firm and chewy, and the more he chewed, the more flavorful and savory it grew, his mouth watering beyond control. That distinctive hint of spice especially pushed the meat's fragrance to its very peak. He'd eaten plenty of fine things, but not one could edge out this single strip of dried meat. This was no worthless country handicraft. Set this out in a big restaurant, and it could absolutely be the house signature. Young man, this dried meat of yours, is it for sale? His voice had changed. That air of dejection from moments ago swept clean away. Watching his reaction, I felt completely settled inside. The fish had taken the bait. I deliberately let out a sigh, my face showing a trace of worry. Of course I'd like to sell it, but these days, who's willing to spend spare money on this kind of thing? I'm just fiddling around for my own sake. A while back when I went up the mountain gathering herbs, I steeped a bit of medicinal liquor on the side. They say it strengthens the body, but I don't really know whether it works or not. Strengthens the body. Those 4 words struck into his heart like a bolt of lightning. That old leader of his lying in the sickbed. Wasn't this exactly what he needed most? What medicinal liquor? He grabbed my arm, his whole body going taut. Can I take a look? This was exactly the reaction I'd been waiting for. I deliberately glanced left and right and lowered my voice. Uncle, there are too many people here. It's not convenient. Let's talk in the alley. All right, let's go quick. He nodded at once and followed me, ducking into a secluded, dead-end alley nearby. From the hidden compartment of the bamboo basket, I carefully took out a small porcelain bottle wrapped in soft cloth. The moment I pulled out the cork, a mellow fragrance of liquor burst forth. That scent was even more enticing than the dried meat. The liquor aroma, strong yet clean, mingled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. There was the heaviness of fleece flower root, the fresh sweetness of Solomon's seal, and hidden within it a trace of an indescribable, marvelous fragrance that lifted the spirits the moment you smelled it. He took just one whiff, and his heart exploded. A treasure. This was absolutely a treasure. The liquor aroma and the medicinal fragrance alone left far behind every medicinal liquor he'd ever seen. He was so excited his hands were trembling. Young man, whatever you do, don't send this to the black market. His face turned grave at once. That bunch is black-hearted and ruthless. They'd eat a man whole and not spit out the bones. You take a treasure like this over there, and they won't just beat down your price, they might swallow you whole. Forget making money. You might not even keep your life. I didn't respond, just watched him quietly. He took a deep breath, his tone solemn. Here's what we'll do. If you trust me, old Zhao, leave this matter to me. I won't take a cut from you. I'll use my channels to help you offload it. The price will definitely be higher than the black market, and it'll be safe. This was exactly the sentence I'd been waiting for. I pressed the cork back in and stuffed the bottle, along with that packet of dried meat, into his hands. Uncle, I trust you. Over the next few days, I didn't go into the county town again. I went to work in the fields as usual, kept Chunwan company at home, as if nothing had happened. Not until the dusk of the 5th day did Zhao Xingbang finally appear at the entrance of Red Flag Village. Still that same set of blue work, clothes washed pale. But this time, the whole man was different. His back was ramrod straight, and the excitement on his face couldn't be pressed down. The two of us met in the little grove outside the village. Without a word of nonsense, he stuffed a thick craft paper envelope straight into my hands. It's all here. I felt the thickness and my heart gave a jump. I opened the envelope right in front of him. Inside was a stack of brand new 10 yuan notes, stacked neat and tidy. 1, 2, 3. A full 30 notes. 300 yuan. This was no small money. This was a fortune. In these times, a first-grade worker earned only about 30 yuan a month. So this 300 was worth nearly a full year of an ordinary worker's labor. My heart lurched, and I looked up at him. Zhao Xingbang wore a face full of smiles, as if he'd just accomplished a wonderful thing. The dried meat. Director Qian of the county textile factory took all of it. As for those 2 bottles of medicinal liquor, I gave one to the old leader, and the other was fought over and divided up among several cadres. This is the money they paid. Then he lowered his voice and added, they also asked whether there'd be more later. Young man, this stuff of yours is truly hard currency. I put the money away and said solemnly, thank you, Uncle Zhao. That one Uncle Zhao instantly drew the two of us closer. Thank me for what? I should be the one thanking you. He waved a hand, his face all excitement. That medicinal liquor of yours was too effective. The old leader drank it for 2 days and could get out of bed and walk. He was so pleased he put in a word for me up top, and that's how I got transferred back to the purchasing department. As he spoke, he clapped my shoulder and lowered his voice further. If you ever have good stuff like this again, don't go to anyone else. Come straight to me in the county. Remember, only me. At this point, I'd thoroughly opened up a stable, reliable outlet. Watching his departing back, I touched the heavy envelope inside my shirt and let out a long breath. The first pot of gold was finally in hand. But in this world, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. My dealings with Zhao Xingbang in the county town still reached the ears of someone with designs. In the county town's black market, a man with a knife scar running from his forehead to the corner of his eye was slowly rolling 2 iron balls. His name was Scarface Liu, a notoriously vicious character in these parts. An underling bent at the waist, reporting cautiously, "Boss, here's how it is. A young fellow from the countryside got hold of premium dried meat and medicinal liquor from who knows where. He went around us and hooked straight up with Zhao Xingbang of the supply cooperative." The iron balls in Scarface Liu's hands spun faster and faster, their grinding sound muffled and menacing. Zhao Xingbang. He gave a cold snort, his face full of contempt. A useless cripple shoved off to guard the gate, and he's worthy of this? The underling hurried on. But word is, it was that fellow's medicinal liquor he used to save the old leader. Now he's already been restored to his former post. The moment the words fell, the iron balls suddenly stopped. Scarface Liu narrowed his eyes, his face going cold. A country boy had broken his rules, snatched his business, and become the stepping stone for someone else's comeback. If this got out, how was he, Scarface Liu, to keep his footing in these parts? Good. Very good. He slowly rose to his feet, the scar on his face seeming to come alive, looking especially hideous. Daring to snatch food on my turf, he's truly tired of living. He raised his hand and slammed the iron balls down on the table. With a thud, everyone in the room flinched. Grab your weapons, come with me. Boss, where to? There are only so many roads back to the village. Today, I'll make that reckless, mud-legged fool understand what the rules are. Scarface Liu took his most vicious few men and set out, murderous intent radiating off them. They'd long since figured out the route I had to take back to the village and lay in ambush in the grove beside the mountain road, waiting for me to deliver myself right to them. They didn't yet know that the prey they'd set their eyes on was the true hunter. Carrying that heavy envelope, I'd barely left the county town when I felt something was off. Behind me, several vicious gazes clung to me the whole time, like shadows I couldn't shake. I didn't look back, didn't so much as break my stride. Reaching a fork in the road, I pretended to turn casually and headed onto a more remote, more treacherous mountain path. That path led straight to a stretch of forest I'd long since come to know inside and out. The moment I entered the forest, I was like a fish returned to deep water, my whole bearing transformed. I was no longer that honest, simple farmer, but like a wolf hidden in the shadows. The footsteps behind me drew closer and closer, and grew more and more chaotic. Scarface Liu led his men, following the trail straight into this unfamiliar forest. At first, they were full of confidence. Boss, that fellow's right up ahead, he can't get away. Once he's in the forest, he's a dead man. Scarface Lou, gripping his mountain cleaver, waved a hand with a cold sneer. Chase him down, break his legs. But the more they chased, the more they panicked. That figure ahead flickered among the tree shadows and simply vanished. The forest went frighteningly quiet, leaving only their own heavy panting. Where'd he go? One underling stopped, looking around nervously. Scarface Lou furrowed his brow, his heart beginning to sink too. What are you afraid of? A mudleg can't sprout wings and fly to heaven. Split up and search. The words had barely left his mouth when an underling suddenly screamed and clawed like a madman at his neck and arms. Itchy, it's itching me to death. In moments, the exposed skin broke out in a large patch of red rash. The others looked and only then realized that the tree he'd just touched had an inconspicuous plant growing on it, the undersides of its leaves covered in fine downy hairs. Another underling hadn't gone a few steps when the ground gave way beneath his foot, and with a splat, he pitched down. When everyone rushed over, they saw it was a shallow pit covered by loose earth and fallen leaves. It wasn't deep, but the bottom was all sludge. The man struggled for a good while before crawling out covered in mud, an utter wretched sight. Damn it, this place is haunted. Panic erupted through the group all at once. Scarface Lou's heart sank utterly. Only now did he understand that what he'd provoked was no soft persimmon. This wasn't a trap. This was me giving them a show of force. That countryman knew this forest with terrifying intimacy, far harder to deal with than they'd imagined. Fall back now. Scarface Lou's face changed on the spot, and he turned, wanting to lead his men out. But getting in was easy, getting out was hard. They were like men fallen into a great maze. No matter how they circled around, it was as if they were spinning in place. Just then, one underling tripped over a vine underfoot. He'd barely started cursing when that vine snapped up violently and lashed across his face like a whip. A crisp crack. The man screamed, and a bloody welt instantly appeared on his face. That single whip shattered everyone's courage completely. Ghosts, there are ghosts. Boss, run. Scarface Lou's face went white. Forget any bravado. He turned and charged toward the mountain slope ahead that looked like an exit. He scrambled up on all fours, one thought left in his mind. Get over this slope, and I can escape this cursed forest. But just as he was about to reach the crest of the slope, in the mud less than 3 centimeters from his foot, there was a sudden crack. A rusty but frighteningly large animal trap snapped shut. Its razor-sharp saw teeth bit fiercely into the earth, dust bursting up. Scarface Lou froze on the spot. The gust the trap raised as it clamped shut stung his ankle. A wave of cold surged from his spine straight to the crown of his head. His soul nearly fled from fright. His legs gave out, and he slumped straight to the ground, trembling all over. Just then, from deep in the forest my voice suddenly came, cold and grim, as if pressing in from all directions at once. You crossed the line. This time it's a warning. Next time, this trap won't care whose leg it is. Only then did Scarface Lou truly wake up. What he'd provoked was no mudleg at all, but the true king of this forest. He tumbled and scrambled down the slope, and taking that pack of underlings who'd long since had the wits scared out of them, he fled without a backward glance. From then on, one iron rule was added to Scarface Lou's black market. Cheen Feng's turf in Red Flag Village, no one is to touch. By the time I got home, the sky had nearly darkened. Chenwan had been standing at the door watching. Seeing me return, she hurried out to meet me. Why are you only back now? I was scared to death. I smiled and handed her the paper packet in my hand. Picked up a few things on the way. Inside the packet was a length of newly cut blue khaki cloth, along with a small box of vanishing cream. Her eyes lit up, but her words were full of concern. You're spending money recklessly again. Spending money on my own wife. How can that count as reckless? I took her hand and led her into the house. Her parents were there too, having come specially to see how their daughter was faring with me. Seeing me return safe and sound, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. I wasted no words. I pulled that thick craft paper envelope straight out from inside my shirt and set it down on the Eight Immortals table. Thwack! The room fell silent at once. Chunwan and her parents all fixed their eyes on that bulging envelope. I opened the envelope and tipped the stack of money inside neatly out onto the table. A pile of brand new 10 yuan notes, a red so bright it stung the eyes. 1, 2, 3. The more they looked, the more their hearts pounded. Chunwan's father was a man who'd seen the world, yet at this moment his hands were trembling. With shaking hands he picked up one note, then another, his lips quivering for a good while, unable to get out a single word. 300 yuan. A full 300. In this era, this money was enough to completely turn a family's fortunes around. Chunwan was utterly dumbstruck. She stared at the pile of money on the table, then looked at me with my calm expression, and her eyes reddened all at once, tears welling out uncontrollably. She wasn't sad. She was happy. She was moved. She had finally seen hope. I walked over and pulled her, trembling with tears, tightly into my arms. The good days have only just begun. Ever since those 300 yuan came home, the household seemed to come suddenly alive. That length of blue khaki cloth I'd brought back was quickly made by Chunwan's mother into a well-fitting dress. The first time Chunwan put it on, everyone in the house was struck dumb. She'd always been beautiful to begin with. It was only that life had been too hard before, never enough to eat or wear, and it had all buried that beauty. Now that the meals were good, and she was applying vanishing cream every day, her complexion had gradually recovered, her skin turned fair, her color bright. With that dress on, it set off her slender figure completely. Standing there, fresh and clean, she was so lovely you couldn't take your eyes off her. I stared, transfixed. Under my gaze she blushed and shot me a glare. "What are you looking at?" I smiled and walked over, taking her hand straight away. "Looking at how pretty my wife is." These past few days, I'd all but doted on her to the very core of my heart. There was meat at every meal, no shortage of white flour buns, and I'd even asked Zhao Xingbang to bring back malted milk extract from the county. Her parents saw it all and grew more and more reassured. This son-in-law truly knew how to cherish a woman. That afternoon, the village loudspeakers suddenly crackled and screeched to life. "Notice, notice. In accordance with the spirit of the directives from above, the state has decided to restore the college entrance examination. All qualified youth may register to take part." I'll say it once more. The state has restored the college entrance exam. This news was like a thunderclap, blowing the whole of Red Flag Village into an uproar in an instant. Chinwan, washing vegetables in the yard, stopped dead in her movements. She stood frozen in place, her face full of shock and disbelief. But within that shock was hidden a wild joy that couldn't be suppressed. The college entrance exam. Those words had once been, for her, a dream she couldn't even touch. She was one of the village's rare high school graduates, and her grades had always been excellent. Had it not been for her family's bad class background, had it not been for that era she'd been born into, she should long ago have been sitting in a university classroom. I came out from the house and caught sight of her standing there in a daze. Following her gaze, I glanced in the direction of the loudspeaker. The college entrance exam had been restored. When I turned back, I clearly saw a fire rekindled in her eyes. It was the longing she'd hidden away too long, her devotion to learning, and her refusal to concede to the future. But before long, that light dimmed again, bit by bit. She lowered her head, looking at her own hands smeared with mud and water, and all the brightness in her eyes vanished. She was already married. How could she still chase that kind of dream? Taking the exam meant reviewing, meant study materials, meant spending money. Not one of these was something she could afford to touch now. I didn't try to persuade her, nor did I ask. I just walked over and took the vegetable basin from her hands. "Let me wash them, the water's cold." That night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep no matter what. I embraced her from behind, my chin resting gently in the hollow of her shoulder. "You want to take the college exam?" Her body stiffened, and she was silent for a long while before answering softly. There's no but." I cut her off directly, my tone hard, brooking no refusal. "If you want to go, then we'll go. I'll figure out the money, and leave the reviewing to me too. You needn't worry about a thing." I held her shoulders and turned her to face me. In the darkness, I stared into her eyes. "Chenwan, you remember this for me. From the day you married me, you were no longer alone. Your dream, I'll fight for it alongside you. Don't be afraid. Just keep walking forward. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up." The words weren't fancy, but they were fierce, steady, and impossible to refuse. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears burst forth, and she threw herself into my arms, holding me tight, as if she wanted to bury her whole self inside me. And at that very moment, the system's notification chimed in my mind. Ding! Detected a major generational opportunity for the host family. Triggering a mission series, The Wife's Dream. Generational Opportunity Mission 1. Lay the material foundation for your wife's dream. Mission content. Enter Wild Man's Gully and gather a stalk of wild mountain ginseng aged over 50 years. Mission reward. Compendium of rare medicinal herb identification and cultivation, basic level, and advanced medicinal liquor recipe ×3. Wild Man's Gully. I furrowed my brow. Early the next morning, using the pretext of seeking advice on hunting, I went to find Grandpa Zhang, the oldest hunter in the village. "Grandpa, I want to ask you about a place." Wild Man's Gully. Grandpa Zhang was smoking his dry tobacco pipe. The moment he heard those 3 words, His hand jerked violently, and the ash fell right onto his trousers. He lifted his head, his cloudy eyes full of alarm. "What do you want to ask about that cursed place for? You can't go there. It's evil, terribly evil." "How is it evil?" "Of the people who go into that gully, not many come out whole." Grandpa Zhang lowered his voice, muttering ominously. "Decades ago during the famine, a few bold men in the village went in looking for food, and not one came back. Later a survey team went into the mountains too, and it was the same. Some say there's a man-eating mountain demon hidden inside." I paid it no mind at all. "What mountain demon?" "Nothing but frightening rumors." "Grandpa, those are all old wives' tales. In times like these, what could be more vicious than man?" Seeing I didn't believe him, Grandpa Zhang grew more anxious. "The mountain demon is a legend, but there's a lone wolf in that gully, and that's no lie." "Lone wolf?" "He's an old hunter, terribly solitary in temperament, no name, and nobody knows where he came from. He's lived in Wild Man's Gully for decades and long ago made that place his own turf." Grandpa Zhang's voice carried a note of dread as he spoke. "Anyone who dares barge in, he dares to kill." A few years back, a young fellow from the neighboring village didn't believe in the curse and ran in hoping to hunt a roe deer and ended up with an arrow shot clean through his calf. If he hadn't run fast, he'd have lost his life. That old thing is frighteningly ruthless. I slowly narrowed my eyes. Compared to some vague, illusory mountain demon, an old hunter who treated a forbidden zone as his private land and dared to kill men was far more dangerous, but also far more interesting. I thanked Grandpa Zhang, already having an idea in mind. Charging in by force definitely wouldn't work. That old hunter called Lone Wolf, able to survive decades in a place like this, was surely no ordinary man. But the ginseng the system had marked was inside, and I had to go in. So the only option was to outweed him. I let Xinwan know I'd be going into the mountains for a few days, took the simplest equipment, and walked alone into that place the villagers feared at the mere mention. The entrance to Wild Man's Gully was narrow and hidden. The moment I entered, everything around darkened. Towering trees blocked the daylight completely, and the air was thick with the smell of rotting leaves and damp earth. The forest was frighteningly quiet. I didn't rush deeper. Instead, I activated my system skills right away. Advanced tracking, environmental camouflage. The next second, my senses were pushed to their limit. Wind stirring the leaves, insects droning low, not a single movement anywhere around escaped my ears. At the same time, my whole presence was suppressed, as though I'd completely melted into this forest. I moved through the woods like a ghost, without a sound. I hadn't come to fight to the death. I'd come to find someone. On a top-tier hunter's turf, whoever showed himself first lost first. After walking about half an hour, I suddenly stopped. Under a large tree ahead was a very inconspicuous trace. A small patch of moss had been stepped on, then deliberately restored to look normal. Not left by a beast, by a man. I crouched down and looked carefully. Soon I discovered that from here on, at regular intervals, there'd be a similar mark, hidden so well it was almost impossible to spot. This was no ordinary trail. This was a patrol route. That lone wolf walked this line every day, surveying his territory. At the thought, far from panicking, I only grew more excited. I didn't follow the route. Instead, I circled around to a high slope with a better view. Then, relying on environmental camouflage, I buried myself deep in the bushes. There was only one thing I had to do. Wait. Wait for the master of this route to reveal himself. Time crept by. Just as I was about to lose my patience, a faint rustle finally came from the forest below. I held my breath at once. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the dense woods. It was an old man. His body was lean and dry, yet he stood ramrod straight, like an old pine battered countless times by wind and snow. He wore dusty animal hides, a great hunting bow slung across his back, and a chopping knife at his waist, and he walked almost soundlessly. Every so often he'd stop and sweep his gaze around like a wolf, his eyes cold and wary. This man was Lone Wolf. My heartbeat quickened slightly. I watched him walk to a tree, crouch down, and fiddle with something. After he'd gone far away, I still didn't move in a hurry, forcing myself to wait another 10 minutes before sliding down from my hiding spot and quietly making my way to that tree. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, appearing entirely unremarkable. I didn't reach out directly. Instead, I picked up a long branch and carefully brushed away the top layer of leaves. Beneath the leaves was hidden a snare trap made of vines and wooden spikes. One step onto it, and the sharp wooden spikes would instantly pierce the ankle. Cold sweat broke out on my back at once. The method was vicious enough and professional enough. I looked up in the direction Lone Wolf had disappeared, and the corner of my mouth curved upward instead. The real contest had only just begun. I followed Lone Wolf for a full day. This old man was frighteningly patient, more cunning than a fox. He wove back and forth through the forest, every step as if calculated in advance. Several times I nearly lost him. This lone wolf seemed all but fused with the entire forest. The traps he'd laid were each more venomous than the last. On one path I had to take, I found a trapdoor pit disguised as an earthen mound, the bottom all sharpened bamboo spikes. If I hadn't had advanced tracking, able to make out those traces almost perfectly blended into the environment, I'd have been done for long ago. This old man wasn't guarding against beasts at all. He was guarding against men. And the moment he struck, it was to kill. The sky gradually darkened, the light in the forest growing weaker and weaker. Yet Lone Wolf showed not the slightest sign of stopping. He skirted a stretch of marsh and slipped into a more hidden mountain hollow. I followed quietly and hid behind a huge boulder. The mountain hollow turned out to hold another world entirely. Beneath a rock wall shrouded by vines was a dry cave. That was clearly where Lone Wolf lived. But what truly startled me wasn't the cave. It was the several little creatures romping and playing on the open ground outside it. They were covered all over in fluffy fur of a rare, deep purple color. Even in the dim light, it shimmered like satin. Sable. And a whole litter of them. My heart jumped hard. This creature's pelt was worth big money on the black market. A single hide could fetch a sky-high price. No wonder the old man guarded this place to the death. I'd assumed he was raising these treasures in captivity. But the next second, I realized I'd been wrong. Lone Wolf pulled a few wild berries from his hide pouch, then took out a small piece of dried meat and gently set them on a flat stone. He didn't approach, just stood at a distance and watched quietly. The little sables first sniffed warily, and only after confirming it was safe did they pounce over and scramble for the food. On Lone Wolf's cold, hard, weather-beaten face, there appeared a rare trace of gentleness. He wasn't raising them. He was protecting them. The thought sprang up in my mind all at once. This old man, with "keep away" written all over him, was in fact the guardian of these little ones. This forbidden zone wasn't his turf either, but a safe haven he'd carved out for these sables. Just then, a gust of wild wind poured into the valley. The trees swayed madly, making sounds like the wailing of ghosts. The sky darkened in an instant. I looked up. Heavy black clouds were rolling in over the far mountain, pressing down dark and dense overhead. A downpour was coming. Rain in the mountains hit hard and fast. Lone Wolf's face changed too. He whistled several short, sharp notes at the sables still eating. The little creatures instantly dropped what was in their mouths and scrambled back into the crevice under the rock wall. Lone Wolf rushed over at once, gathered up several stones, and blocked the crevice mouth even more tightly, leaving only a tiny air hole. Rumble. Lightning tore open the night sky, thunder cracking right behind it. Raindrops came down like pebbles. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was sealed off by the pouring rain. I hurriedly shrank back into the depths of the rock. I knew full well that daring to run around the mountains in weather like this was basically throwing away your life. Lone Wolf, too, retreated swiftly into his cave. The downpour grew fiercer and fiercer, and from the distance came the sound of a flash flood churning. The whole hollow was full of the roar of water and wind, so loud it made your ears go numb. I leaned against the cold rock wall, keeping watch on my surroundings while fixing my eyes on Lone Wolf's side. Just then, I suddenly heard a wrong sort of cracking sound, mixed into the wind and rain, especially jarring. The sound came from above the sable's den. My heart sank, and I immediately leaned out to look. Under the scouring rain, that already loosened stretch of mountain wall had a boulder slowly coming free. And directly below the boulder was the sable's nest. Lone Wolf saw it too. He burst out of the cave, his whole self swallowed in an instant by the downpour. He wanted to lunge over, but the ground was all mud and water, so slippery he couldn't even stand steady. His foot twisted, and he nearly fell outright. Crack, crack. That rock split faster and faster, ready to fall at any moment. Lone Wolf let out a low roar and threw himself with all his might toward the crevice. At the very instant he reached it, boom, the boulder broke free completely and came crashing down with terrifying force. Lone Wolf didn't dodge. With his own frail body, he shielded that crevice by sheer force. The boulder smashed to one side, grazing his back. But among the flying shards of stone, one still struck his leg hard. A muffled thud. Lone Wolf's whole body jerked violently, and then he crumpled and collapsed, half his body quickly submerged in the rushing rainwater. My heart sank to the bottom. It was over. That blow, even if it didn't kill him, would leave that leg crippled. The rain was still coming down madly. Lone Wolf lay face down in the mud and water, motionless for a long while, only a faint rise and fall lingering in his chest. Save him or not? The thought flashed through my mind in an instant. If I saved him, I'd have to reveal myself. When the old man woke, he might not be grateful. He might just as well draw his knife on me. But if I didn't save him, he'd surely die today. And the clue I was seeking to the ginseng would be cut off along with him. What made it harder still was this. Looking at the old man who'd shielded his cubs with his own life, I felt something wrench hard in my heart. I thought of the old hunter who'd been my master in my past life. That man, before he died, froze to death in the snow himself, and still left the last of his rations to me. Damn it! I cursed low under my breath, and hesitated no longer. I burst out from behind the rock, and in a few strides threw myself to Lone Wolf's side, hauling him up out of the mud and water and dragging him to a slightly drier spot at the cave mouth. But the moment I set him down, Lone Wolf, who'd seemed unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His hand moved with startling speed, reaching for the chopping knife at his waist. Don't move. I was a step faster, clamping down on his wrist and driving my elbow hard against his neck. Lone Wolf's body stiffened, and half his strength drained away at once. He glared at me, his eyes full of ferocity and guard. What do you want? His voice was hoarse and grating. To save you. I dropped just those two words, then released my grip. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding. Detected that the key figure Lone Wolf is in mortal danger, which will affect the main mission, the wife's dream. Triggering emergency side mission. Save the dying and heal the wounded. Mission content. Treat Lone Wolf's leg injury. Mission reward. Unlock basic medical skill. Lone Wolf Trust plus 50. Beginner bonus. The system provides a fast-acting wound salve recipe, single use. The required herbs have been marked nearby. A semi-transparent map immediately surfaced before my eyes. Several points of light, not far outside the cave. I paid Lone Wolf no more mind, turned, and rushed out into the pouring rain. Watching my back, Lone Wolf was left utterly stunned. In less than 2 minutes I returned through the rain, several handfuls of mud-caked herbs in my grip. I tossed the herbs onto a clean stone and swiftly pounded them to a pulp with the knife handle, working them into a lump of dark green medicinal paste. A heavy herbal smell spread out at once. I tore open the blood-soaked hide trousers on Lone Wolf's leg. The injury was worse than I'd thought. His calf was already twisted at a grotesque angle, the broken bone piercing through flesh, its ghastly white showing on the outside, blood still surging out ceaselessly. Lone Wolf took one look and his face went utterly white. He understood in his heart that this leg most likely couldn't be saved. In the mountains, once a hunter went lame, it was no different from waiting to die. I wasted no words. First I pressed hard on the base of his thigh to stop the bleeding, then gripped his calf. Bear with it. The words had barely fallen. Crack. My hands gave a sharp twist, forcing the dislocated bone back into place by sheer strength. Lone Wolf let out a muffled roar of pain, cold sweat instantly beading across his forehead. Right after, I pressed that lump of medicinal paste directly onto the bloody, mangled wound. The next second, an astonishing sight appeared. The moment the paste touched the wound, the blood that had refused to stop actually slowed at a rate visible to the eye. And that piercing, agonizing pain was soon suppressed by a wave of coolness. Lone Wolf was completely dumbfounded. In all his years, he'd never seen an herb with medicinal effect this potent. What kind of method was this? He looked at me again. I was taking the strips of cloth I'd torn off and, head bowed, carefully bandaging him, my movements crisp, my expression focused. The ferocity in Lone Wolf's eyes slowly faded, leaving only shock and bewilderment. This man wasn't here to poach, nor to take revenge. He truly was saving him. You. Lone Wolf opened his mouth, but couldn't get out a single complete sentence. Don't talk. Save your strength. I finished bandaging his wound and helped him over to sit against the rock wall. The rain outside slowly stopped. The cave was frighteningly quiet. After a long while, Lone Wolf finally spoke hoarsely. Who exactly are you? Why did you come here? I glanced at him, my tone steady. My name is Chin Fong. I'm from Red Flag Village. I came into the mountains to find a stalk of 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng. I had no intention of hiding it. With a man like this, playing tricks was pointless. The more forthright I was, the safer. Red Flag Village. Chin Fong. Lone Wolf murmured the name in a low voice, and a light suddenly flashed in his cloudy eyes. You married that Chin family girl. I was instantly taken aback. How could he know Chin Wan? Lone Wolf watched my reaction, let out a heavy sigh, and the wariness on his face fell away all at once. It's the will of heaven, truly the will of heaven. He leaned against the rock wall, as though he'd finally set down a great stone weighing on his heart. I've kept watch here for decades, and the person I've been waiting for may well be you. My heart gave a violent jolt. You know my father-in-law? Know him? More than that. Lone Wolf's expression was complex, as if recalling something from long ago. Old Mr. Chin saved my life, and he was my master. Decades ago, I was so sick I was near death, and it was he who brought me back. And it was he who discovered this valley full of precious medicinal herbs. Later the times grew chaotic. He knew he might not escape it, so he entrusted his granddaughter to me, telling me to look after her in secret. He also had me guard this medicine valley, to wait for a person of solid character, someone truly reliable, to appear. All these years, I set traps, drove off everyone who barged in, all to keep that promise. Lone Wolf fixed his eyes on me, still with a note of scrutiny, but more with recognition. You married the old mister's most beloved granddaughter. Just now you could clearly have left me to my fate, yet you still saved me. You are the fated one he was waiting for. As he spoke, he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed toward the deeper part of the hollow. The ginseng you're looking for is inside. That's no ordinary mountain ginseng. It's a true ginseng king. When the old mister discovered it back then, it was already near 100 years old. My heart clenched violently. A century-old ginseng king. Those words struck into my mind like a thunderbolt. 50-year-old wild ginseng was already enough to let Chun Wan see hope. And a century-old ginseng king? I didn't even dare let my thoughts go further. I drew a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Lone Wolf. Grandpa, this kindness, I'll remember it. Lone Wolf waved a hand. You saved me, and you're the old master's grandson-in-law. This was always meant to be your fortune. He pointed again toward a more hidden stretch of rock wall. The ginseng king is right there beneath that shaded cliff face. There are a few poisonous plants standing guard nearby, so be very careful when you dig. I nodded, not daring to delay, and set off at once in the direction he'd indicated. I skirted several deeply disguised traps and finally reached that cliff face. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed into my face. I looked up, and my breath stopped for an instant. In a rock crevice grew, unmistakably, a wild mountain ginseng. Its leaves spread open like an unfurled canopy, its stem thick and vigorous, and the cluster of bright red seeds at the top was a red so vivid it stung the eyes, so plump it looked ready to drip blood. Ding! Top-grade medicinal herb discovered, century-old wild mountain ginseng, and a ginseng king. Medicinal efficacy assessment. Can sustain and prolong life, strengthen the body, extend one's years. System valuation. Priceless. My heartbeat surged. I gently parted the weeds around it, took out the small trowel I carried, and began digging down bit by bit from a spot far from the ginseng's body. This work was too delicate to rush in the slightest. It took a full hour or more before I lifted the entire ginseng king out intact. The rootlets were complete, the neck distinct, its form astonishingly beautiful. This was no medicinal herb, this was a treasure. I quickly took out the moss and soft cloth I prepared in advance, wrapped the ginseng king layer by layer, and tucked it against my body inside my shirt. When I returned to the cave and Lone Wolf saw that intact ginseng king, even his eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Not bad, kid. Steady hands. I was about to reply when Lone Wolf's face suddenly darkened. He cocked his ear and listened, and his whole body instantly went taut, like a beast ready to spring at any moment. Someone's coming. Lone Wolf's voice went cold, and more than one. My heart clenched, and I immediately activated advanced tracking. The next second, my hearing was instantly amplified. Sure enough, from the entrance of the hollow came a jumble of footsteps, along with the clamor of voices. Damn it, this lousy mountain path is hard to walk. Stay sharp, everyone. The village chief said there's treasure in these mountains. Deputy Director Lee, take it slow, don't fall. Deputy Director Lee? My brow furrowed at once. Wasn't that Lee Datu from the county food factory, the nephew of village chief Lee Fugue as well? How had he come running all the way out here? Lone Wolf's face was frighteningly grim. Someone in the village must have loose lips and let the word slip out. He cursed through gritted teeth. Lee Datu relies on his uncle being the village chief, and he's got a bit of power at the food factory himself. He's had his eye on this stretch of mountain for a long time. This time he's most likely caught wind of it and brought men to make a big, brutal haul. A chill flashed through my eyes at once. They've come at just the right time. I was just looking for them. Don't act rashly. Lone Wolf grabbed hold of me. They've got numbers, and they're surely carrying weapons too. Go head-to-head with them now, and you won't come out ahead. Even if you really do beat them all down, once Lee Fugue files a report, you'll be in deep trouble all the same. This was the 1970s. Actually injuring people of standing was no laughing matter. I understood it in my heart too. Brute force was absolutely the stupidest way. Not only did I have to protect myself and Lone Wolf, I had to keep the news of the ginseng king buried tight. So the only option was to think of another approach. Scare them off. My mind spun fast. I swept a glance over the complex mountain terrain around us, then looked at Lone Wolf beside me, a veteran of wilderness survival, a transmigrator carrying a system. Soon, an idea took shape in my mind. Grandpa, if force won't do, then we play dirty. The corner of my mouth curved into a cold smile. Haven't they been saying all along that there's a mountain demon in these mountains? Then today, we'll let them run into a mountain demon for real. Lone Wolf was startled at first, then caught on. You mean, set a formation. I said it plainly. We work together, lay out a maze for them, scare them into rolling down the mountain on their own. Lone Wolf's eyes lit up. It really was a fine plan. No need to cause any deaths, and it could settle the matter in one go. Let's do it. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in my mind again. Ding. Side mission save the dying and heal the wounded completed beyond target. Lone Wolf Trust has reached 80%. Special reward unlocked. Advanced trap combination blueprint ×1. Advanced trap combination. Can use the terrain to set up various harmless traps of the confusing, intimidating, and repelling types. I was instantly delighted. Just what I'd been wishing for. I quickly ran through the blueprint's contents and immediately spoke to Lone Wolf. Grandpa, we're short on time, so let's split up. There are lacquer trees in the forest to the east. The powder on the leaves, once it touches skin, itches enough to drive a man mad. You go gather some and scatter it on the path they're sure to take. On the rock wall to the west, there are a few hornet nests. We don't need to poke them. We just burn some damp leaves downwind and use the smoke to rile the hornets up. Use all the snares and traps you made before too, but swap out the wooden spikes and bamboo slivers inside for softwood coated in luminescent fungus. Once night falls, they'll look just like pairs of green eyes. And I'll go prepare a few other surprises. I spoke fast, yet without the slightest disorder. Lone Wolf nodded as he listened, the admiration in his eyes growing heavier. This kid's mind turned too fast. And he was ruthless enough, too. Good, let's do it that way. The two of us scattered at once. Lone Wolf slipped into the forest like a ghostly shadow. I ran toward a low-lying spot in the hollow. This was a fine place I'd just discovered. The ground was covered with stinkhorns, a fungus carrying a heavy stench of rot. Without any hesitation, I gathered them all and stuffed them into a hide pouch. Next, I found a mushroom called bleeding tooth fungus. This thing wasn't poisonous, but its surface oozed bright red droplets, looking just like a row of bleeding teeth, deeply eerie. Once done with these, I ran to the wind gap. Using several hollow bamboo tubes and a thin layer of hide, I quickly made a simple wind-howling device. As long as the mountain wind poured into it, it would give off a wailing sound that rose and fell, exactly like the weeping of a ghost. Half an hour later, Lone Wolf and I met up again. An invisible soul-snaring net had been thoroughly laid out. The two of us hid behind a high rock, coldly watching the entrance of the hollow. Here they come. Lone Wolf lowered his voice. 7 or 8 men came into view, cursing and grumbling. The one in the lead was a middle-aged fatso with a beer belly, none other than Deputy Director Lee. Behind him trailed a few village good-for-nothings, chopping knives and hoes in hand, greed all over their faces. Everybody stay sharp for me. Deputy Director Lee panted, raising a hand to wipe his sweat. Whoever finds that century-old ginseng first, I'll reward with 10 yuan. At the mention of a reward, those good-for-nothings perked right up and started rummaging every which way. Deputy Director Lee and his men had barely walked a few steps into the hollow. Woo, woo. A strange sound suddenly came from all around, like a woman weeping or a beast growling low. The sound passed through the woods and bored straight into the ear, enough to make one's scalp crawl. What's that sound? One good-for-nothing shuddered with fright, nearly dropping the hoe in his hand. What are you howling about? Deputy Director Lee's heart quailed too, though his mouth still put up a brave front. It's just the wind in the mountains. Quit the damn jumpiness. That's what he said, but his steps slowed. The others could only steel themselves and press on. They pushed aside a patch of brush and stepped onto a smooth, level little path. This path was exactly where Lone Wolf had scattered the lacquer tree powder. At first there was nothing, but barely a dozen meters in, someone couldn't take it anymore. Ow, why does my arm itch so bad? My neck too, like there are ants crawling on it. Damn it, my back's itching like mad too. The men instantly clawed at themselves for all they were worth. The itch was piercing to the bone, and the more they scratched, the itchier it got. The itchier, the more they wanted to scratch. Before long, they'd clawed themselves covered in bloody welts, their clothes torn to shreds, rolling on the ground like a pack of crazed monkeys. Damn it, there are ghosts. There are ghosts in this forest. Someone's nerve broke outright. The fat on Deputy Director Lee's face quivered. He'd started itching too, and was only barely holding on. Nobody panic. He hollered at the top of his lungs. It's just poison weeds. Move fast. There's a pool up ahead. Go wash it off. He raised a hand and pointed toward the gleaming surface of water ahead. There really was a pool ahead, but hanging right above the pool were several large hornet nests. Up on the high rock, I watched all this coldly. I picked up a pebble, loaded it into a slingshot, aimed at the pile of damp leaves Lone Wolf had lit downwind of the hornet nests, and gave it a light flick. The pebble struck a rock beside them with a crisp crack. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to disturb the hornets, already agitated from being smoked by the thick fumes. Buzz. The next second, the nests erupted. Tens of thousands of hornets surged out like a black cloud, hurling themselves at the men by the pool's edge. Ah, hornets! Help! My face! My eyes! Screams came one after another. The men who'd been about to wade in were swallowed by the swarm in an instant. Deputy Director Lee was farthest away and ran the fastest, yet the back of his neck was still stung viciously several times, and he howled with pain. Run! Run now! Get out of this cursed place! Deputy Director Lee was scared out of his wits completely. Taking the rest of his men, he fled desperately in another direction, tumbling and scrambling. The sky had already grown dark. In their panic, they took no care where they went, and plunged headlong into an even more gloomy stretch of forest. The moment they entered, everyone froze. A sky-high stench of rotting corpses slammed into their faces, so foul it turned the stomach. Ugh! Someone threw up right there. What on earth is that smell? By the dim light, they saw the ground and the tree trunks crawling with grotesquely shaped fungi. Some were like ghastly white fingers, poking up one by one from the earth. Some were like bleeding teeth, embedded fast in rotting wood. Most terrifying of all, in the grass and tree shadows ahead of them were pairs of ghostly green eyes, fixed motionlessly on them. Those were in fact the softwood traps I'd laid in advance, smeared with luminescent fungus. Ghost fire. It's the mountain demon. The mountain demon's watching us. One good-for-nothing broke down on the spot, his eyes rolled back, foam at his mouth, and he fainted from fright then and there. Woo! And of all times, right then, the wind-howling device at the wind gap sounded again. That noise, shrill as a ghost's weeping, utterly crushed the last shred of these men's courage. Ghosts! Deputy Director Lee let out a scream that cracked in pitch, and a warmth spread through his crotch, the stench of it wafting out at once. He'd actually wet himself from sheer terror. Forget his men. Forget the ginseng. He had no thought for any of it. He scrambled and tumbled his way back. The rest went into an uproar too, wailing and crying as they fled for their lives behind him, wishing they'd been born with 2 extra legs. Up on the high rock, Lone Wolf and I watched this pack flee in disgrace, exchanged a glance, and both laughed. That bunch of good-for-nothings won't dare set foot on the mountain again for the rest of their lives. Lone Wolf spat, thoroughly satisfied. I nodded. This bit of trouble, at last, was over. The next day, carrying the century-old ginseng king I'd exchanged my life for, I bade Lone Wolf farewell and quietly came down the mountain. Lone Wolf told me that the county's largest state-run medicinal materials company had a veteran purchaser named Zhao Dihai. He was an old friend of Chun Wan's grandfather, an upright, reliable man. But I didn't go find him directly. I knew full well that something this valuable, Zhao Dihai alone couldn't make the call on. I asked the village postman to help, and after going through several rounds of connections, I learned that the head of the purchasing department at the Provincial Medicinal Materials Company happened to be inspecting the county branch that very day. I changed into my cleanest set of clothes and went straight to his door. Reaching the purchasing department head's office, I said not a word of nonsense and set the ginseng king, wrapped layer by layer in soft cloth, right on the desk. Once that century-old ginseng king, complete in form, its fragrance filling the nose, was fully revealed, the whole office went silent at once. Even that provincial company head, who'd seen no end of fine goods, was struck dumb. He hurriedly put on his reading glasses, then picked up a magnifying glass and examined it over and over for a good 10+ minutes. A treasure, a true treasure. The head's voice even trembled. Young comrade, we'll take this ginseng. Name your price. I raised my hand and spread out 5 fingers. 500? The head frowned, feeling it was too little to ask. I shook my head. 5,000. The head drew a sharp breath. I shook my head again, fixed my eyes on the head, and slowly spoke. Director, for this ginseng king, I want this price. And I don't want cash. I need it exchanged for a few things. I named a figure. Said in the 1970s, this number was enough to drive a man mad. The head said nothing. He stared hard at the ginseng king, then looked at the calm-faced young man before him. After a long while, he suddenly slapped the desk. Deal. An hour later, I walked out of the medicinal materials company. Tucked against my chest was a letter of introduction stamped with a red seal, and a passbook holding an enormous sum. But I didn't rush home. First, I went to the county scrap collection station, then to the department store. Using the special vouchers the head had given me, I bought a brand new Red Lantern brand radio. Next, in an inconspicuous corner of the collection station, I dug out a complete set of high school math, physics, and chemistry textbooks and review problems that had been sold off as scrap paper. Everything from 1959 to 1966 was there. These things were my greatest gain of the day. Hugging that pile of old books still carrying the scent of ink, my heart burned hotter than when I'd gotten that sum of money. It was as if I could already see Chunwan sitting under the lamp, listening to the radio while she studied with her head bowed. And as if I could see, on the day the news of the restored exam arrived, that light of joy and confidence on her face. Wife, your dream, I'll help you fulfill it. Carrying the radio and the books, I hurried back toward Red Flag Village at a brisk pace. As the sky was about to darken, I finally returned to that familiar mud brick house. Small and run down, still the same as ever. A single kerosene lamp swayed with its dim yellow light inside. Chunwan and her parents were gathered around that battered table eating supper. On the table was only a basin of cornmeal gruel so thin it could show your reflection, and a small dish of dark pickled vegetables. This was the life of their household. The instant she saw me back, Chunwan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stood. You're back. My father and mother-in-law quickly squeezed out smiles too, tinged with a bit of reserve and eagerness to please. Little thing's back. Sit down and eat. I nodded. First, I carefully set the radio and that big stack of books on the one board of the bed that was still relatively clean. Then I pulled a bulging cloth bundle from inside my shirt and set it on the creaking, rickety table. What's this? Chunwan's face was full of puzzlement. I didn't explain. I just reached out, untied the string, and tipped everything inside out. With a clatter. 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks. Brand new Tinyuan notes instantly piled up over half the table like a small mountain. The whole mud brick house fell silent at once. Even the air seemed to stop. The cornbread bun in my father-in-law's hand dropped into the gruel with a plop, splashing, yet he had no reaction at all. My mother-in-law's mouth fell open wide enough to fit an egg, only a wheezing gasp left in her throat. They'd lived the better part of their lives and, forget seeing it, hadn't even dared dream that this much money would ever sit on their table. Chunwan was stunned too. But the first thing that surfaced in her wasn't joy, it was fear. A panic that pressed down on you until you couldn't breathe. She suddenly gripped my arm, her voice trembling. Chin Feng, where on earth did this much money come from? You didn't do something illegal, did you? In Chunwan's eyes, apart from stealing and robbing, who could get this much money in such a short time? Looking at her small face gone white with fright, my heart clenched. I took Chunwan's hand and gently reassured her. Don't be afraid. This money came clean and honest. I gave a brief account of going into the mountains to dig the ginseng, saving Lone Wolf, and then selling the Ginseng King to the Provincial Medicinal Materials Company. As for the matters behind the system and Lone Wolf, I didn't mention a single word. Hearing this, my father and mother-in-law finally let out a heavy breath, both looking as if they'd gone limp. But the next second, the two of them were nearly wild with excitement. Heavens above, a century-old Ginseng King? Our family struck it big. My mother-in-law was so excited her hand reached out, and just as it was about to touch the pile of money, she jerked it back sharply, as if afraid of being burned. This much? This is way more than 5,000. My father-in-law counted with trembling hands for a good while, growing dizzier the more he counted, and simply couldn't get it straight. This sum, to a household driven to a dead end by poverty, was nothing short of a thunderbolt. The night grew deeper. Outside the window the north wind howled, blowing like the weeping of ghosts. The battered wooden door was rattled, banging and clattering, as if it might fall apart at any moment. My father and mother-in-law had had too big a shock during the day, and with this enormous sum to guard their hearts were uneasy, so they'd lain down early. Even asleep, they cried out in alarm now and then. But lying in bed, I couldn't sleep no matter what. I turned my head and looked. That small, slight figure in the room hadn't yet turned in. Chunwan, wrapped in a thin, threadbare quilt, was hunched at the little table. By the dim kerosene lamp, she was turning the pages of the high school textbooks I'd brought back, one by one. She read so intently, it was as if only the books remained in her eyes. A cold wind suddenly slipped in through a crack in the wall, making the lamp flame flicker wildly. Chunwan shivered with cold, stopped her pen, cupped her chilled red hands to her mouth, and gently breathed on them. Those hands should have been fair and lovely, yet now they were chapped with frostbite and had worn thin calluses. This scene stabbed into my heart like a knife, aching with a dull, heavy pain. I quietly got up and gently draped my own slightly thicker quilt over Chunwon's shoulders. Chunwon started and turned to meet my gaze full of tender concern. "Why aren't you asleep yet? Did my reading disturb you?" Her voice was very soft, tinged with a note of care and apology. I shook my head, saying little, and just reached out to take her cold little hands into my palms. They were cold as ice. I said nothing, only used my own body heat to warm them, bit by bit. "Your hands are frozen like this, and you're still reading?" Chunwon bowed her head and said softly, "I want to read a little longer. I have to work during the day, and the nights all the time I've got." She didn't finish the rest, but I understood it all. She wasn't restless for its own sake. She just wanted so badly to change her fate. She'd pinned all her hope of turning things around on that entrance exam. My heart clenched at once, aching bitterly. Looking at my wife's delicate yet pale face, at how she gritted her teeth and studied in that drafty, freezing hovel, a fire suddenly surged up in my chest. I gripped Chunwon's hand, my expression frighteningly grave. "Xiaowon, we're building a new house." Chunwon looked up sharply, as if she hadn't heard right. I fixed my eyes on her and said it again, word by word. "Building a new house. I'm going to build you the best house in the whole village, the whole county, even the whole province." I said it with such weight that my chest heaved. "The house will have big glass windows, so in winter when the sun shines in, it'll be bright and warm inside. I'll also fix up a study for you, with a big desk. You can read as long as you like, and never have to freeze again. I'll have you reading in comfort, preparing for the exam with an easy mind." There were no sweet words, yet these few sentences cut deeper than any vow of eternal love. Chunwon's eyes reddened at once, a mist quickly welling up in them. She knew this wasn't just idle coaxing. This was my most solid, most weighty tenderness. She looked at me, her throat seeming plugged, and in the end just nodded hard. I smiled and gently drew her into my arms, able to feel her trembling faintly. I knew better than anyone that this promise, I absolutely had to make good on. After Chunwon fell asleep, I lay alone in bed, eyes open, without a trace of drowsiness. My consciousness sank into the depths of my mind. A blue light screen only I could see slowly unfurled. System store. I clicked straight in. Rows upon rows of goods scrolled past rapidly. Things like strength pills, memory bread, advanced sewing techniques, introduction to quantum physics, all jumbled together, everything under the sun. But my aim was precise. In the search bar, I typed one word. Construction. Ding. Filtering related goods for you. The next second, the list refreshed. Basic mud brick house reinforcement blueprint, 10 points. Soviet-style tube apartment standard design, 50 points. 1970s rural brick and tile house construction guide, 100 points. I scanned through them one by one, and slowly my brow furrowed. These things were better than the houses in the village now, but they were still far, far short of the best house in the whole province that I'd promised Chunwon. These simply weren't what I wanted. I kept scrolling down. At last, at the very bottom of the list, an option shining with golden light seized my attention all at once. New Chinese-style eco-dwelling architectural blueprint, 1980s collector's edition. Points required to redeem, 1,000. 1,000 points. My heart lurched. I'd fought like mad to complete the beyond target save the dying and heal the wounded mission, and even adding in what I'd saved before, I only had 1,200 points. This one exchange was practically emptying out my whole reserve. But I didn't hesitate for even a second. Money spent could be earned again, points lost could be saved up again. But the chance for my wife to spend winter warm and cozy, to study in peace, once missed was truly gone. Redeem. I made the decision outright in my mind. Ding. Points deducted successfully. Blueprint issued to your consciousness space. Please check. The next second, a flood of information surged into my mind. It wasn't an ordinary blueprint at all, but a complete three-dimensional model. From structure to detail, from material ratios to construction techniques, everything was crystal clear. My breathing quickened at once. This was no blueprint. This was a treasure. The entire residence used a classic three-hall, two-courtyard layout. Gray tiles and white walls, flying eaves and upturned corners, looking simple and imposing. But what was truly formidable was what lay hidden inside, far beyond this era. Take lighting and ventilation first. On the blueprint, which way each window opened, what dimensions, even the angles of the walls were all calculated with perfect clarity. In summer it could form a cross breeze to the greatest extent, carrying the heat away, and in winter it could draw sunlight into the house as much as possible, making the rooms warmer. Then look at the room layout. Master bedroom, second bedroom, guest room, study, kitchen, dining room, not one missing. What left me most stunned were 3 characters written on the blueprint. Bathroom, and with wet and dry separation, no less. Shower, toilet, and washing area each set apart, divided cleanly with glass partitions and waterproof layers. In an era when using the toilet still meant running to the dry latrine at the village edge, this sort of thing was practically a fairy tale. There was also the heating system. Not an ordinary Kong, but an improved coiled dragon underfloor heating Kong. The fire channels coiled out under the whole house and connected to the kitchen stove. The heat given off while cooking would travel through the pipes and warm the entire house. The thermal efficiency was frighteningly high, warmer than a coal stove, and it saved firewood, and it was safe too. The most impressive part wasn't even these. In a corner of the courtyard, there was actually a small biogas digester design fitted in. Human and animal waste, kitchen garbage, could all be thrown in to ferment. The biogas produced piped straight to the kitchen and could be used as cooking gas at once. The remaining biogas residue and slurry could be taken to fertilize the fields. Nothing wasted at all. This was a complete ecological cycle. I was utterly dumbstruck. This wasn't building a house. This was building a home of the future. A home that could be self-sufficient, that could truly let a family live a good life. I could all but see it already. Before long, a brand new residence would rise up out of the ground in Red Flag Village. You couldn't find a second gray-tiled mansion like it in the whole county. Just imagining it, I could already see the whole village crowded outside the gate, every one of them dumbstruck, chattering nonstop. Chunwan sitting in a big, bright study, the room toasty warm, the smile on her face content and secure. I clenched my fist. Do it. Do it just like this. I committed the entire set of blueprints firmly to memory. I had the money, and now I had the blueprint. All that was left was the final step, to actually build the home on the plans into reality. I slowly let out a breath and reached over to snuff out the kerosene lamp by the bed. In the darkness, the corner of my mouth curved up, full of confidence. Tomorrow, it was time to go talk to village chief Li Fugue about a house plot. The next day at dawn, I didn't wake the still sleeping Chinwan. After a quick wash-up, I went straight to Li Fugue's home. Li Fugue was crouched in the yard smoking his dry tobacco pipe. Seeing me come, he only lifted an eyelid. Something you need? I wasted no words and spoke straight out. Uncle, I want a house plot approved to build a house. Li Fugue exhaled a puff of smoke, his face showing little reaction. There's only so much land in the village. Every household's crammed in. Getting a plot approved is hard. I'd long anticipated this. House plots in the village were tight to begin with, and wanting to squeeze in couldn't be done on empty words alone. I smiled, pulled a cloth bundle from my pocket, and set it before Li Fugue. Uncle, I know the rules. This money isn't for you. This is my donation to the village, my bit of effort for the collective, to buy a tractor or whatever. The bundle opened to reveal a thick stack of 10 yuan notes. 300 yuan at the least. Li Fugue's eyes went straight, and the pipe in his hand stopped. 300 yuan. In these times, a strong laborer working himself to death for a whole year couldn't earn this much. This money alone was enough to make people green with envy. He looked up sharply and stared hard at me. Where'd you get this much money? Went into the mountains and dug up an old ginseng, sold it for a bit of money. I said it lightly. Li Fugue understood at once. No wonder this kid had been so bold lately, daring even to marry that pill jar of the Qin family. Turned out he'd really struck it rich. He swept the bundle into his arms, the creases on his face breaking into a grin. Little foam, now you're being too distant. Supporting the village's development, that's a good thing. That's high consciousness. Don't you worry about the house plot. Leave it to me. That stretch of land at the east end of the village, by the river, it's roomy and level. Take your pick. In less than half an hour, I walked out of Li Fugue's home holding the approval slip stamped with the village committee's red seal. No sooner had I left than the village chief's wife came rushing out of the house and grabbed hold of Li Fugue. Old man, what did that Qin kid give you? Get. What do you women know? I saw it all, a stack of 10 yuan notes that thick. Did he strike it rich? Li Fugue said nothing. But the news could no longer be contained. The matter of my building a gray brick tiled house was like a thunderclap, blowing the whole of Red Flag Village into an uproar. Did you hear? Qin Feng's building a new house, and a gray brick one at that. Really? His family was so poor they couldn't lift the lid off the pot. Where'd he get this much money? They all say he dug up a treasure in the mountains and sold it for a lot. What good luck. First he marries that sickly thing of the Qin family, and next thing he turns his fortunes around. The moment the news spread, the whole village went into an uproar. In these times, every household lived in mud brick houses that leaked wind and rain. A gray brick tiled house was something only the wealthy could afford to live in. For a while, those envious, those jealous, those prying were everywhere. Every day a crowd would pretend to pass by and run to the front of my house to peer in, as if they wished they could see gold inside that rundown house. This talk soon reached the ears of Li Tsuehua and Li Jianjun. What? He's building a gray brick tiled house. Li Tsuehua was stitching a shoe sole, and hearing this her hand jerked, driving the needle into her finger, yet she felt no pain at all. That face of hers was twisted nearly into a knot with jealousy. Why should he? Why should that poor wretch she'd looked down on and dumped turn his fortunes around in the blink of an eye? A gray brick tiled house was the very place she dreamed of living in. Wasn't following Li Jianjun all for the sake of eating state-supplied grain and living in a good house one day? Yet now I was actually going to beat her to the good life. Brother Jianjun, this is impossible. He must have used some shady method. Li Tsuehua shrieked shrilly. Li Jianjun's face had turned utterly ugly too. Relying on being the village chief's nephew, he'd always strutted around the village. But now, I'd suppressed all his limelight in one stroke. Umph, he's just a mudleg. How much ability could he have? Li Jianjun gave a cold sneer. This money definitely isn't clean. The two of them had wicked thoughts at the same time. Before long, a new wave of rumors sprang up in the village, and it was fiercer and more venomous than before. What ginseng? It's all lies. I heard from my city relatives, this is profiteering. Right. Otherwise, where'd he get this much money to build a tiled house? Earning dirty money, and wanting to live the good life like a landlord too. His heart went black long ago. Building a house this nice is just wanting to live the bourgeois way. His thinking's got problems. Just wait. The kind who stick their heads out like him won't last many days. Sooner or later he'll be arrested and slapped with the profiteering label. By then he won't be able to keep either the man or the house. The rumors spread more and more fiercely, told as if they were fact. Those in the village who'd originally been envious began to avoid my home too, nobody daring to come near. After all, in these times, once the two labels of profiteering and bourgeois were slapped on, no one could ever turn things around. Hearing all this, my father and mother-in-law were so frightened their faces went white. The two of them sighed and moaned all day, unable to sit still, unable to stand at ease. Little Foam, why don't we hold off on building the house for now? My mother-in-law tremblingly advised me. If that label really gets slapped on, it's a lifelong matter. Chen Wantu looked at me with a face full of worry. She wasn't afraid of poverty, nor of hardship. What she feared most was that I'd take a crooked path for the sake of this family, and in the end drag myself down. Seeing the whole family's faces full of worry, my heart warmed, yet my eyes grew a few degrees colder. I gently patted Chunwan's hand. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Stand straight, and you needn't fear a crooked shadow. This money I earned openly and honestly. Nobody can find fault with it. Those who love to wag their tongues, let them yammer. I said I'd ignore it, but I knew in my heart this matter couldn't truly be left unhandled. Dealing with rumors, mere explanation was useless. The most ruthless method was to bring out an even greater benefit and make everyone shut their own mouths. I didn't go looking for Li Tsuehua's bunch to quarrel. That would only blow things up bigger. I turned and went out again, heading straight for the big pagoda tree at the village entrance. That had always been where the villagers gathered to chat idly. Arriving there, I called over the village accountant and, in front of everyone, cleared my throat. All you uncles and aunties, hear me out first. The villagers all looked over at once, their eyes full of scrutiny. I swept a glance around the crowd and spoke straight out. My family starts building the house tomorrow, and now I'm hiring people for the work. The crowd stirred at once. Then I threw out an even more startling line. This time, the work won't be recorded as work points. Everyone was stunned. No work points, then what was the point? Surely not working for free. Watching everyone's reaction, I went on. I'll pay cash. Strong laborers, 1 yuan a day. Skilled masters who can lay brick, 1 yuan 50 a day. Plus 2 meals provided, and I guarantee there'll be meat soup at noon. The moment these words came out, the whole place exploded. 1 yuan a day? Whose heart wouldn't race hearing that price? Going to the commune to sell your labor now, working yourself half to death for a day, earned only 10 work points, which came to less than 3 mao. But the moment I opened my mouth, it was more than triple. And it was cash, settled the same day. What made people most envious was that meals were provided too. There was even meat soup at noon. In an era when even a speck of oil was rare, the 2 words meat soup were enough to drive people wild with craving. Chinfeng, is what you said true? A fellow hollered at the top of his lungs, his eyes going red. I stood where I was, my voice hard as a nail. What I said in front of the whole village, a spit is a nail. My word is my bond. The words had barely fallen when the crowd surged forward. I'll sign up. I'll work with you. Me too. I've got plenty of strength. My dad's an old bricklayer, best masonry in the whole village. We'll both go. The very people who'd been avoiding me and muttering behind my back moments ago now all crowded up, afraid that a moment's delay would cost them the work. What profiteering, what dirty money. In this moment, who still cared? Someone who could pay cash, provide meals, and let people drink meat soup was a genuinely good man. Whoever dared block their earning was an enemy. Those who'd spread the rumors earlier now all shrank to the back, their faces going alternately pale and green, not daring to breathe loud. They understood in their hearts that anyone who dared curse me a single word now would instantly provoke public fury. This was my method. I couldn't be bothered to explain how the money came. I used just one move to seal every mouth shut. I used the most ruthless, most substantial, and most effective method to bind over half the village to my side. Want to come work and earn money? Fine. But whoever wants to eat from my rice bowl has to protect my reputation. Those idle rumors couldn't stand at all before real gold and silver, hot soup and meat. The scene before me was blazing hot, yet I wasn't the least bit flustered. I turned and said courteously to the village accountant, "Uncle, help me note this down. I only want 20 strong laborers, plus 5 skilled craftsmen. Any more, and I couldn't put them to use." The moment these words fell, the crowd grew even more chaotic. For a single spot, they nearly came to blows on the spot. In a corner, Li Tsuihua and Li Jianjun stared hard at the scene, trembling with rage. The bad reputation they'd painstakingly spread had been effortlessly suppressed by me just like that. No, suppressed didn't even cover it. I hadn't taken them seriously at all. I'd simply tossed out money and meat, and won over the hearts of the whole village. Li Jianjun's face burned, as if he'd been slapped across the face. The manpower was assembled, and the money was enough. But new trouble came right away. Building a house needed brick, tile, wood, cement, and glass too. But in these times, all of these were scarce goods, impossible to get without vouchers. Forget me being just an ordinary villager. Even village chief Li Fugue, wanting to get a bit of material approved to build a small side room, had to go around begging and pleading everywhere, and even then might not manage it. But what I wanted to build was a 3-hall, 2-courtyard mansion. Relying on the village alone, there was no hope at all. I knew in my heart this matter required connections. I let Shenwan and my in-laws know. The next morning at dawn, I rode the village's 28-inch bike, the one that rattled everywhere except the bell, straight to the county town. Arriving in the county, I didn't go to the supply cooperative. I went straight to the tube apartment where Zhao Xingbong lived. Zhao Xingbong had just gotten off work. Opening the door and seeing it was me, he was startled for a moment, then immediately welcomed me in. "Little Qin, you're a rare guest. What brings you to my place today?" I didn't beat around the bush and spoke right up. "Brother Zhao, I've come this time to ask you for a favor." Once Zhao Xingbong heard me out and learned that I wasn't just building a house, but wanted to build a gray brick tiled house rarely seen in the whole county, the tea mug in his hand nearly slipped down. He smacked his lips, his face full of difficulty. "Little Qin, this matter of yours, it's hard to arrange. The brick kiln and the timber mill are both state-run, and the approval slips are tightly controlled. Especially cement and glass. Those are even scarcer. Ordinary folks needn't even dream of touching them." I nodded. Then from my cloth bundle, I pulled out 2 small liquor bottles and took out a packet of dried meat wrapped in oil paper, setting them gently on the table. "Brother Zhao, I know it's hard to arrange, which is exactly why I came to you for a plan. This is medicinal liquor I newly steeped, even better than last time. The dried meat is for your wife and children to taste." Zhao Xingbong stared at the things on the table, unable to stop his throat from moving. He understood in his heart that this bit of stuff looked like little, but its weight was by no means light. This wasn't merely a gift. It was also telling him that I had ability and value. This kid always had good things in hand that others couldn't get. "You kid." Zhao Xingbong was left both amused and helpless by me. He reached out and pointed at me, then in the end took the things anyway. "Come with me." Zhao Xingbong didn't take me to a factory. Instead, he headed straight to the home of a county leader. This man was none other than the very one who'd taken most of the medicinal liquor and dried meat last time. The moment the leader saw me, his manner was especially warm. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Xingbong laid out my difficulty of wanting to build a house, but being unable to get the material quotas. Hearing this, the leader simply laughed. And here I thought it was something big. Comrade Little Qin is young and willing to work, not waiting or depending on others, arranging to build a house himself. That's a good thing, we must support it. With that he took up a pen and wrote several slips, then stamped them with his personal seal. Take these and go straight to the factories to collect the goods. If anyone dares block you, have him come find me." Clutching those approval slips, the stone in my heart finally settled. I knew in my heart that this connection was now truly opened up. With the approval slips, the rest went far more smoothly. The next day, a Liberation brand truck came rumbling into Red Flag Village, and the village entrance was instantly thick with dust. This time the spectacle was even more startling than when I'd hired people. The truck was packed full, all gray brick, red tile, and sacks upon sacks of cement. The whole village was startled out, swarming to the village entrance all at once. Looking at the building materials on the truck, every one of them stared wide-eyed. Heavens above, it really is gray brick, and this much of it. There's even cement. How much money must be sunk into this? Look, there's timber too, all fine wood. When the workers carried down several large panes of glass protected by wooden frames, the scene fell silent at once. That glass was large and flat, bright and clear. This thing, they'd only ever seen at the entrance of the county department store. Before this, everyone had thought my building a new house was just talk. Now, with a whole truckload of materials before their eyes, nobody could help but believe it. I truly was going to make a big go of it. The construction site quickly grew busy. 20 strong laborers and 5 old masters, spurred on by 1 yuan a day plus meat soup, worked as if they'd been injected with a stimulant. But before long, everyone realized something was off. This house was being built in the strangest way. One old master couldn't help asking, "Chin Feng, what are you digging the foundation this deep for? We're building a house here, not a blockhouse." I gave just one reply: "Follow the blueprint. A deeper foundation is more stable." Then I had them lay a complex network of ceramic pipes beneath the entire foundation. At this, the workers were even more bewildered. "What's this thing for? Even drainage ditches aren't laid like this, and why bury it under the house?" I answered coolly, "It's not drainage, it's heating." The moment these words came out, everyone stopped their work. The way they all looked at me had changed. They understood a Kong, and they'd seen a coal stove too. But burying pipes underground to warm a whole house, in their eyes this was no different from sorcery. Yet however baffled they were, they could only knuckle down and work. After all, the money was real, and the meat soup fragrant. Who'd quarrel with money? Once the walls began rising layer by layer, the villagers erupted again. Because the walls of this house were more than twice as thick as other houses. Stranger still, the layout inside was completely unlike a normal household. The more they looked, the more it seemed off, and the more it itched at their curiosity. Everyone wanted to know just what strange shape this house of mine would end up. Besides the main rooms and side rooms, there was actually an extra small room, with 2 holes deliberately left in the wall, and nobody could figure out what it was for. What left everyone most dumbfounded was still the windows. I had them make the windows large and numerous, all but hollowing out half the walls. Windows this big, won't people freeze to death in winter? Exactly. Once the cold wind pours in, who could bear it? I only smiled, not bothering to explain it all. I'd long had it all worked out in my mind. Every part of this house was calculated with perfect clarity, and how could these people understand? For a while, the whole of Red Flag Village, and even people from several nearby villages, came running to gawk. The spot where my house was being built became, by sheer force, the liveliest place for miles around. Everyone watched that house change by the day, rising higher and higher, and watched how utterly unlike an ordinary old house it was, finding it more and more remarkable the more they looked, their chatter never stopping. "Chin Feng's gone mad, hasn't he? Carrying on like this, he'll sink every last bit of his money into it sooner or later." I think so too. It doesn't look sturdy at all. Not far off, Li Tsuohua and Li Jianjun's faces grew uglier and uglier. They'd spread word everywhere before, but in the face of meat soup and wages, nobody believed it anymore. Now all they could do was watch that great courtyard go up bit by bit. Each gray brick, each red tile, was like a slap, smacking loud across their faces. A month later, the new house was finally finished. Gray brick and white walls, flying eaves, and upturned corners. Set among all those low, run-down mud brick houses around it, it stood out sharply, as if it had suddenly outshone the whole village. I didn't hold any lively ceremony. I just laid out an open banquet in the courtyard. Dozens of tables lined up from inside the yard all the way out, and every man, woman, and child in the village could sit down to eat. The first time the villagers walked into this great courtyard, they were all stunned. Underfoot was no longer pockmarked mud, but smooth, level concrete. The yard was absurdly large, enough to gallop a horse. When they entered the main hall, they all drew a collective sharp breath. An entire wall had been almost completely replaced with large glass windows. The winter sunlight shone straight in, the whole room bright and translucent, warm as spring. Heavens, this really is glass. An auntie stretched out her hand, wanting to touch it but not daring. This is grander than even the windows of the county committee compound. Standing in this room, it's bright and warm. What a blessing. Just as everyone was still crowded around the glass windows in shock, someone ducked into that mysterious little room, and the next second let out a shriek at the top of their lungs. Come look, there's a pit made of white porcelain in here. There's a rope beside it too. Pull it and water actually comes out. My God, isn't this the flush toilet only the cadre buildings in the city have? The moment these words came out, the whole courtyard erupted. A toilet that could flush. And a toilet built inside the house. The key thing was there was no stench at all. The shock this brought was even fiercer than that wall of glass. The villagers had lived for decades, and for the first time learned that relieving oneself could be done so decently. This was no house. It was no different from a heavenly palace. Li Fugaway walked around the yard with his hands behind his back, round after round, clicking his tongue endlessly. Standing before me, he, the village chief, looked more like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. Amid a courtyard full of clamor and envy, I took the long-since dazzled Chun Wan by the hand and walked to the door of a room in the east side wing. I pushed open the door and said softly, "Xiao Wan, come in." Chun Wan had barely stepped inside when she froze. This place seemed prepared just for her. An entire wall of glass drew in all the afternoon sun, the room bright and warm. The floorboards were toasted warm by the coiled dragon Kong underneath, so the winter chill couldn't get in at all. In the middle of the room sat a brand new large desk. On the desk were a dark green desk lamp, an inkwell, a fountain pen, and a stack of clean manuscript paper. Chun Wan walked over step by step, her fingers gliding lightly across the desktop, the surface warm to her fingertips. She turned to look at me. A month ago, this man had said something that sounded like a dream. Now, he truly set that dream before her eyes. She could hold back no longer, and tears fell all at once. This wasn't sorrow, it was being moved to the very heart. Chun Wan gazed at all this, her throat tight, unable to speak for a long while. I walked to her side, raised a hand to wipe away her tears, and pointed at the desk. I promised you. From today on, this is your study. You can read as late as you like. The open banquet in the yard hadn't yet broken up, the noise and drinking game shouts coming in wave after wave. I led Chun Wan back into the courtyard. I didn't go to the main table, but walked straight to my father-in-law's side. Professor Chin held a wine cup, gazing at this new courtyard with a complex expression. Others were only busy marveling, but what he saw was the scholarly air within this courtyard, and that drive to climb upward. Dad, I handed him a cup of warm water. Professor Chin took it, took a sip, and said in a low voice, "The house is very good." I didn't beat around the bush. Dad, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Professor Chin looked up at me. I want to clear out the main hall and the courtyard as a study point for the village children. The college exam has been restored, and I want to organize a study group so the children who want to test into university have a quiet place to read. The moment these words came out, my mother-in-law was startled first. Little phone, this is... But Chin Wan understood at once, her eyes lighting up instantly. Professor Chin set down his water cup and fell silent. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if weighing it, and as if suppressing the stirring in his heart. I went on. I've already asked Brother Zhao to buy the materials in the county, all the latest review problems. We've got the place, we've got the materials, and now all we lack is a mainstay who can hold down the room. When I'd finished, I looked straight at Professor Chun, my manner earnest and sincere. Dad, I'd like to ask you to come out of retirement and be the teacher for this study group. No, my mother-in-law blocked it almost by instinct. His health is poor, how could he teach? She wasn't simply afraid of tiring him out. She feared more that he'd stand before people again, feared those old scars being torn open once more, feared that the peace they'd only just settled into would be thrown into turmoil again. Professor Chen raised a hand and stopped his wife. He looked at me, then at his daughter beside him, her eyes full of hope. At last, Professor Chen looked at that group of children romping in the courtyard. The children were each sallow and thin, yet in their eyes was still a stubborn refusal to give in, like wild grass that wants to live no matter how it's trampled. They had no idea where their future lay. Most of them, their whole lives, might just follow their parents' old path, scraping a living on this yellow earth. But now, opportunity had come. This was a chance to walk off the land, to catch a glimpse of the world outside. Good. Professor Chin said just one word, but it landed with weight. My mother-in-law's eyes reddened at once. Chin Wan, moved, gripped her father's hand tight. I nodded hard too. I understood in my heart that this university professor, buried too long, could from today at last stand once more on the podium that belonged to him. The next day, the news that my family was starting a study group spread through the whole of Red Flag Village like the wind. This caused an even bigger uproar than my building the new house. What? Studying? Can that stuff be traded for grain? Right. My boy can't even earn his work points straight, and he wants to test into university? What a spring-autumn dream. Qin Feng really has more money than sense, and he provides meals too? Does his family have mountains of gold and silver? The older folks in the village mostly shook their heads, thinking the whole thing was pure nonsense. But the young people were different, especially those who'd left school only a few years back. The moment they heard the news, their minds all came alive. The college entrance exam. Those words struck like a thunderbolt into their dreary days. So distant, yet leaving them unwilling to let go. At dusk, the brand new gate of my house opened to the whole village for the first time. The main hall was spacious and bright, the huge glass windows drawing in all the setting sun, lighting the room clear and radiant. A dozen or more new tables and chairs were arranged neat and tidy. On the tables were stacked piles of review materials, the scent of ink not yet faded. This spread was more proper than the village primary school. The young people came in one after another, uneasiness on their faces, and unhidden curiosity too. They stood at the door, very reserved, looking at this room that was like a new world, not even daring to track the mud on their feet inside. Come in, everyone, what are you standing there for? I called out with a smile. From now on, this is where everyone studies. Sit anywhere you like. Someone worked up the nerve and took off his shoes first, walking in barefoot. He reached out and stroked the smooth desktop, then leafed through the brand new materials, the longing in his eyes impossible to hide. Before long, over 20 young people were seated in the room, men and women both. Professor Chin too had changed into a clean old Zhongshan suit. Though thin, his back was ramrod straight. He stood at the very front, a Chinese textbook in hand, seeming like a changed man. In this moment, he was no longer a farmer bent by life. He was a teacher, a scholar standing at the podium. Today, we begin the first lesson. His voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly quieted the whole room. Let's start with a poem. In the yard, Chun Wan and I weren't idle either. The big iron pot was already set up, the firewood blazing. Inside the pot, pork bones and white radish stewed, the soup bubbling and rolling, steam rising straight up, the meaty aroma soon filling the entire yard. Beside it, my mother-in-law was carefully cracking eggs into a large basin. She cracked over 30 in a row. Those villagers who hadn't let their children come to the lesson were all peeking from a distance. When they smelled that nose-pricking meat soup fragrance, and then saw that huge basin of golden egg liquid, every one of them was sick with regret. Heavens, there really is meat soup to drink. Look at those eggs, there's enough for one each. What a loss. If I'd known, I'd have let my boy come. Free lessons, and you get to eat meat and drink soup too. Where do you find a good thing like this? Inside, Professor Chin had finished the lesson and begun asking questions. However rich the aroma outside, it hadn't lured away the minds of those within. These young people who dug for their food in the fields all day discovered, for the first time, that those square characters strung together could be so beautiful, so powerful. By the time the lesson ended, the sky was nearly dark. Chen Wan and I came in carrying the steaming meat soup and gave each person a boiled egg too. Everyone's worked hard. Have a bite to tide you over first. I don't know who it was, but someone swallowed hard first. Everyone stared at the milky white meat soup in their bowls, and that round little egg, their eyes going straight. Free lessons, and meals provided. And meals of meat soup and eggs at that. This life was just like a dream. Brother Qin Feng, is this really for us to eat? A half-grown boy asked, stammering. Of course it's for you, and there'll be some every day from now on. I clapped his shoulder. As long as you're willing to study, I can afford to provide it. The moment this sentence fell, it shook people more than that bowl of meat soup. Everyone was so moved their faces flushed red. They cupped their bowls, gulping down the soup in big mouthfuls, carefully peeling the eggshells and stuffing whole eggs into their mouths, so happy their eyes nearly reddened. Whether knowledge could change one's fate, they still couldn't say for sure. But they already understood that following me, they truly could drink meat soup and eat eggs. From then on, this great courtyard of mine, secretly nicknamed the Scholar's Tower by the villagers, became the most special place in Red Flag Village. By day, this was a family's courtyard for living. Come night, the rooms blazed with light, and the sound of reading came wave after wave. Professor Chin taught literature and history. Relying on solid learning and clear teaching, he forced open a door to a new world for these children with almost no foundation. Chen Wan taught the sciences. One tough math and physics problem after another gradually became clear in her hands. The father and daughter, one teaching arts, one teaching sciences, coordinated seamlessly. And I was the study group's firmest backer. Not only did I manage everyone's food, drink, and provisions, I occasionally took the stage myself, laying out my own approach to solving problems, picking out precisely the crucial points to explain. My explanations were always accurate and incisive, often a single sentence penetrating a problem that had stumped everyone for days. The atmosphere of the study group grew hotter and hotter, and the numbers rose from over 20 slowly to over 40. The once lifeless village, as if forcibly awakened by this sound of reading, took on an indescribable vitality and hope. In the distance, Li Jianjun and Li Tsuehua stood in the darkness. They stared at the light shining out of the scholar's tower, listening to the faint sound of reading from inside, their faces twisted like demons. Brother Jianjun, we can't let him carry on like this. If it goes on this way, the hearts of the whole village really will all lean toward Qin Feng's side. Li Tsuehua clenched her teeth, her fingernails nearly digging into her flesh. Li Jianjun said nothing, staring hard at that patch of light, his eyes full of hatred. The light of the scholar's tower stabbed into his heart like a needle. Hiding in the dark, listening to the reading coming from inside, he ground his teeth till they creaked. This was no studying. This was clearly cutting off his path, slapping his face. Brother Jianjun, we have to think of something. If it goes on like this, there'll be no place left in the village for us to speak. Li Tsuehua's voice was shrill and venomous. Li Jianjun took a fierce drag of his cigarette, the ember glowing and fading on his hardened, vicious face. A way. Of course there's a way. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his voice chillingly grim. Isn't Qin Feng good at making a fuss? Doesn't he rely on studying to steal the limelight? Then I'll use this studying business to hit him hard. A few days later, at dusk, the study group had just begun. Professor Chen was teaching classical prose. The 40-some young people in the room listened, rapt, so quiet you couldn't even hear the wind outside. Suddenly, with a bang, the gate was kicked open. Li Jianjun walked in with his hands behind his back, a savage grin all over his face. Behind him followed a middle-aged man wearing glasses and 2 militiamen with rifles slung over their shoulders. The moment this display was laid out, the room froze. The students all hurriedly stood, looking in terror at this group that had burst in. Li Jianjun, what do you want? I rushed a step forward, planting myself right in front of everyone, my face going cold in an instant. Li Jianjun ignored me entirely and turned to fawn at the middle-aged man. Officer Wang, take a look, this is the place. Illegal assembly, running a private school, teaching nothing but heresy, mouths full of that bourgeois line. Officer Wang pushed up his glasses and, with a cold face, swept his gaze over the room. Seeing this spacious, bright room, the neat new tables and chairs, and especially that wall of large glass, his brow furrowed even tighter. In his eyes, this wasn't running a study class. This was flaunting wealth. This was corruption. Who's in charge? Officer Wang spoke, his tone cold and hard. Professor Chen adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. Comrade, I'm the teacher here. We're responding to the state's call, organizing the village's youth to review, preparing to take part in the college entrance exam. The college exam? Officer Wang sneered. I say you're using the exam as a cover to stage a restoration. Look at this place of yours, done up like a nest of luxury. He raised a hand and pointed at the review materials on the tables. And this stuff, all this junk, confiscate all of it. The words had barely fallen when the 2 militiamen immediately stepped up, reaching out to grab. Stop. I let out a thunderous shout that made the room tremble. I planted myself forward, blocking the way like a wall. The 2 militiamen, cowed by my presence, actually retreated a step by force. On what grounds do you confiscate? Where's your document? I glared coldly at Officer Wang. Confronted in front of everyone, Officer Wang's face turned ugly at once, and he stamped his feet in anger. I am the rules. On this turf, if I say no, then it's no. This is a legal assembly. It must disband at once. Everyone dismiss immediately. Whoever doesn't leave comes back to the commune with me for investigation. The students were so frightened their faces went white, and a few timid ones felt their legs go weak. Chun Wan and my mother-in-law hurriedly ran out too, shielding Professor Chen tightly. Li Jianjun stood off to the side, his heart practically blossoming with joy. Qin Feng, aren't you quite the tough one? However capable you are, do you still dare go head-to-head with a cadre? Do you dare touch the statesmen, dare touch a gun? Today, I'll watch everything you painstakingly propped up get smashed to pieces on the spot. The air in the courtyard grew thicker with the smell of gunpowder, ready to blow at any moment. Just then, The sound of a car suddenly came from outside the yard. It grew closer and closer, and finally came to a steady stop at the gate. Everyone turned to look in unison. A green Jeep pulled up, the door opened, and a man in a cadre's uniform stepped out. The one who'd come was none other than Secretary Chien, who'd approved the material slips for me earlier. He'd originally been down in the countryside inspecting work and stopped by to see me on the way, wanting to have a look at how the new house that had stirred the whole county had turned out. Who'd have known that the moment he entered the village, he sensed the atmosphere was off. Reaching the gate, he happened to run right into this standoff. What's going on here? Secretary Chien furrowed his brow and strode into the courtyard. Li Jianjun didn't recognize him and took him for just another gawker, waving a hand with a face full of impatience. Get. This is commune business. Quit adding to the chaos here. Officer Wang sensed this man was no ordinary figure, but relying on his own standing, he still put on airs and asked, "What unit are you from?" Secretary Chien didn't even glance at them. His gaze fell straight on me. "Little Chien, what exactly is going on here?" My heart eased, and I immediately came forward. "Secretary Chien, you've come at just the right time." I raised a hand and pointed, laying out plainly, in a few words, what Officer Wang and Li Jianjun had done. The more Secretary Chien listened, the darker his face grew. The instant Li Jianjun heard the 3 words Secretary Chien, his heart plummeted. Beside the big county leader, there really did seem to be a secretary surnamed Chien. He panicked at once. Officer Wang froze too. Seeing how familiar the two were, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. When Secretary Chien had heard it all, he said not a word of nonsense, but turned and walked straight into the main hall. He looked at no one, going directly to the podium and picking up the textbook Professor Chun had just been teaching from. First he glanced at the neat, orderly writing on the blackboard, then lowered his head and leafed through the pages. In the textbook was a patriotic poem. Only then did Secretary Chien turn around, his gaze falling like a knife on Officer Wang's face. The legal assembly? Bourgeois thinking? I say the one whose thinking has problems is you. He suddenly slapped a hand down on the table. The bang made everyone's heart jump. The state has just restored the college entrance exam, precisely to select talent, precisely to pick out pillars for the 4 modernizations. These young people are answering the call, studying with all their might. What is this? This is passion. This is aspiration. This is what the state needs most. Secretary Chien raised a hand and pointed at the frightened students, his voice rising sharply. They are the future of the nation, the hope of the people. You're a culture and education officer. Instead of thinking how to support them, how to encourage them, you come running to slap on labels and wield the big stick. What exactly are you trying to do? This is openly working against state policy. These few sentences were heavy and fierce, crashing down like a hammer. Officer Wang's face went white at once, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. I truly didn't know. You didn't know? Secretary Chien sneered, then turned to look at Professor Chun, his tone changing instantly. Old sir, you've worked hard. You're cultivating talent for the state. You're a man of merit. Professor Chun was so moved his lips trembled, unable to speak for a long while. Secretary Chien looked at me again, his eyes full of admiration. Little Chien, you did right, and did it beautifully. This isn't a privately run school. This is the masses spontaneously organizing to study, a good thing that should be supported. With that, he coldly fixed his eyes on the long-since dumbstruck Li Jianjun. And you, as a family member of a village cadre, instead of seeking benefits for the folks, you stir up trouble and do harm, blocking young people's aspirations. Your thinking has serious problems. This matter, I'll report to the commune myself. The moment these words fell, Li Jianjun's mind buzzed, and his vision went black. It was over. Utterly over. He looked at me, at the brightly lit scholars' tower, at those students who'd straightened their backs again, and understood in his heart that this time he'd lost cleanly and completely. Secretary Chien couldn't be bothered to look at those 2 clowns any longer. He turned and spoke loudly to the roomful of young people. Study with peace of mind. On behalf of the county, I'll state my position. What you're doing is proper. It's a good thing. Anyone who dares come make trouble again is setting themselves against the people, against the state. Yes. I don't know who shouted first. The next second, applause and cheers erupted with a roar in the room. Officer Wang and Li Jianjun, right in the midst of this cheering, were dragged out in disgrace, hauled off by the 2 militiamen. As Li Jianjun was pulled away, he still turned back and shot me a vicious glare. That look had lost its earlier arrogance, leaving only resentment and unwillingness. After Secretary Chien left, the scholars' tower stayed lively for a good while. The students, as if they'd won a hard-fought battle, talked excitedly about the turmoil just past. The way they looked at me was more admiring than ever. But I had no time for any of that. I settled everyone down, thanked Professor Chun and my mother-in-law, and turned right back to the final exam preparation. The days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the college entrance exam. The whole of Red Flag Village was wrapped in a taut, heavy atmosphere. Everyone get an early night. Tomorrow you test all day, so build up your energy. I saw off the last student and shut the courtyard gate. Come night, rain suddenly began to fall outside. At first it was just a fine drizzle, but then it grew heavier and heavier, until it became a torrential downpour. Raindrops smacked against the glass, pattering and crackling, so noisy no one could sleep in peace. I rolled over, my heart inexplicably tight. The next day, before the sky had lightened, the courtyard gate was pounded so hard it shook. Chin Feng, open up quick, something terrible's happened. It was the village chief's voice, with a sob in it. My heart plummeted, and I hurriedly threw on my clothes and got out of bed to open the door. Outside the gate, the village chief and several villagers were soaked through, faces covered in mud, their expressions despairing. Uncle, what's happened? The mountains collapsed. The village chief pointed a trembling finger toward the village entrance, his lips quivering. The road to the county town, it's blocked dead. With a crash, my mind went instantly blank. There was only this one road from the village to the county town. The news spread quickly. Those with an exam candidate at home all rushed out their doors like mad, heading straight for the village entrance. I had no thought for anything else and broke into a run. By the time I got there, I was struck dumb. A night of torrential rain had triggered a landslide. The already narrow dirt road had been completely buried under mud, rubble, broken timber, and boulders. The mud flow was still slowly oozing downward, making a sound that set the scalp crawling. Forget driving a car through. Even a person couldn't possibly climb over. It's over. One candidate's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees in the mud, weeping his heart out. My university's gone. That crying was like an explosion, and the valley was instantly full of wailing. Parents beat their chests and stamped their feet, the candidates' faces ashen. Chunwan and Professor Chin arrived too. Seeing the scene before them, Chunwan's face went frighteningly white. Dad, what do we do? Professor Chin steadied her, his lips pressed tight. However many storms he'd weathered, in this moment, he had no way at all. This was a natural disaster. No one could stop it. Heavens, why do you torment us so? A woman knelt in the mud, screaming at the sky. Despair pressed down hard on every heart. But amid this wailing, I was instead frighteningly calm. I walked a circle around the landslide zone, carefully examining the terrain. The soil was too loose, the rocks too large, and every way around was sealed off. Time was still slipping away bit by bit. Less than 2 hours remained before the exam began. Were we just to resign ourselves to fate? To let everyone's efforts be ruined at the very last step? Impossible. I never conceded defeat. My mind spun fast, desperately searching for a way. Just then, a mechanical yet slightly playful voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Detected that the host has encountered an extreme predicament. A natural disaster has severed the road. Special mission activated. Charge through the mire. Mission reward. 1 special blueprint. The all-terrain off-road motorcycle modification plan. The next second, a flash of blue light. A blueprint of the utmost complexity, yet crystal clear, was carved straight into my mind. Engine, drive shaft, shock absorbers, frame. Every part, every weld joint, crystal clear. My breathing quickened at once. My gaze snapped toward the scrap heap not far off. There happened to be an East-is red tractor there, scrapped years ago, with only its engine and chassis left. Beside it were scrap steel pipes, iron plates, and old wheels. A wild idea suddenly rushed into my mind. Build a vehicle, with my own hands. Build one that could charge straight through the landslide zone. Everyone stopped crying. I let out a sudden roar that instantly overpowered the weeping across the whole place. Everyone stared at me blankly. Chin Feng, it's come to this. What could you possibly do? One villager choked out, his eyes red. I wasted no words. I raised a hand and pointed to a few strong young men. You few, come with me. The moment I said it, I turned and rushed toward the village scrap heap. Everyone looked at one another. Nobody knew what I meant to do, but they still instinctively followed. When they saw me head straight for that scrap tractor, everyone was dumbfounded. Chin Feng, you're not thinking of fixing that broken tractor, are you? It's useless, it rotted through long ago. The village chief stamped his feet in alarm. I ignored him entirely, circling that rust-frozen engine, tapping and looking, quickly checking the structure inside. It could still work. Take the engine off. I gave the order straight to the few young men. Hurry. Though bewildered, they got to it at once, and set to dismantling it with many hands. I plunged into the scrap heap again, rummaging like a madman. In moments, I dragged out several thick steel pipes, a scrap tricycle rear axle, and 2 large tires with deep tread. Chinfeng, what on earth do you want to do? This kid hasn't gone crazy from panic, has he? The villagers grew more and more baffled, a chorus of muttering all around. Xinwan ran over too, looking at me covered in oil and grime. Her eyes were full of worry and confusion. Chinfeng, you? Trust me. I looked up at her, dropped just those 2 words, and lowered my head to keep working. Those 2 words were short, but hard as a nail. Xinwan's heart trembled, and she actually settled at once. She stopped pressing and rolled up her sleeves. What can I do? I grinned and pointed at an iron plate nearby. Go find the welder and get a cutting machine and an oxygen tank, as fast as you can. Right. Xinwan turned and ran. Soon, the whole of Red Flag Village sprang into motion. Under my direction, work began right on the open ground at the village entrance. The scrap tractor's engine was mounted onto a steel pipe frame welded together on the spot. The scrap tricycle rear axle, reinforced, was connected. 2 large rear wheels, plus a motorcycle front wheel, were forcibly pieced into a strange vehicle. Welding sparks flew everywhere. The cutting machine roared, ear-piercing. All the candidates and parents crowded around. They'd long since stopped crying, only staring hard at me. That young man stood in the middle of the crowd, as if a tear had been forcibly ripped open in the despair. The hope that had nearly gone out was rekindled. Time slipped by bit. A crude, bizarre, yet impact-laden 3-wheeled steel monster slowly took shape. It had no shell, all its mechanical parts exposed, like a steel beast ready to pounce at any moment. Fuel. Diesel. I roared suddenly. Soon, someone came rushing over lugging a fuel drum. The diesel was filled to the brim. I swung myself onto that crude sheet metal seat, took a deep breath, and stamped the Kickstarter hard. Put-poot-poot. The engine coughed just twice, then went silent. The whole place felt instantly dead silent. Everyone's heart leapt into their throat. I gritted my teeth, reached out, and turned the valve a few times. Then I stamped down hard again. Put-poot-poot, put-put, roar. A huge blast burst out, and that old, broken engine finally roared to life. Black smoke shot straight up. The whole frame shook madly. It worked. The crowd erupted, cheers shaking the heavens. Quick, Xinwan, and the few top scorers of the study group, get on now. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Those named didn't hesitate for a moment. Xinwan among them. They immediately climbed onto that still roaring steel monster. Chinfeng, be careful. Professor Chen stood below, his voice trembling, his face both fearful and excited. I turned back and grinned at him. Everyone hold on tight. I threw it into gear and gunned the throttle hard. Roar. This 3-wheeled war chariot pieced together from scrap gouged 2 big pits in the mud with its rear wheels and shot out, like a maddened wild bull, charging straight at the landslide zone. The wheels ground through mud and water, crashing into piles of rubble. The body jolted violently, and the students on board gripped the frame for dear life, screaming without pause. I clenched my teeth, arms taut, gripping the wheel with all my might, forcing a path through the rocks and deep pits by sheer will. The villagers all chased behind, running and shouting, cheering us on for all they were worth. We broke through. We really broke through. When the war chariot crested the last dirt ridge and charged back onto level road, all the candidates on board cried out. The county town lay just ahead. I glanced at my watch. Less than half an hour until the exam started. We could still make it. I opened the throttle wider again, and the chariot roared as it charged toward the county town. Victory was almost in sight. But at that very moment, a large water-filled pit appeared ahead. It didn't look deep, and with no time to think it over, I charged straight into it. Splash. The front of the vehicle suddenly dipped. The whole thing was like it had fallen into a bog, the 2 rear wheels spinning madly, mud and water flying. Yet no matter what, it couldn't charge free. Blue smoke rose from the engine. Roar, put, put, fut. The engine sound cut off abruptly. Everything around went silent at once. I immediately tried the ignition again. No response. I tried once more. Still dead silence. The vehicle had stalled completely. I lifted my head. The clock tower of the county exam site was already clearly visible. I looked down at my watch again. The minute hand pointed coldly at that fatal number. 25 minutes until the exam. 25 minutes. But the vehicle was dead. Utterly dead. The air seemed frozen, leaving only the clicking of the cooling engine and the increasingly ragged breathing of a few students. Despair pressed back in, and fiercer than before. It's over. A boy's voice cracked with a sob, gone hoarse. This time it's truly over. Xinwan's face went white all at once. She stared hard at the clock tower right before her eyes. We were so close. Truly, just this one last step. But this step was like an unbridgeable chasm. I said not a word. I tried a few more times. Once, twice, 3 times. But the Kickstarter was as if jammed dead, wouldn't budge no matter what. The engine was completely broken. Everyone off. I let out a low roar and jumped down from the driver's seat first, half my leg instantly sinking into the mud and water. What's the use of getting off? The vehicle's scrapped now. Get off to push. Though the students knew there was little hope, they still instinctively obeyed me, jumping one after another into the knee-deep mud pit. 1, 2, 3, push. The veins bulged on my forehead. My shoulder braced hard against the vehicle body. The few students pushed forward for all they were worth too. The body let out an ear-piercing screech. The tires spun madly, mud flying everywhere, but the vehicle simply wouldn't move, couldn't budge even half a step. This was simply not something human strength could accomplish. Wah! At last, a boy couldn't hold on any longer and crouched right down in the mud and water, crying out loud. As if he'd set off a collapse, the few girls left on the vehicle began crying too. Even Chun-Wan's eyes reddened. She didn't cry, only bit her lip hard, watching me still straining in the mud and water, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. What grieved her wasn't that she might miss the exam. What ached in her was me. I'd fought all the way to this point, forcing the impossible into the possible. Yet right at the very end, heaven still refused to let us go. I slowly stopped, wiped the mud from my face, and gasped for breath. Give up? Impossible. In this life, I'd never once conceded defeat. Just then, a low, powerful engine sound suddenly pierced through the curtain of rain. Everyone instinctively looked up. A green military jeep split the standing water, throwing up 2 white waves, charging toward us fast. With a sharp brake, it came to a steady stop at the edge of the mud pit. The door opened, and a young officer in military uniform leapt out. His frame was ramrod straight, his movements crisp. Striding through the standing water, his gaze locked onto me at once. Comrade Chinfeng. I was stunned too. The one who'd come was, of all people, the officer whose father I'd once saved with the medicinal liquor, Gao Jian. Gao? Brother Gao? I could hardly believe it. This was rescue dropping straight from the heavens. How are you here? Never mind all that for now. Gao Jian's tone was urgent yet steady. My dad was worried. Knowing today was the exam, and with rain this heavy, he specially called and had me come check. The moment I reached that landslide back there, I knew something must have happened on your end. As he spoke, he swept a glance over the stalled vehicle, then at the mud-soaked students, and his expression changed at once. Shock and admiration. He'd already guessed what had happened. Quick, all the candidates into my car, we go now. Gao Jian said not a word more, and gave the order straight out. Chen-Wan immediately looked at me. You all go quick, don't mind me. I gave her a hard shove. Hurry, any more delay and it truly will be too late. Chen-Wan and the few students were pulled and hauled into the jeep by Gao Jian and the driver. There wasn't much room inside, and the few of them could only squeeze in tight together. Brother Gao, I'm counting on you. Standing in the mud and water, I gave a solemn salute. Gao Jian immediately returned it, his gaze firm. Rest assured, I guarantee the mission will be completed. He swung into the car and shouted to the driver. Go, to the County No. 1 middle school exam site, fastest speed. Yes. The jeep whipped around with a roar, its wheels churning up a great spray of mud and water, charging toward the county town like an arrow. From the back seat, Chun-Wan looked out the window behind her. I was still standing there in the rain, my figure growing smaller and smaller, blurrier and blurrier, until at last the downpour swallowed it whole. She could hold back no longer, and the tears came pouring down. The jeep charged into the county town, weaving swiftly through the streets. Gao Jian flashed his pass, and no one dared stop them the whole way. The people at the roadside were all struck dumb, having no idea what great matter had happened. Faster, faster still. Gao Jian stared at his watch, so anxious his head was covered in sweat. The clock tower of County No. 1 middle school grew closer and closer. The hour hand crept step by step toward the moment that would decide their fate. 8:28. 8:29. At the entrance to the exam hall, the proctor was already reaching out to shut that iron gate. At that very moment, screech, an ear-piercing hard brake burst out. The green military jeep fishtailed and stopped dead in front of the main gate. Wait. The car door was flung open, and Gao Jian was the first to leap out, holding his officer's ID high. Emergency. These few candidates hit a landslide on the road and were trapped. They've only just arrived. The proctor was cowed by the spectacle. He looked at Chun-Wan and the others, mud-soaked and pale, then at Gao Jian's stern face, unable for the moment to decide. Bell. The exam start bell suddenly rang out across the whole campus. Chunwan's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. Let them in. Gao Jian suddenly raised his voice, his tone so forceful it brooked no refusal. This is a special situation. If you delay the state's selection of talent, can you bear that responsibility? The proctor jolted all over and lowered his head to glance at his watch. The time had just passed 30. He gritted his teeth and yanked the iron gate open. Quick, get in fast. Hurry to your exam hall. Chun Wan and the other students, as if they'd snatched back their lives, thanked him over and rushed with all their might into the campus. The instant she crossed the gate, Chun Wan looked back once more. She saw that green jeep at the entrance, and she saw that soldier standing ramrod straight. The college entrance exam was over. That harrowing rush to the exams soon spread throughout Red Flag Village, and the whole commune was talking about it. That three-wheeled vehicle of mine, pieced together from scrap, ended up rotting in the mud pit. But the villagers still hauled the wreckage back and set it up at the village entrance like a treasure, making it a memorial. Life seemed to return to how it was. I still went into the mountains to hunt every day and came back to keep building the house. The courtyard wall of the Scholar's Tower was laid, and neat bluestone slabs were paved across the yard. Life was getting better, but everyone's hearts still stayed suspended. The ones who could sit still least of all were Professor Chun and my mother-in-law. Every day they longed for the postman to come and feared the postman coming, their hearts always in suspense. Chun Wan, by contrast, was the calmest. She still helped me with the work as usual, washing clothes, cooking, tidying the house, never falling short in anything. And she always wore a smile, gentle and soft, as if she had nothing at all on her mind. But I understood. It wasn't that she didn't care. She was just afraid of too much pressure and deliberately put on an air of ease. And it was precisely because of this that it made one's heart ache all the more. The days dragged by one after another, and high summer arrived. The cicadas in the trees screamed for all they were worth, grating on people's nerves even more, and those waiting for news grew more anxious by the day. Just as everyone was about to be driven mad by this waiting, the news finally arrived. The one who came was not the postman, but the commune's broadcaster. He came charging into the village all the way on his bicycle. Before the bike had even stopped, he leapt off, holding up a newspaper, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Good news, great news. The exam results are out. That one shout blew the whole of Red Flag Village wide open. Those working in the fields, those resting at home, those chatting idly at the village entrance, all rushed over the moment they heard the commotion. No one had thought for the work in their hands, and one after another they crowded forward like they'd gone mad. Let me see, quick. Is my kid on there? Chun Wan and I hurried out of the yard too, with Professor Chun and my mother-in-law close behind, so nervous their hands were trembling. Don't push, don't grab, the whole list's on the newspaper. The broadcaster, surrounded on all sides, was drenched in sweat and had nearly shouted himself hoarse. The moment the newspaper was spread open, everyone thrust their heads in. The names were densely packed, dazzling the eyes. Found it. The Lee family's heir Dan got into vocational school. Wang Dazhu got in too. Wave after wave of cheers rose from the crowd. Whichever family had a name there was thrilled beyond measure. But I didn't push forward. I wasn't looking at anyone else. I only stared at Chun Wan. Chun Wan's face was pale, her hand gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her eyes scanning the newspaper fast, as if she didn't dare even breathe too heavily. At that very moment, a scream suddenly burst from the crowd. Heavens! Look at the very top. Everyone's gaze shifted at once to the very top of the newspaper. In the most prominent spot, a line of bold characters was printed, clear as day. Number 1 in the humanities for the entire region, Chun Wan. Admitted to Capital University. Number 1 in the entire region, Capital University. In that instant, the whole village entrance seemed to fall suddenly silent. The next second, it utterly erupted. A top scholar. Our village has produced a top scholar. It's Chun Wan. It's Qin Feng's wife. Capital University. And number 1 in the whole region. The villagers went instantly wild. Before I could even react, everyone hoisted me up and tossed me hard into the air. Once, twice, 3 times. Qin Feng's rendered a great service. If not for Qin Feng, where would this top scholar have come from? Professor Qin stared fixedly at the name on the newspaper, and the tears came down at once. He was trembling all over, his mouth able only to repeat a single word over and over. Good, good, so good. My mother-in-law broke down crying right on the spot. She threw her arms around Chun Wan and wept like a child. Chun Wan, though, stood dumbly where she was. She watched me being tossed high into the air. She watched her parents weeping for joy. She watched the flushed faces all around. She raised a hand and gently touched her own name on the newspaper. It was real, not a dream. The tears came down at once. But this time, it wasn't grievance, wasn't despair. It was scalding hot, the joy of having finally seen the dawn after the long ordeal. She squeezed through the crowd and came to stand before me. I was looking at her too, grinning like a fool. Chunwon said nothing at all, and suddenly threw herself into my arms, holding me tight with all her strength. A few days later, a van bearing provincial station plates slowly drove into Red Flag Village. The villagers surrounded it 3 layers deep, staring wide-eyed. The van stopped at the entrance of the Scholars Tower. Several reporters got out, shouldering cameras and holding microphones. The provincial television station, come to interview this year's regional humanities top scholar. This was an honor the whole village had never seen. In the courtyard, Chunwon and I, along with Professor Chun and his wife, had been waiting for a good while. Facing the camera, Chunwon was a little nervous. But more than that, there was composure, there was confidence. The reporter asked quite a few things. How she studied, what her ideals were, what her plans were for the future. Chunwon answered every one with poise and grace. At last, the woman reporter asked with a smile, "Comrade Chunwon, many people are curious about your legendary exam. Everyone says your success owed much to your husband's support. What would you most like to say?" The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent. Even the air seemed to pause. The camera trained itself on Chunwon's face. Chunwon's lips moved, but she wasn't quick to answer. She suddenly turned, and under everyone's astonished gaze, reached out her hand toward me. I was startled at first, then took it with a smile. Chunwon pulled me to her side and had me stand before the camera together with her. She turned back and looked straight into the lens. Those eyes were bright and firm, as if she meant to see, through the lens, to the countless thousands of people. The light on her face was more dazzling than at any time. Chunwon spoke, word by word. "Without my husband, there would be no me today." The instant her words fell, I raised a hand and gently drew her shoulder in, sheltering her in my arms. I didn't look at the camera. I only lowered my head and looked at my wife, my eyes full of tenderness, my smile especially brilliant. Click. The reporter pressed the shutter. The blinding flash lit up, freezing this moment forever. In the photo, the girl's eyes held light. The man's face held a smile. Behind them stood the Scholars Tower, which had borne hardship and had also lifted up dreams. The train whistle blew long. Even the platform trembled faintly from it. The green-skinned train puffed white steam, like a great beast about to set off on a long journey. I held Chunwon tightly. She was still so thin, so slight, as if one gust of wind would scatter her. My throat went tight, and I held her tighter. "When you get to school, don't be stingy with money. Eat whatever's nutritious in the cafeteria. Build your health up first." I raised a hand and gently tucked that stray lock of hair from her forehead behind her ear. Chunwon buried her face in my chest and answered in a muffled voice, her tears having long since soaked through my shirt. "The matters at home have me. Don't worry about a thing. Just study with peace of mind." Chunwon nodded hard. How much hardship I'd endured to send her to university, no one knew more clearly than she. "Who?" Another train whistle drew out long, as if urging us to part. "Get on now." I let her go and picked up the luggage. Chunwon looked back with every step, and in the end boarded the train only at the conductor's urging. She squeezed to the window and waved at me with all her might. The train slowly pulled away, the rails clacking and clattering. The people on the platform grew smaller and smaller. I stood there the whole time, not moving even once, until that green-skinned carriage vanished completely into the edge of the sky. Only then did I turn around. Back in Red Flag Village, I didn't rest for a moment. I'd long had a plan in mind. Making meat jerky now was still small-scale tinkering at home, low in efficiency, and output couldn't be raised either. On top of that, relying entirely on Zhao Xingban's private channels to sell the goods, it couldn't hold up for long at all. I would start a factory, start a real food processing plant. This was the first step in my turning things around. I told Professor Chun and my mother-in-law the idea, and once the 2 elders heard it, they immediately voiced their support. "Little Foam, is the money enough? I've got a bit saved up here," Professor Chin said, already reaching for his pocket. "Dad, don't worry about the money, I'll figure it out." I hurriedly stopped him. The money from selling the wild ginseng earlier, plus what I'd earned from the jerky and the medicinal liquor, added up to quite a sum. It was enough to live on. But to truly build a factory, buy equipment, and chase down sales channels, this bit of money was far from enough. The bigger trouble wasn't the money, though. It was the land and the permits. Early the next morning, I got on my bicycle, carrying a stack of neatly written application materials, and headed straight out. First stop, the commune. The one who received me was a young clerk in glasses, whose attitude was at least fairly courteous. Start a factory? A self-employed individual starting a factory? The young clerk pushed up his glasses and flipped through the materials several times over, his face full of difficulty. Comrade Chin Fong, this matter, our commune can't make the call. And policy-wise, there doesn't seem to be a precedent for it either. You'd best go ask the county. I didn't argue. I gave a word of thanks and turned to head for the county town instead. The County Industry Bureau. This time the one who received me was a middle-aged cadre with a beer belly, too lazy even to lift his eyelids. Leave the application report here. Wait for the leaders to look into it. One sentence, and he sent me off. Over the following week, I ran to every department in the county I could. The Land Bureau, the Commerce Bureau, the Health Bureau, but the reply I got every time was more or less the same. The materials are incomplete. Go back and add to them. The leader's away on business. Come again next week. This matter needs a meeting to look into. Wait first. The application reports I submitted were like stones thrown into the sea, not even a sound in return. Once or twice, you could call it sluggish handling, low efficiency. But when it was one after another like this, dull as I might be, I could tell something was off. This wasn't the process getting stuck at all. Someone was pulling dirty tricks behind the scenes, weaving a net, sealing off every road I had. Just who was it? Li Dazhuang's bunch had long since been beaten into line by me. They didn't have the nerve, nor the ability. Li Jianjun. That was possible, but he was just the village chief's nephew. His reach didn't extend this far. I sat at the entrance of the Scholar's Tower, lit a cigarette, my brow knotted tight. Behind this net, there had to be someone truly calling the shots hidden away. If I couldn't figure it out, then I'd go find someone who could. A name immediately popped into my mind. Zhao Xingbang. In the back courtyard warehouse of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhao Xingbang was leading some men in unloading goods, and seeing me arrive, he greeted me with a smile. Little brother Chin Fong, what brings you here with time to spare today? The new batch of jerky's done. Brother Zhao, there's something I want to ask you. I didn't beat around the bush in the slightest. The moment Zhao Xingbang saw my expression was off, he immediately dismissed the workers, then pulled me into a corner. What's happened? I recounted the whole business of hitting walls everywhere while trying to start the factory from beginning to end. The more Zhao Xingbang listened, the darker his face grew. When I'd finished, he gritted his teeth and said nothing for a long while. Brother Zhao, is there some inside angle to this? I held out a cigarette to him. Zhao Xingbang didn't take it. He fished out one of his own and lit it, drawing hard. The smoke rose, and his face looked heavy. Little brother, this time you really have touched someone's lifeblood. My heart sank sharply. What do you mean? You've snatched away someone's rice bowl, and snatched it too fiercely. Zhao Xingbang lowered his voice. Do you know how hot your phone-flavored jerky is selling in the county right now? I didn't cut in, waiting for him to go on. You know the county food plant, right? The beef jerky they used to sell had always held the county market on its own. But ever since your jerky came out, that batch of theirs simply won't move, and the warehouse is nearly rotting full. Zhao Xingbang flicked the ash. I also heard that last month they couldn't even pay out the bonuses, and the workers made a fuss several times. You tell me, how could the plant director not hate you? The county food plant director. My mind spun fast. Brother Zhao, what's this man's background? No small background. Zhao Xingbang leaned in closer. The food plant director is called Li Weiguo, and his wife is the younger sister of Deputy Director Li. Deputy Director Li. That was the very same Deputy Director Li who tried to lowball me on the wild boar before. There's more. Zhao Xingbang added. That Li Jianjun from your village has lately been cozying up hard to Li Weiguo. Word is he wants to beg him to slip his sweetheart Li Tsuihua into the food plant as a permanent worker. In that instant, all the clues suddenly lined up. New grudges and old, all colliding at once. On one side, interests being snatched away. On the other, connections intertwining. That black hand behind the scenes had finally shown itself. A great net woven of power and connections, laid out plainly before my eyes. Li Weiguo was the black hand hiding behind it all. Relying on the favors and connections he'd banked over the years, he jammed up every single approval. Put plainly, he wanted to crush me, a self-employed individual, flat into the ground. Little brother, this time it's real trouble. Zhao Xingbang sighed. Li Weiguo's connections in the county run too deep. He's already put out word that whoever dares approve your slips is setting himself against him. No one's going to offend the director of a state-run plant for the sake of one outsider like you. The warehouse fell silent all at once. There was only that grating hiss of Zhao Xingbang drawing on his cigarette. Another dead road. I stubbed out my cigarette and slowly rose to my feet. Brother Zhao, thanks for telling me all this. AI, what do you plan to do? Why not ease off for now? Zhao Xingbang couldn't help but counsel me. I didn't answer. I only clapped Zhao Xingbang on the shoulder, turned, and left. Zhao Xingbang watched my ramrod straight back and suddenly remembered that day on the mountain road, that young man who'd stood alone against a pack of thugs without so much as a blink. The two words "give up" simply could not appear in someone like me. Out of the supply and marketing cooperative, the afternoon sun was so glaring it was hard to keep one's eyes open. I looked up at the sky, not a trace of dejection on my face. You want to seal off my road? Then let's see just who is more ruthless. I didn't head home, but turned the bike around and rode for the other end of the county town. Li Weigua, the deputy director's brother-in-law. Connections as hard as they come? The corner of my mouth went cold. In this era, connections were indeed useful. But this thing called connections wasn't something that couldn't be smashed either. You use a net to trap me, and I'll find a faster blade to tear your net open, slash by slash. Not long after, the bicycle stopped in front of Zhao Xingbang's home. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Zhao Xingbang's wife opened the door, and the moment she saw it was me, she broke into a smile at once. Ah, little Qin's here. Come in, come in. Old Zhao was just mentioning you a moment ago. I nodded with a smile and hefted the cloth bundle in my hand. Inside the bundle were 2 glass bottles. In the bottles was amber-colored medicinal liquor, deeper in color than last time, the liquid thicker too. This was the fine stuff I'd just brewed anew with a superior formula, its potency far stronger than before. Zhao Xingbang was squatting in the yard smoking in silence, and seeing me he was startled at first, then quickly stubbed out his cigarette and strode over to meet me. Little brother, why are you here again? Is that matter still not working out? He still thought I'd come to pour out my troubles. Brother Zhao, let's set that matter aside for now. I handed over the cloth bundle. I've come today to ask a favor of you. A favor? Zhao Xingbang took the bundle, and his hand dipped slightly at the weight. I want to ask Brother Zhao to make a connection for me, to arrange a meeting with that leader Wang from last time. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a ruthless edge that left no room for discussion. Zhao Xingbang's heart jolted. He saw through my plan at once. This lad no longer wanted to stay trapped in the deadwater of the County Industry Bureau. He meant to bypass the lower levels and go straight for the upper route. Little brother, this matter. Zhao Xingbang hesitated a little. On Li Weigua's side. Brother Zhao, the normal route's already a dead end. I cut him off directly. I can only take a gamble. I fixed my eyes on Zhao Xingbang, my gaze bright. If this gets pulled off, it's a good thing for you, and for Leader Wang too. Zhao Xingbang's throat tightened. He opened the cloth bundle and saw the 2 bottles of medicinal liquor inside, of superb quality. One glance, and he understood. This liquor was even fiercer than last time. The good things in my hands seemed like they could never run out. Zhao Xingbang gritted his teeth hard. I'll go all in. Fine, I'll go make the call right now. He slapped his thigh. You wait. Even if your brother has to throw caution to the wind today, I'll get the man out to meet you. That very evening, in a private room of the county's state-run restaurant, a few cups of liquor down, and Leader Wang's face had already flushed red. He'd originally come only to give Zhao Xingbang face, to sit a while. But once he'd drunk the special supply medicinal liquor I'd brought, his eyes lit up at once. A warm current slid down his throat and quickly spread through his whole body. There was none of that fiery, throat-scorching burn of ordinary baijiu. Instead, it was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. The fatigue and the aching back that came from years bent over a desk seemed to be washed away in one go. His whole being felt refreshed. This liquor was too good. Comrade Little Qin, this liquor of yours is even more impressive than last time. Leader Wang set down his cup, his face full of admiration. I smiled and refilled it for him. So long as you like it. This liquor doesn't come easy, and there's little of it. Only a leader like you is worthy of using it to nourish your health. Those words left Leader Wang feeling especially pleased. Speak up, then. Seeking me out today. Surely, it wasn't only to treat me to a drink? Leader Wang brought the matter into the open himself. He knew that a man like me would never come merely to offer a toast. I didn't complain of hardship, nor did I bring up Li Weigua. I simply rose to my feet and threw out my plan. Leader Wang, my coming this time is to apply to you for a policy. What policy? I want to build a commune-run enterprise based on Red Flag Village. Not to earn money for myself alone, but to develop the whole commune along with it. A commune-run enterprise. The moment those words came out, Leader Wang's heart jolted. This was the very new direction the province had been repeatedly stressing lately. I went on. I planned to put up the money myself to build a factory, producing foam-flavored jerky. Of the money the factory earns, part goes to the commune, part to the village collective, to be used to improve the lives of the whole village. On top of that, once the factory opens, it can solve the employment problem for quite a lot of the labor force in the surrounding villages and towns. I spoke steadily, with clear logic. Every sentence landed on the places Leader Wang cared about most. driving the township economy, solving villagers' employment, increasing collective income. This wasn't small-scale tinkering. This was solid, tangible political achievement. Wasn't this the very achievement he'd dreamed of getting? If this thing were truly pulled off, the credit would be greater than approving 10 state-run plants. Leader Wang fixed his eyes on the young man before him, and his gaze changed at once. This was no ordinary mountain village youth. This was plainly a man with vision, with daring, capable of getting things done. And thinking again of that absurdly miraculous medicinal liquor, his heart jolted all the more. This Qin phone was by no means simple. Good. Leader Wang slapped the table hard, his face turning red. Comrade Little Qin, this idea of yours is excellent. It fits the current policy direction perfectly. Having said this, he stood, paced back and forth in the private room a couple of times, then suddenly stopped. This commune-run enterprise you speak of, the county happens to have a pilot slot for one, and it's never found a suitable project. As I see it, this food processing plant of yours is a fine fit. This slot is managed directly by the province and the region and can bypass most of the county's approvals. Leader Wang walked up to me and clapped me hard on the shoulder. Just go and do it, full throttle. The land and the paperwork, I'll coordinate for you. Whoever dares block you on this matter is setting himself against me, Wang. One sentence, and it was settled on the spot. The great net Li Weigua had woven was torn wide open from above by me, wielding a sharper pair of shears. Once the upper route was clear, my heart settled completely. Leader Wang's weight was even greater than I'd anticipated. Early the next morning, the commune secretary personally rode his bicycle over to Red Flag Village. His face was wreathed in smiles, warm as if greeting his own kin. Little Qin, I've read that report of yours. The idea is very good. The commune here will support you with all its might. As for the factory land, wherever you want to pick, so long as you've got your eye on it, we'll parcel it out to you at once. The secretary thumped his chest in guarantee. In the dead of night the day before, he'd received a phone call personally from Leader Wang. The leader's tone had been hard. How could he dare be the least bit negligent? Once the news spread, the whole of Red Flag Village erupted. Qin Feng's really going to build a factory in the village. Even the commune secretary came in person. Now our village really has something to look forward to. The villagers discussed it endlessly, and when they looked at the Scholars Tower now, their eyes were full of awe and hope. Professor Chun and my mother-in-law were so moved they couldn't speak and could only clasp my hands, saying over and over how good it was. Everyone assumed I'd pick that flattest, most fertile plot at the village entrance. But I shook my head. I'd long since had a plan in mind. Back inside the house, I shut the door and a thought stirred. System, activate the resource optimization and allocation function. Ding. The resource optimization and allocation function is activated. The next second, a three-dimensional map of Red Flag Village appeared clearly in my mind. Mountains, rivers, fields, houses, all turned into data. Now scanning and analyzing all land resources within the region. Analysis complete. On the map, countless plot data flashed rapidly. Soon, the system locked onto an area west of the village and highlighted it in red. It was a large stretch of empty land, but on the map it was labeled glaringly, saline alkali land, low value. I knew this plot. The salt content was too heavy. Whatever you planted died, and even the grass didn't grow well. The villagers all called it the white patch, and everyone disdained it, the acknowledged wasteland. Target plot analysis report generated. 1. Soil structure. The surface layer is saline alkali soil. The lower layer a mixed stratum of clay and sand gravel. The ground is firm, with strong load-bearing capacity, very suitable for building large factory workshops. 2. Groundwater level. The groundwater level is at minus 8.5 meters, very low, so the workshops and warehouses are not prone to damp. 3. Improvement plan. The nearby mountain forest has an abundance of plant ash, and the downstream section of the river channel has abundant silt. Mixing the two at a ratio of 3:7 and spreading it over the surface can rapidly improve the saline alkali land at extremely low cost. Overall assessment. This plot is the most suitable for building a food processing plant. Lowest cost, highest return. My eyes lit up at once. This was no wasteland. This was plainly a treasured plot. The moment the method emerged, I didn't delay in the slightest, and immediately had the village cadres strike the old bell at the village entrance. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang urgent and loud, carrying across the whole village. Before long, men and women, old and young, all hurried over from the fields and the courtyards, packing the threshing ground at the village entrance. Everyone stared at me on the platform, not knowing what great thing I was going to do this time. I cleared my throat, and shouted through a megaphone rolled from sheet metal. Fellow villagers, uncles and aunties, I've called everyone here today to announce something big. I'm going to build a jerky processing plant right here in our village. With a roar, the crowd erupted at once. However many rumors there'd been, none could compare to one word from my own mouth. I raised a hand to press down, motioning for everyone to quiet. Building a factory needs land. What I've got my eye on is that stretch of white patch at the west end of the village. The moment these words fell, the villagers were all dumbstruck. That patch of wasteland, not even crops can live on that land. What does he want it for? Everyone was discussing it, all assuming I wanted the village to give me the land for free. But my next word struck everyone dumb outright. This land, I won't take it from the village for free. My voice suddenly rose. I'll lay out the factory building plan clearly right now. First, the money to build the factory and the money for equipment, I'll put it all up personally. But, of the factory's shares, the Red Flag Village Collective takes 30%. The whole ground fell instantly dead silent. The Village Collective, taking a 30% share? Wasn't this handing over a mountain of gold for free? As long as the factory made money, the whole village would share in the dividends. Second, I gave the crowd no chance at all to catch their breath, and pressed on hurling out the heavy news. Starting tomorrow, we transform the land, we build the workshops. Anyone willing to come work, besides having work points recorded at the highest standard, I'll personally add 5 mao in cash per day on top. Boom. At this, the crowd was blown completely apart. A moment ago, they'd merely been shocked. Now they utterly erupted. 5 mao a day. In these times, a strong laborer working himself to the bone for a day in the production team earned only 2 mao in work points. I was handing out cash directly, and a big chunk more besides. Third, my voice was steady and fierce, like a fire kindled into everyone's heart. Once the factory's built, we hire our own villagers first. The wages will definitely be higher than farming. Chin Feng, put my word right here. As long as I've got meat to eat, I won't let the whole village go without even a sip of the broth. The words fell, and the threshing ground first went still for an instant. Then, the whole place boiled over. Chin Feng, well done. Follow Chin Feng, and you can't go wrong. I'll go too. I'll go tomorrow. Never mind the money. I'd do it even if I had to pay out of my own pocket. I'll go too. All 3 strong laborers in my family will all sign up. The crowd was like a volcano bursting open, their fervor surging straight to the peak. There was no longer the least trace of doubt on the villagers' faces, only a surge of drive to work with everything they had, and hope for the days ahead. There was but one thought in their hearts. I wasn't shouting slogans. I truly meant to lead the whole village to a good life. I'd bound my own business and the whole village's rice bowls tightly together. Village Chief Li Dashan was so excited his face turned red. He snatched up the sheet metal megaphone and roared at the top of his lungs. From this day on, whoever dares make trouble for Chin Feng's factory is making trouble for the whole of Red Flag Village. On the day of the groundbreaking, Red Flag Village was livelier than New Year's. From one end of the village to the other, gongs and drums shook the heavens, and firecrackers burst until the ground was red all over. Men and women, old and young, all poured onto that stretch of white patch land in the west, every face wearing a smile brighter than the sun. I stood on the temporary raised platform, gazing down at the honest faces full of hope, then looking again at that once barren land, now planted all over with colorful flags, and my chest surged with heat. This wasn't a factory for me alone. This was the whole of Red Flag Village's hope of turning its fortunes around. Begin work. The moment Li Dashan finished his shout, over 100 villagers cheered as one, shouldering hoes, pushing handcarts, surging onto the worksite like a tide. The whole of Red Flag Village turned in an instant into a booming, bustling great worksite. The men, bare-chested, their backs shining from the sun, sweat pouring, chanted work songs as they dug foundations and hauled sand and gravel. The women weren't idle either, running back and forth carrying tea and mung bean soup, busy wiping the sweat from their own men and handing them water. The 5 mao daily subsidy pushed everyone's drive to its highest. But what truly made them throw themselves into it wasn't only the money. More important was that 30% village collective share, written down plain and clear on paper and stamped with red thumbprints. This meant they weren't slaving away for someone else. They were working for themselves, building up a family estate for their children and grandchildren. I didn't rest either, practically living at the worksite every day, watching over every single procedure. The cement grade, the thickness of the rebar, the thickness of the walls, I clamped down hard on every one. This factory bore the whole village's future. Not the slightest thing could go wrong. A month later, on the west side of Red Flag Village, the new workshops finally stood up. red brick and gray tile, especially striking under the sun. In the spacious workshop, the new equipment had long since been installed. Rows upon rows of machines gleamed with a cold light, the sight of which set one's heart afire. The first batch of young people in the village to learn the technology all gathered around the old masters, every one of them thrilled beyond measure. Director Chin, the equipment's all been calibrated. All that's left is to power up for the final linkage test. The old master wiped away sweat, his voice trembling, unable to hide his excitement. Good. I nodded heavily. Once the news spread, the worksite erupted at once. The villagers doing the work all stopped what they were doing and packed the workshop until not a drop could trickle through. Everyone craned their necks staring inside, waiting to witness this moment. As long as the machines roared to life, it meant the good days were truly about to arrive. Ready. Close the switch. I stood before the main circuit breaker and gave the order outright. The technician drew a deep breath and, under everyone's gaze, thrust the black knife switch up hard. No one dared make a sound. But the next second, the anticipated roar of machinery didn't come. There was only a click, and all the lights in the workshop went out, and even that faint bit of lamplight far off in the village went dark along with them. The surroundings fell instantly dead silent. What's going on? Power's out. Why a blackout at exactly this moment? In the dark, the crowd fell into disorder at once, anxiety and unease spreading fast. At that moment, a young man who'd been keeping watch outside came stumbling and scrambling in. Director, this is bad. The county power supply station just posted a notice, saying the lines in our area are severely aged, with major safety hazards, and the power's to be cut for indefinite repairs. The moment these words came out, it struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Indefinite repairs? Anyone could tell this was no repair at all. This was plainly refusing to let them use electricity. Even a fool knew someone was pulling a vicious move behind the scenes. It's over. Now it's all over. If the machines won't run, aren't they just a pile of scrap iron? Which conscienceless bastard wants to cut off the whole village's livelihood? In a corner of the crowd, an inconspicuous fellow slipped out under cover of the chaos and bolted for the village entrance. He had to hurry and deliver this good news to Director Lee at the county food plant. In the county town, in a private room of the state-run restaurant, Lee Wagwa was leisurely sipping his liquor, and after hearing the report over the phone, he couldn't press down the smugness on his face. Good. Beautifully done. He hung up the phone and downed the liquor in his cup in one gulp. Chin Foam, you're still far from a match for me. Without electricity, let's see how that pile of junk machines of yours moves. It was as if he could already see me spinning about in a panic, the factory unable to hold on, forced in the end to come kneeling and begging him. But in the Red Flag Village workshop, I was surprisingly calm. In the darkness, my expression couldn't be made out. What's there to panic about? The sky hasn't fallen yet. I pushed aside the people crowded around me and walked straight for the other end of the workshop. Everyone stared blankly at me. The main breaker was clearly at the other end. What was I running to the corner for? Little phone, this? Lee Dashin chased after me, his voice trembling. I ignored him and only spoke low to the equally bewildered technician beside me. Start the backup plan. The backup plan? The technician was dumbstruck outright. Director, what backup plan do we even have? I still didn't explain. I walked straight to the corner, where a heap of odds and ends was piled, covered over with a large oilcloth. Under everyone's gaze, I yanked it hard. The oilcloth was flung off in an instant. Beneath it was revealed a big contraption welded together from scrap parts and steel. The thing was clumsy and rough, like a tractor's front end, yet connected to a mass of complex piping and wiring. No one had ever seen it, and no one recognized it. I walked over, and beside that iron contraption found a separate, thick circuit breaker. I gripped the knife switch, the veins on my arm bulging, and slammed it down hard. The next second, roar. A low rumble suddenly burst out. The sound grew louder and louder, more and more urgent, until at last it was like a beast's roar, shaking the whole workshop until it trembled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right after, 1 lamp, 2 lamps, 10 lamps, dozens of lamps. All the electric lights in the whole workshop came on at once. The blinding, powerful glare tore open the night in an instant. The vast workshop, in the blink of an eye, was bright as day. Everyone stood frozen where they were, mouths gaping wide, unable to utter a word for a long while. After the brief, dead silence, the crowd utterly erupted. It's lit. It's really lit. Heavens above, we generated our own electricity. Wonderful, wonderful. The enormous elation shattered everyone's emotions in one blow. The cheers, like a tide, blew off the roof and rang out across the entire night sky of Red Flag Village. The workers jumped and shouted, hugged one another, and some broke into tears right on the spot. As it turned out, I'd long guarded against Li Weiguo pulling this move. When building the factory, I prepared a small diesel generator in advance. I knew full well that when doing business on someone else's turf, your vital point must never be clutched in another's hand. So I'd secretly sought out the village's most skilled old blacksmith and roped in a few young men obsessed with machinery. Then, using scrap tractor parts and diesel engine components I'd collected, we'd secretly pieced together this backup generator. Today, at the most critical moment, this machine became the trump card that turned the game around. It became the sledgehammer that smashed Li Weiguo's scheme. Calibrate the equipment. Begin production at once. My voice cut over the rumble and the cheers, steady to a frightening degree. This round, Li Weiguo had lost utterly. Not only had he failed to crush me, he'd instead shaken his own web of unspeakable connections all out into the open. Soon, Leader Wang's side struck back directly. Li Weiguo was, on the grounds of abuse of power and sabotage of local economic construction, stripped of his director's post on the spot by his superiors. Feng flavor air-dried meat, relying on the whole village throwing themselves into it together, finally began production on schedule. This stuff had a novel flavor, far surpassing the ordinary foods of this era, and combined with clean, hygienic, easy-to-carry individual small packaging. The moment it hit the market, it sold like wildfire in the county town and the surrounding areas. Long lines formed outside the supply and marketing cooperative every day. Cartload after cartload of air-dried meat was hauled out, and bundle after bundle of cash was hauled back. Clutching a fistful of cash, standing in the warehouse piled high with goods, I knew full well in my heart. Primitive accumulation was just one last step away. I raised my head, my gaze cast straight toward the south. The Canton Fair. The scene was packed shoulder to shoulder, merchants clustered thick. State-run big plants from all over the country, every one of their booths grand and imposing, posters and banners hung everywhere. Compared with them, my Feng Flavor stall was strikingly shabby. A small table, a few packs of samples, one handwritten wooden sign. Wedged among a heap of big state-run plants, it was like a bit-part player who'd wandered into the wrong place, and no one paid it any mind at all. A few purchasing agents passed by, giving it only a single glance. Upon seeing the words Red Flag Village Commune-Run Food Plant, they at once wore expressions of disdain and turned to leave. A township enterprise dares come to the Canton Fair too? Probably here just to see the world, more like. The murmurs weren't loud, but every sentence pricked the ears. As if I hadn't heard a thing, I leaned back in my chair, not the least bit anxious. I waited until the flow of people was at its heaviest before I unhurriedly set to work. I pulled out a small alcohol stove, lit the flame, then tore open a vacuum-packed pack of air-dried meat and laid it on an iron tray to slowly roast. Sizzle. The oil in the meat, forced out by the fire, instantly crackled and popped. The next second, an intense meaty aroma, wrapped in the scent of spices and a roasted fragrance, came rushing out all at once. That smell was frighteningly overpowering, like a clap of thunder, bursting suddenly across that corner of the exhibition hall. What's that smell, so fragrant? It's meat. Where's it wafting from? The very people who'd looked down on me a moment ago were now all hooked by the aroma. One after another, their noses sniffing furiously, their eyes turned in unison toward that inconspicuous little stall. The crowd began to press in this way. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed American merchant in a crisply tailored suit, who'd been standing bored before a big cannery's booth, caught the smell, and his eyes lit up at once. He pushed straight through the crowd, strode up to me, pointed at the tray of jerky still sizzling with oil, and asked in fluent English, "Excuse me, sir, what is this? It smells amazing." The surrounding merchants, along with that cannery director, all gathered around. Every one of them looked on the surface to be watching the fun, but in truth they were all waiting for me to make a fool of myself, because none of them could understand. In that era, people who knew English were pitifully few. The cannery director was so anxious he scratched his head. He knew full well this was a big client, yet all he could do was stand there fretting helplessly, talking and gesturing, still unable to make himself clear. This is meat. Good. Good to eat." The young man, who knew only a few words, was so flustered his face turned red, and only after a long while managed to blurt out this much. The American merchant frowned, clearly not understanding. The scene grew awkward to the extreme. At that moment, the instant I opened my mouth, a steady and composed male voice rang out, and in fluent, authentic American English at that. "Sir, this is our new product, Fengwei brand air-dried beef jerky. A traditional delicacy, improved with modern techniques." In a flash, every gaze in the place fell upon me. No one had expected that the one who'd spoken would turn out to be this rustic-looking village plant director. That cannery director's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wearing a smile, I picked up a slice of jerky and handed it over. It's made from the finest cut of free-range cattle, marinated with more than a dozen exclusive spices, and naturally air-dried. Would you like to have a taste? The American merchant was visibly taken aback. This English was too fluent, the pronunciation too authentic. Never mind that the surrounding Chinese merchants were stunned. Even he himself wore an expression of astonishment. He took the jerky and put it in his mouth. What rushed up first was the rich fragrance blended from the spices, and right after, the mellow, full meaty flavor of the beef itself burst open in his mouth. The jerky had a satisfying chew, yet wasn't the least bit tough, growing more savory the more he chewed. Oh my God, this is incredible. The American merchant's eyes lit up at once, and he burst into praise on the spot in his excitement. This is the best beef jerky I have ever tasted. Far better than anything in the American market. Though many people around couldn't understand English, seeing his look of astonished delight, they knew this deal had gone through. For a moment, everyone was struck dumb. No one could figure out how a country lad could speak such beautiful English. Qin Feng only smiled faintly. This was all thanks to that language mastery, English, from the system shop. I'd spent just a few points to max out English directly. May I take a look at your production process introduction? The American merchant could hardly wait. Of course. From beneath the table, I took out a bilingual Chinese-English brochure I'd made with my own hands. Then, in fluent English, I began to introduce the product in detail. From the selection of cattle breed, to the spice proportions precise to the gram. From the constant temperature, constant humidity, air drying control, to the vacuum individual small packaging that led this era by 20 years. I spoke with professionalism and confidence, my whole presence full of authority. What I was selling wasn't ordinary local produce at all. It was a blockbuster product combining traditional craft with modern packaging. Those surrounding merchants had at first been waiting to watch a joke. But as they listened on and on, they were all dumbstruck. Only then did they realize they'd misjudged from the very start. This young man hadn't come to see the world. He'd come to utterly crush everyone present. The American merchant grew more excited the more he listened, his eyes brighter and brighter. At last, he slapped the table hard. Mr. Qin, I want to be the exclusive distributor for your product in North America. Let's talk about a contract. The moment these words came out, the whole exhibition hall fell instantly silent. Exclusive distributor. Those words struck like a thunderbolt, stunning the surrounding heads of the big state-run plants dumb. They'd toiled to come and exhibit, and to land a few scattered orders would count as doing well. Yet my unknown little village plant had, right off the bat, wanted to swallow the entire North American market. The thing sounded like a dream just to hear it. That American merchant was named Jack Smith and was clearly an impatient sort. He pulled me aside and began talking business right there before the little stall. Mr. Qin, I'm very sincere. For the first order, I want 100,000 packs. No, 200,000 packs. Jack held up 2 fingers, his tone full of excitement. 200,000 packs. All around, gasps of drawn breath rose at once. By the specifications and price of Feng-flavored jerky, this was an order at a sky-high figure. But I shook my head. Mr. Smith, I don't doubt your sincerity. My face still wore that calm smile. But Feng-flavor's production capacity is limited for now. What we want is quality, not blindly chasing volume. I'd actually refused. I'd truly refused. Everyone present thought I'd gone mad. Jack was stunned too, clearly not having expected to be turned away. Capacity isn't a problem. I can pay in full up front. I can even invest, help you expand your production lines. Jack was visibly anxious, because he understood too well that once this product spread out, the market would absolutely explode. Investing to expand, I welcome that. But wanting exclusive distribution, a single order isn't enough. My tone shifted. What I need isn't merely a buyer-seller relationship. What I want is a long-term partner who can grow the market together with me. I paused and laid out my conditions directly. First, the final pricing authority stays in our hands. The retail price in the North American market cannot be lower than our suggested price. Second, a minimum sales figure must be met every year. If it's not met, we have the right to terminate the contract at any time. Third, and this is the most crucial, besides the purchase payments, we'll also take equity in the sales company you establish in North America with technology and brand for a 10% stake. The moment these words came out, the whole place erupted. A moment ago, everyone had merely been astonished. Now their whole worldview was overturned. A Chinese township enterprise, actually turning around to demand a stake in an American company's sales operation. No one had ever heard of such a thing. Everyone present thought my appetite was too great, that I was simply dreaming. But after a moment's daze, Jack thought it over seriously, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Good, Mr. Cheen. Your vision and your nerve, I'm impressed. These three conditions, I accept them all. What Jack valued was no longer merely the product. He valued me, the man, even more. He knew full well that partnering with someone like this would surely bring even greater opportunities down the line. Soon, the lawyer Jack had brought drafted the contract. The Canton Fair officials notarized it on the spot. The contract was formally signed. The instant Jack Smith and I shook hands, flashbulbs kept lighting up all around. This scene was recorded by everyone. A Chinese village-run enterprise, relying on its own brand and technology, had forced open the door to the world's largest market. More fiercely still, they weren't merely going in to sell goods. They'd become participants in the rules. The news spread instantly across the whole Canton Fair, and with extreme speed, it made its way back to the province. Even the provincial leaders were stirred. When I returned to Red Flag Village bearing this order, which could be called the largest foreign trade order for a township enterprise since the founding of the nation, the whole village was thrown into an uproar. The welcome they gave me was livelier than New Year's. The first enormous advance payment was wired into the bank. That long string of digits made the commune accountant count 3 times over, and still he didn't dare believe it. Red Flag Village boiled over completely. Money poured in like a tide. Factory expansion began construction at once. More villagers were hired into the plant, every face full of smiles, full of hope. I stood at the worksite of the newly built Phase 2 workshop, watching the bustling, booming scene before me, my heart churning too. Primitive accumulation was finally complete. The cash flow in my hands had reached a level unimaginable in this era. Just as I was calculating what my next step should be, that familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed primitive capital accumulation. The enterprise has taken initial form, and development enters a brand new stage. The industrial upgrade quest is now officially opened. Quest name: Unlock the luxury goods track. Quest description: relying on food processing alone, the added value is too low, and it's too easily imitated. Sooner or later it will hit a ceiling. The host is requested to utilize the abundant local wild fur resources to build a high-end clothing brand of one's own, establish a true core barrier, and mount an assault upstream in the industrial chain. Quest rewards: 1. Luxury grade fur tanning technology. Thoroughly solves the problems of stiff hide, heavy odor, and severe shedding in traditional craft, with finished products directly on par with top luxury brands. 2. Modern clothing design catalog, 1980s edition. Contains hundreds of forward-looking designs, leather garments, furs, leather goods all included, everything from classic to avant-garde. The luxury goods track. My heart jolted hard. I grasped the system's meaning at once. The food plant was only the foundational base, a cash cow for steady income. What could truly help me grow big and strong, even build a commercial empire, was a high-end clothing brand. Our county was in the mountains, and the one thing it never lacked was fur. Wild rabbit pelts, fox pelts, and even more valuable goods besides. But right now, these fine things were all being sold off dirt cheap like cabbages, squandered for nothing. If I could put to use the technology and design catalog the system had given, my breathing quickened. I raised my eyes past the booming worksite, gazing toward the stretches of verdant mountain forest in the distance. Those were no longer ordinary mountains. They were mountains of gold, one after another, that no one had dug open. The next day, without alarming anyone, I went alone to the county supply and marketing cooperative. The instant I entered the procurement department, a rank, gamey stench came rushing over, so acrid it made one frown. In the corner were piled stack upon stack of pelts, mostly rabbit skins, with a few weasel pelts mixed in. I walked over and casually picked up a rabbit skin. The hide was stiff as wood, and at a light fold it gave off a grating creak. Bringing it closer to smell, the reek of blood mixed with cheap chemical solution shot straight up my nose. Comrade, looking at pelts? A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform lazily lifted his eyes. Just looking around. I set down the pelt and asked in passing, Master, the pelts you procure here, are they all processed like this? Of course. Folk method tanning. How good could it be? The man curled his lip. And this is already the work of the county's most skilled old masters. Just a bit stiff, a bit strong-smelling. Make a dogskin hat, sew a padded jacket collar. It'll do in a pinch. The good pelts you procure, are they all sold to you too? I continued to probe. No such luck. The man perked up at once, his voice lowering too. What we procure here is all odds and ends. The good stuff those old hunters in the mountains bag, They don't send over here at all. Then where's it all sent? The man jerked his chin outward, his voice dropping further. There are folks who specialize in buying fur goods, running around the mountains year-round. They offer high prices and pay cash on top. Who'd still be willing to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative? Having heard this, I understood completely. Trying to get good raw material through the supply and marketing cooperative was simply unrealistic. By the time I came out of the cooperative, I'd already thought the path through in my head. The official channel couldn't be relied on. If I truly wanted good pelts, I could only bore straight to the source and go directly to the fur traders deep in the mountains. But I also knew that not one of that bunch was a pushover. They were all old hands who scraped a living in the mountains, tough in temper, tougher still in heart. They didn't recognize reputation, only ability. Wanting them to cooperate obediently, relying on a glib tongue alone was utterly useless. You had to bring out real skill, make them shut their mouths on the spot, even win their genuine respect. Back in Red Flag Village, I alarmed no one. The food plant's expansion was in full swing, and it happened to make the best cover for me. Under the pretext of technical research and development, to prevent formula leakage, I fenced off a separate patch of land in the most remote part of the factory. Then, with a few of the most trustworthy, most tight-lipped workers, I worked through the night to put together an independent, secret workshop. The workshop wasn't large, and every window was sealed shut with black cloth. A big lock hung at the door, and apart from me, no one was permitted to come near. The villagers only assumed the director was tinkering with some new jerky again, and no one thought twice about it. The day after the workshop was built, I bought 2 freshly skinned fox pelts from an old hunter in the village for a few yuan. Those pelts were simply a horrid sight. Blood and filth mixed with mud caked onto the hide. The reek and the musk churned into one, so foul it turned one's stomach. The moment the workers carried the things in, they couldn't help but cover their noses. "Director, what can this stuff be good for? It's so foul you'd think twice about burying it in the ground." I only smiled and said nothing. I sent everyone out and locked the workshop door behind me. Luxury-grade fur tanning technology, activate. Utterly unlike that foul, acrid folk method at the cooperative, this technology was more like a precise experiment. From the system space, I took out more than a dozen glass bottles. Inside were various colorless, odorless liquids. Potent decontaminating deodorizer, bioenzyme softener, keratin color-fixing gloss agent. Any one of them, taken out into the world, could stun the people of this era. First step, cleaning and deodorizing. I tossed the reeking fox pelts into a wooden basin, poured in liquid A, and gave it a few casual stirs. The next second, a miracle appeared. The originally murky bloody water and grime rapidly broke down and sank. The pungent reek and musk instantly dispersed too, replaced by a faint scent of fresh grass. Second step, degreasing and softening. I fished out the pelts and continued soaking them in liquid B. The hide, originally stiff as tree bark, softened and grew supple before my very eyes, like a thick cloth soaked full of water. Third step, tanning and color fixing. Fourth step, glossing and conditioning. One procedure after another went clean and crisp in my hands, without the least sloppiness. The whole process had no clamor and no foul smell. Quiet as if making a work of art. 2 hours later, I laid the finished product flat on the work table, and even I couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Was this still that same rotten fox skin from before? The fox pelt before me was astonishingly soft, like top-grade cashmere, foldable and kneadable any which way. The instant I let go, it lay smooth and flat as new, without a single crease. The fur upon it was distinct strand by strand, fluffy and sleek, its luster striking. Under the workshop light, that pelt at once took on a smooth, gleaming sheen, flowing like water. Coming close to smell it, that reek of before was long gone, replaced by a faint woody fragrance and the fresh scent of grass and trees, smelling clean and refined. This was no longer fur. This was plainly a treasure. I picked up a small mirror and set it beside the fox pelt. The fur was astonishingly bright, bright enough that even the mirror's reflection could be cast in it. Even I was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. This quality, never mind in the present, even taken to compare against the top goods in those international brand counters of my past life, wouldn't necessarily lose. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. It was still that young worker who'd complained of the stench earlier. "Director, everything all right in there? Do you want me to come in and help?" "Come in." I went over and opened the door. The young worker had just stepped in when his gaze fell on the fox pelt on the work table, and he froze stiff on the spot. His eyes went wide, his mouth gaping wider and wider, exactly like he'd seen a ghost. Director," he stammered, pointing at that fox pelt. his hand trembling. What is this? A sample sent over by the silk factory? In his eyes, only the most expensive silk had such luster and texture. I smiled, lifted up the fox pelt, and gave it a light shake like flicking a blanket. The fur traced a dazzling arc of gleaming light through the air. No, my tone was calm, yet carried unusual weight. This is that rotten pelt you said a moment ago was so foul, even fertilizer would scorn it. That sentence struck like a thunderbolt straight into the young worker's mind. He stared hard at that pelt, the expression on his face shifting from shock to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to a near-fanatical worship. Just like looking at a divine man who could turn rubbish into gold. I paid his reaction no further mind. I carefully rolled up this fox pelt and wrapped it in clean cloth. The thing was done. Next, it was time to go meet that pack of local emperors in the mountains. I needed a guide who could hold down the scene. Someone the hunter kings and fur traders wouldn't dare deny face. A figure, cold as a blade, soon surfaced in my mind. Lone Wolf. Without the slightest hesitation, I locked the workshop, turned, and headed straight for that familiar wooden cabin on the back mountain. By the time I arrived, Lone Wolf was sitting at his door, holding a sharp small knife, head bowed, whittling a wooden stake for making traps. His movements were steady and precise too. Hearing footsteps, he only lifted his eyelids a fraction. Seeing it was me who'd come, he lowered his head and went on working, as if even one extra word would be a waste. I'd long grown used to his temperament, and didn't beat around the bush either. I walked over, set the bundle in my hands on a tree stump beside him, and slowly opened it. The next second, that fox pelt with its flowing radiance spread fully open under the sunlight in the forest. The knife in Lone Wolf's hand came to a sudden stop. The tip of the blade was but a hair's breadth from the wooden stake. In Lone Wolf's eyes, which had always been without ripple, a chilling light burst out for the very first time. He was the very finest hunter in this stretch of mountain forest, having dealt with pelts his whole life, having seen more fine goods than he could count, having even handled the rare sable. But he had never seen a fox pelt like this. This no longer even resembled a pelt. It was like light, like silk, like something still alive. Lone Wolf set down his small knife and stretched out a hand covered in calluses and scars, his movements astonishingly slow, as though revering some sacred object, and gently touched that layer of fluffy, glossy fur. The next second, his whole body jolted. That sensation was absurdly soft, astonishingly smooth, and carried an indescribable warmth and richness. Lone Wolf jerked his head up and fixed his eyes hard on me, squeezing 3 words out from his throat. "You made this." I nodded. Lone Wolf fell silent. He stared at that pelt, looking at it for a full minute. His gaze shifted again and again, as though forcibly swallowing this shock that had overturned his decades of understanding. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, picked up his small knife again, and asked only one thing. "What do you want me to do?" He knew full well that my coming with a thing like this couldn't possibly be merely to show off. "Pass a word for me." I looked at him. "Invite every fur trader of any standing on the nearby mountains. 3 days from now, to my factory. I'll have them see something." The knife in Lone Wolf's hand was still whittling the wooden stake. "They won't believe you, but they'll believe you." I said it steadily. Lone Wolf was silent for a moment, then at last nodded. "Fine. Just one word, yet frighteningly weighty." 3 days later, at the entrance of the Red Flag Village food plant, a group of people arrived who looked nothing at all like food business folk. 7 or 8 men, all advanced in years, the youngest looking well past 40. Some wore old padded jackets, some threw on leather coats. Their attire differed, but the fierceness and shrewdness of men who'd spent years steeped in the mountain forest were exactly the same on all of them. These men were the ones who truly held the lifeline of fur for 100 li around. Each held his own mountain, kept the most capable hunters under him, and gripped the finest fur resources in an iron grasp. Every one of them was a local emperor on his own turf. At this moment, the group stood beneath the foam flavor food plant sign, and the more they looked, the more off it felt, the doubt and impatience on their faces growing heavier and heavier. What's the game here? Since when did Lone Wolf get mixed up with some lad running a food plant? Cursed a man with a knife scar on his face in a low voice. Exactly. Making us drop the work in our hands and come running over, saying it's to see something. A jerky seller. What could he possibly bring out? Sneered the lanky, thin one beside him. If it weren't for giving Lone Wolf face, I'd have left long ago. A green kid, and he's fit to call us all here? At this, the most burly old man in the middle of the group let out a cold snort. His name was Jean Dia, the most senior and most powerful among them, and also the one with the most say. Just as everyone's patience was about to wear thin, I finally walked out of the factory. "Elders, sorry to keep you waiting." I wore a smile on my face, standing steady and composed, not the least bit cowed. Jean Dia swept his eyes over me from head to toe, no longer hiding the contempt in them. Your Chin Foam? Where's this miraculous good thing Lone Wolf hyped up? Hurry and bring it out. And if you dare toy with us, weigh the consequences for yourself. I wasn't angered and only replied lightly. The thing's inside. This way, gentlemen. Having said this, I turned and led them into that separate, secret workshop. The few fur traders glanced at one another, disbelieving in their hearts, yet still followed in. The workshop was tidied up very clean, with just a single long work table set inside. On the table was draped a piece of gray canvas, and what was beneath it, no one could make out. Jean Dia swept a glance around, his expression growing uglier and uglier. Lad, quit going in circles. If you've got something, reveal it. We haven't got the time to dawdle with you. Right, get on with it. The others chimed in, urging. I was still that same unhurried self. I walked to the work table and pressed both hands on the canvas. At this moment, the workshop suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on my hands. The next second, my arm jerked, and I flung the canvas open all at once. In a flash, in the dim workshop, it was as if a layer of light had suddenly burst open. That perfectly tanned fox pelt lay quietly on the table. Under the light, every strand of fur glowed with a silvery sheen, the whole pelt like something alive, as if flowing, as if breathing, radiating such nobility that one couldn't tear one's eyes away. The workshop, clamorous a moment ago, fell instantly dead silent. Everyone was as though gripped by the throat, unable to utter half a word. They stared hard at that fox pelt, the impatience on their faces crumbling bit by bit, first into blankness, then into shock, and finally into nothing but a dazed stupor. Jean Dia especially, his eyes nearly bulging out. He'd worked the fur trade his whole life. What fine pelt hadn't he seen? Yet this fox pelt before him had struck him utterly dumb. His lips trembling, he slowly shuffled up to the work table, as if afraid of startling some treasure. His hand hovered in midair for a long while, and he actually didn't dare truly touch down, as though what lay on the table wasn't a pelt, but some peerless rarity that would shatter at a touch. This is still a damn fox pelt? Jean Dia's voice had gone dry, sounding like he was talking in his sleep. At last, he gritted his teeth, and only then lightly touched it with a fingertip. The next second, he drew a sharp breath, his whole body shuddering along with it. Too soft, too smooth, and carrying an indescribable warmth and richness. That feeling was utterly beyond description. The few fur traders behind him couldn't help but crowd up too, each carefully reaching out to touch. Right after, the sounds of sharp gasps rose one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. Just as their minds were reeling, unable even to speak, I opened my mouth. Elders, I've invited you here today not to show off a thing, but to talk cooperation with you. One sentence, and it instantly pulled everyone's souls back. I raised a hand and pointed at that fox pelt, my tone calm, yet carrying an irrepressible force. This kind of technology, only I have it. Now, I'll give you gentlemen 2 roads to choose from. First, you procure pelts as usual. Send them to me here, and I'll process them for you. I'll only charge a processing fee, and you take the finished goods to sell yourselves. However much you can sell, that all depends on your own ability. Second, the raw pelts and semi-finished goods in your hands, I'll buy directly. The price will be 30% higher than what you sell to others. And when these pelts are made into garments and sold by year's end, you can share another 10% of the profit besides. The moment these words fell, the whole place erupted. The fur traders present were no fools. They understood at once. The first road turned the dead stock in their hands directly into valuable goods, the profit far more than a few times over. The second road was even fiercer, tantamount to money picked up for free. Not only would the raw materials sell dearer, but in the end they'd share in the profit too. This was no negotiation. This was plainly me holding out a golden rice bowl and forcibly stuffing it into their mouths. All that hostility, doubt, and contempt from a moment ago vanished in the blink of an eye. Jean Dia fixed his eyes on me, his gaze utterly changed. What he saw now was no green kid barely past 20. It was a god of wealth, a living god of wealth who could truly lead them to riches. He drew a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and bowed to me solemnly. Director Chin. That one call was full of submission and respect. From here on, the good pelts on these 100 li of mountains, we recognize only you. Your word goes. The 7 or 8 men behind Jean Dia also lowered their heads in unison. We recognize only Director Chin. Your word goes. After I gathered the fur resources of 100 li of mountains into my hands, the Red Flag Village food plant changed utterly. The plant, which had originally only made jerky, expanded by more than double at a stroke. Half was still the food workshop. The other half became a tightly guarded fur processing workshop. Every day before dawn even broke, the factory entrance was packed with handcarts and hand tractors. Those fur traders of foul and stubborn temper from before had now all become the most eager suppliers. Every one of them wreathed in smiles, honestly queuing up, sending cartload after cartload of choice raw hides into the factory. Raw materials still reeking and bloody 3 days before. 3 days later, it became fine, top-grade fur, glossy and smooth, thoroughly high class. This exclusive business quickly made Red Flag Village a treasure bowl, famed far and near. Money poured in here like flowing water, at a frightening speed. That afternoon, Jean Daya, a cigarette in his mouth, was watching with great satisfaction as the workers packed a batch of processed mink pelts to be sent to the provincial capital. That glossy, smooth quality set his heart afire. Following Director Chin was the right move after all. This was no doing business. This was plainly picking money up off the ground. At that very moment, screech, a few ear-piercing brake sounds suddenly tore open the bustle of the factory. 3 brand-new black sedans stopped brazenly at the factory gate, sealing the only road dead shut. On this stretch of yellow earth, the moment these cars appeared, the sense of oppression was no less than in armored vehicles. The car doors opened, and a dozen or so burly men in black jackets got out. Every one broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, faces full of savage flesh. Unlike the wiry toughness of the mountain hunters, this bunch looked at a glance like they'd come up rough in the city, radiating brute thuggery all over. The one leading was a man in his 40s. He was tall, wearing an open-fronted mink coat, a gold chain thick as a little finger hanging from his neck. As the autumn wind blew, that arrogant air was all the more glaring. He swept a glance over the booming factory, curled the corner of his mouth, full of scorn. Jean Daya's heart sank at once. He'd run around outside plenty and seen all sorts. One look at this display, and he knew trouble had come to the door. The one in the lead especially was written all over with someone not to be trifled with. Big brothers, who are you looking for? Jean Daya stubbed out his cigarette and steeled himself to go up and meet them. The gold chain man didn't even lift an eyelid, only squeezing one word out through his nose. Scram. The words had barely fallen when a burly man stepped forward with a shove of his palm, sending Jean Daya flying outright. Jean Daya stumbled back several steps and fell flat on his backside, his chest tight and stifled, his face flushing red at once. Pained and furious, yet he didn't dare erupt. The factory workers and the nearby fur traders all gathered around. But one look at that ferocious display across from them, and no one dared move first. Who's Chin Feng? The gold chain man bellowed at the top of his lungs, his northeastern accent brash and overbearing. I am. I walked out from the office. I just finished a phone call with Chen Wan, my mood originally rather good, only to turn around and run into this bunch. I first glanced at Jean Daya on the ground, then swept my eyes over this pack of vicious guests before me, my expression frighteningly calm. The gold chain man looked me up and down. Seeing I was just a young man barely past 20, the contempt in his eyes turned at once into mockery. You're Chin Feng? That lad who can turn stone into gold? Something you want. I couldn't be bothered to take up his bait. Of course there's something I want. The gold chain man laughed loudly, and the pack behind him joined in the jeering. He walked up before me, raised a hand, and patted my shoulder, deliberately using no small amount of force. Lad, my name's Guolong. On the streets they give me face and call me River Crossing Dragon. I came all the way from the northeast, and it's your craft I'm after. He leaned in close, his voice lowered, but the threat in it heavier still. I don't like wasted words. This crummy factory of yours, plus your tanning secret formula, I'll take the lot. Name a price. I raised a hand and brushed his aside. I'm not selling. Oh ho, quite the tough one. Guolong actually laughed, but his gaze grew colder. Lad, I'm giving you a chance to strike it rich. He stretched out 5 thick fingers and waved them before me. 50,000. I'll pay 50,000 to buy your factory and your formula. That money's enough for you to live out your whole life in comfort in the county town. Don't be a fool who can't take a favor. The moment these words came out, the surroundings erupted at once. 50,000 yuan. In these times, 50,000 was a sky-high figure, enough to stun anyone who heard it. Even Jean Daya, just pinned to the ground, couldn't spare the thought to stay angry, mouth agape, his face all astonishment. But my reaction still left everyone dumbfounded. Not enough. The smile on Guolong's face froze at once, thinking he'd misheard. What did you say? I said, not enough. I said it again, then turned and walked to the work table, picked up a freshly processed fox pelt, and weighed it in my hand. This factory of mine now earns more than that figure in a single month. Do you think I'd sell? The voice wasn't loud, but every word slammed into everyone's ears. More than 50,000 in a single month. This was no earning money. This was printing money. Jean Dia and the others found their breathing thrown into disorder. They'd long known the factory made money, but no one had ever imagined it could earn to such a degree. Guolong's face turned utterly dark. He dropped that mocking manner, and the viciousness in him was all unleashed at once. Lad, you're playing tough with me? He pressed toward me step by step, and the burly men behind him fanned out, closing in around me. I'll give you one more chance. 50,000, take the money and scram. Otherwise, he stopped before me, baring his teeth in a cold sneer. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll smash this factory of yours into rubble. And the pelts in your hands, I'll turn them all into scrap too. Do you believe me? This was a bald-faced threat. Even the air seemed frozen. Jean Dia and the others turned pale. They didn't doubt in the least that Guolong would truly do it. But I was still very calm. I even smiled a little and held the fox pelt in my hand out before Guolong Bosqua. You're in the fur trade too, so you ought to know goods. Take a look at this pelt of mine, compared to the one on your back. How does it stack up? Guolong instinctively lowered his head to glance. That one glance, and he froze outright. The mink coat on his back already counted as top goods in the Northeast. But compared to this fox pelt in my hand, it simply couldn't bear looking at. That luster, that feel, and that faint, fresh fragrance were on an entirely different level. Guolong's heart jolted hard, and the greed in his eyes surged up at once. This technology, he had to seize it. Cut the damn crap. Guolong snapped out of it, shoved the fox pelt aside, and roared viciously. I'll ask you one last time. Sell or not? I took the fox pelt back and carefully set it away, only then turning to look at him. My rule is to lead everyone to earn money together. Your rule is to smash everyone's rice bowl and swallow it all alone. I fixed my eyes on Guolong, speaking word by word. So, there's nothing to talk about between us. Get out of my factory. Guolong utterly exploded. That face full of savage flesh flushed red, and he raised a hand to point at my nose. Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times, then turned and left. Lad, you've got guts. You just wait for me. I'll see whether your bones are harder or my fists are. Flinging out the vicious words, Guolong led his men into the cars and drove off in a swagger. Director Chin, you've stirred up a huge disaster. This river-crossing dragon is a vicious man from the Northeast, notoriously venomous on the streets. He'd really dare to deal a lethal hand. That's right, Director. We can't afford to provoke a man like this. Why not spend money to ward off the trouble? The few fur traders had turned pale, clearly frightened. I clapped Jean Dia on the shoulder, motioning for him to stand steady. I lifted my eyes to the distance, at the road that had to be taken to deliver goods to the county town. Don't worry, I've got it figured. However we compete in business is fine. But if anyone means to smash my rice bowl and trample over my head besides, that won't do. This move of Guolong's had already touched the bottom line. My gaze cooled bit by bit. Everyone do what you're supposed to. Goods ship out as usual, work goes on as usual. Having said this, I turned and went back to the office. Watching my composed manner, everyone's hearts steadied a little. But that dark cloud pressing overhead, no one could shake it off. Less than an hour later. Director, this is bad. A delivery worker came stumbling and scrambling into the factory. One of his arms hung limp, his face bruised black and purple, terror written all over it. Something's happened. Our car headed to the county town got stopped on the road by someone. Jean Dia and the others' hearts sank hard. The thing they'd feared most had come after all. I strode quickly out of the office, saw the worker's wretched state at a glance, and my expression darkened on the spot. How's the man? I asked only this. Brother Wang's leg, it seems to be broken, and the goods were all snatched away by them. They also said this was a lesson for us. The worker spoke through tears, his voice trembling. The moment these words came out, the scene erupted at once. Snatching goods, beating people. Guolong hadn't been bluffing at all. He'd truly dared to strike viciously. Fear burst through the crowd at once. How are we supposed to keep working like this? Today they dare break a leg. Tomorrow won't they dare take a life? Jean Dia looked at me, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long while. I said nothing. I walked up to the injured worker and first lowered my head to look at his arm. Then I pulled out all the money on me and stuffed it into the hand of another, uninjured worker. Take him to the best hospital in the county at once. Find the best doctor. Tell old Wang the medical fees are all on me, and there's another 1,000 yuan for nourishment besides. And pass a word for me. I'll handle this matter, so let them recover with easy minds. Having given these instructions, I slowly rose to my feet. I didn't say a single vicious word. but the oppressive force about me already left those around not daring to breathe too heavily. I paid no mind to the crowd and chaos around me. I turned and walked straight for the corner. Lone Wolf was there, head down, whittling wood stroke by stroke. I stopped before him. Looking to someone for me. Lone Wolf lifted his head to look at me. Guolong, that river-crossing dragon from the northeast. I want to know where he is right now. Lone Wolf didn't ask much, only nodded, then turned and slipped into the mountain forest, frighteningly quick in getting things done. Half an hour later, he came back and handed me a slip of paper. On it were written a few characters. County Town Hotel, room 308. I put away the slip, then made a phone call I hadn't made in a long while. The call connected, and Gao Jian's resonant voice came through. Little brother Qin Feng? What made you think of me today? Brother Gao, I'm not disturbing you, am I? What kind of talk is that? My dad's in great health now, and still thinks about your medicinal liquor every day. Whatever you need, just say it. Gao Jian had always been forthright in his speech. I smiled, my tone lightening a little. Nothing much, just wanted to ask something. Have you had any field training exercises lately? Gao Jian paused, then quickly replied, yes. Tomorrow morning there happens to be one, on a route heading toward the county town. Why, you want to come watch? Watching, never mind that. My tone carried a touch more coldness. I just thought it's quite a coincidence. Around 10 tomorrow morning, if you happen to pass by the county town hotel, could you make the commotion a bit bigger? Gao Jian was no fool. One listen and he knew something was off. Little brother, have you run into some trouble? Do you want me to step in for you? No need. I cut him off directly. Brother Gao, I just want a certain out-of-towner to get a good look at the military might around here. To make him understand this place isn't somewhere just anyone can come and run wild. The other end of the line went quiet for a few seconds. All right, I get it. 10 tomorrow morning, County Town Hotel. I guarantee he'll never forget it. The next morning, 9:50. County Town Hotel, room 308. Guolong sat with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette in his mouth. A few black-clad, burly men gathered around, the room thick and choking with smoke. Brother Long, will that lad really dare come? He won't have gotten scared and called the police, will he? One underling spoke up. Guolong exhaled a puff of smoke, his face full of scorn. Call the police? He wouldn't dare a fart. That factory of his, if the paperwork really got looked into, he'd be finished first. I reckon he's out scraping money together right now, and he'll be here on his knees begging me before long. Huh, a country bumpkin, and he really took himself for somebody. The room burst into laughter at once. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A burly man stepped forward to open it. The one standing outside the door was me, and I'd come alone. Oh ho, so you really dared to come. Guolong laughed at once, rose leisurely, and sauntered up before me. Well, Director Qin, you've thought it through? Come to hand over the formula, or come to kowtow and admit your mistake. I didn't take up his words at all, walking straight into the room, and swept a cold glance over those few burly men. My worker was badly hurt. Guolong threw back his head and laughed. A creature that can't see straight deserves a beating. Lad, I'm telling you, this is only the beginning. If you still won't bow your head,